Welcome to the 7th hearing of the Committee's inquiry into the impact of renewable energy zones on rural and regional communities and industries in New South Wales. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, traditional custodians on lands on which we are meeting today. I pay respects to elders past, present, and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name is Mark Benaziat. I'm Chair of the Committee. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing, so I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. I also remind our first two witnesses that given that you've already appeared before this committee, you do not need to be sworn in today. The committee has agreed to do free flow questions as previously done in the past, but I invite you to make a short opening statement if you'd like.
Yes, I'd like to do that. Yeah. Thank you. Thanks for the invitation to speak again to this inquiry. I've actually got three key requests of this inquiry. That is, to direct renewable energy infrastructure entities to promote their openness to complaints to landowners and community members, and if they are not satisfied, to tell them of their right to contact the Ombudsman or my office. To direct the introduction of legislative change or a licensing scheme by the New South Wales Government for renewable energy developers, solar, wind, battery, storage, hydro, whatever else comes along, to be members of E1, so complaints, again, can be directed to those entities and then, if necessary, to my office. And to direct that a single narrative be promoted by the energy sector and government, in fact by all of us, about the why, where, what and how of energy transition and the benefits that are available to regional communities. And my statement will provide reasons for all of those three directions. When I first spoke to this committee in March 2025, we had only 4 months' experience of jurisdiction over renewable energy infrastructure entities. In fact, only 2 members at that point in time, EnergyCo and REZ. 18 months later, we've attended 41 community events, hosted 9 regional drop-in sessions, delivered 46 presentations and forums, handled 74 complaints, and reached more than 13,000 people, regional people, across E1 social media. Further details are in our impact report, and we will share it with you later today. It's available also on our website. We are now strongly positioned to share insights and recommendations with you and the New South Wales Government. Let's firstly talk about complaints. Of the 74 complaints that we've received since December 24, 35 are about renewable energy zone development and planning, 21 are about transmission, and 18 are about generation and storage. They are currently out of jurisdiction, and that's what needs to change. Everyone anticipated that complaint numbers would be much higher than what they've been, but our complaint data shows that most people only find out about us, that is about E1, when they see us at a local agricultural show or a market, a drop-in session, or somewhere else that we're in community. Our complaint numbers mirror our presence in regional New South Wales. Consumer protections only work when people know about them. An ombudsman is only best effective when industry promotes it. Trust is built on openness and transparency. There is a need for wider promotion of complaint handling processes, including the right for community members to access the ombudsman if the entities that are causing complaints are not resolving those complaints or in fact receiving them in the first place. We cannot do it alone. Industry needs to lead promotion of E1, promotion of its own complaints processes, and government support would be great too. Being open to complaints, including leading with access to an ombudsman, shows energy industry commitment to following through on agreements and ultimately building trust. But more is needed. The New South Wales Government must rectify a current gap in consumer protections. Today, an imbalance exists. Landowners and community members experiencing impacts from transmission projects can access our services, but at the same time they cannot access E1 for complaints about generation and storage development projects. Excuse me. The top complaints issue raised with us is about transmission infrastructure placement, with ongoing engagement being a secondary complaint for most complaints. Renewable energy infrastructure entities are not always getting back to landowners when they say they will, or they're not always providing all of the information that they promise to provide. We can respond and resolve these complaints, and we are doing that. These complaint issues are the same for renewable generation developers, but without jurisdiction, we cannot receive or resolve those complaints. Victoria is currently introducing or considering introducing a statewide licensing scheme, including conditions that renewable energy developers must become members of the Energy Ombudsman in that state. This will close that gap for Victorians. New South Wales has led the pathway for landowners and community members to have access to an ombudsman. It should lead the generation and storage developer ombudsman access path too. Complaints data is unique. It influences policy change, it improves consumer protections, and it informs the delivery of community engagement and awareness raising where it's needed. Ensuring New South Wales landowners and community members know how to lodge a complaint with transmission and developers, and how to contact E1 if those complaints are not resolved at the first source is therefore critical. Last but certainly not least is the need for a narrative, a story, a yarn. People are asking us to tell the energy transition story every day that we're in regional communities. To build meaningful connection and trust in the transition, regional communities want and need to understand the driver for the transition, how it impacts them, and where they can go for information and support. Without promotion of complaints and the right to contact E1, legislation or licensing scheme for renewable energy developers to be E1 members, and a clear narrative about the why, the where, the what, and the how of energy transition, building community trust is an aspiration, not an ambition. A much stated catchphrase across the renewable energy sector at present is, "There's no transition without transmission." I strongly disagree. There's no transition without trust. Thank you.
Thank you. The committee's resolved to have free flow questions. So unless there's a question from anyone else, I might start off. So just going to your opening statement, you said that government support is needed as well in terms of promoting the work of E1. What would you like that to look like?
Every member of E1, whether it's an energy retailer, an energy network, or a renewable energy transmission company, has to promote or should be promoting that they have a complaints process, and if complainants aren't satisfied, they can go to E1. I guess we need the whole sector to keep banging that drum, to letting people know that. And when we go out in community, people are saying to us, "This is the first I've heard about you." When we go and meet mayors in community areas, they say, "Hey, we had Energy Co, or we had REZ in recently." They didn't actually mention E1. And I know they are more often doing that, but I think it's got to be happening more often. And any way that government, any part of the sector can do that would be very welcomed. And
you said at the beginning, or when we first met you had two members. That was Energy Co and REZ. How many members do you have now?
Well, within energy transition, Transgrid has been a member of E1 since 1998 when E1 first opened its doors. So for all of Project Connect, all of the transmission from the Snowy, we can take complaints if they aren't able to resolve complaints. Still, we just have Energy Co, REZ in the renewable energy zones. Ausgrid, which is now working and starting to work in Hunter, it's upped its membership. It's always been a member because of its Sydney distribution business. Yeah. But, as more entities come on, as a transmission company is appointed in the New England Renewable Energy Zone, they will become a member. But I guess the gap for us is that wind farms, solar farms, they are not members of the scheme, yet we receive complaints about them.
And there's nothing in legislation that can compel those people to be members?
Not at this point in time. Steph and her team are meeting with DQ very regularly about that. I met with Kim Curtin, the DepSec, just a couple of weeks ago. We're moving towards it, but we do need preferably the legislative change, legislative requirement that they join E1 or some part of a licensing regime so that that's part of what they, mandatory membership of E1 is part of what they're required to do, from the time that they actually start working in renewable energy zones or outside them as well across New South Wales.
Have you approached these proponents and invited them to become members?
Yeah, we've recently been going through a funding model review. We recognise that we have to bring every different type of member in on a way that's fit for purpose. There is a requirement for all members to pay an annual fixed fee, and we have to make that right size for any entity. So if we have an Origin Energy, that has, 1 million retail customers across New South Wales, their fixed fee is going to be a lot more than a small residential park member. A wind farm or a solar farm, we've been consulting with them and with the renewable energy sector about what that looks like. Obviously it would be much smaller, but it would be appropriate to their impact on community as they're building and their impact on EWON to make sure we can get out there and promote our services.
And how would you best describe those individual developers' response to you wanting them to join?
At this point, it's probably reluctant, would probably be the most appropriate word. They don't, and we are working with them, and as I said, we're involving them in consultancy. We're asking that REZ and Energy Co talk to them as well about that. We're really pointing out the benefits to them about that trust element that comes with being a member of an ombudsman scheme. And we're talking to them about the fact, for probably the largest wind array, solar array, the fixed cost to join EWON on an annual basis will be somewhere between $25,000 and $30,000 a year. When you look at the scope of their projects, it's not something that's going to really affect their balance sheet. I think they have some concerns that it might be much bigger than that, so we're making sure that they're getting the right facts.
Yeah. Have they vocalised any of the reasons why they're reluctant?
I think it's just the unknown, Steph.
Yeah, and I think it's that they see support in other their peak bodies, Clean Energy Council, and I think they don't see landowner complaints as their customers. Like, they don't see it as a complaint, they see it as an engagement issue between. They don't see it in the way that we do, where, landholders and community members, they see it as a complaint. They want action taken, they want access to somebody who can make a decision. So I think it's that disconnect. But definitely from the consultation around the fees, what they did support was that if there is a mechanism to require membership, that it be mandated across New South Wales, so that there wasn't one rule for operators in renewable energy zones, one rule for others, and that community members all had access to EWON.
Okay, thank you. I might pass to Mr. Fain online.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for appearing today. Just in relation to the fees that are charged, what is the current fee for somebody to join your scheme?
It depends on the size of the entity. For example, we have small residential parks that might have fewer than 20 residents. We don't actually charge them a fixed fee because it would be really impactful on their business model.
Yes.
For someone like REZ, their fixed fee is currently $85,000 per year, and it's based on, we're a not-for-profit, we are funded by industry, and we have to make sure that we're fit for purpose with our funding. So we make sure that the fixed fees for every different sector are relevant to their size and proportionate to their impact on the customers, the landowners, the community members.
And what is the fee that's paid by Energy Co to the Ombudsman scheme?
So it has been funded for the original 18 months of our jurisdiction from 1 December 24 until 30 June this year. The New South Wales government provided us with $1.5 million of funding. 1.3 million. Energy Co's fees came out of that, were funded through that amount. If they weren't, and so if I compare it to REZ, because of their footprint in the central West Arana, were paying a fixed fee of $85,000, and that would be during Energy Co's work within central West Arana. Their fee would have been similar to that. We are now considering the fee model for FY27 as we're doing our budget and business plan. Given Energy Co are now doing all the planning and development through the New England REZ and through the Hunter Connect, then we'll be looking at what their fee will be, but it will increase on what the current amount was.
Okay, so in terms of that then, if you'd only based the fee that was charged to Energy Co based on Central West Arana only, noting that they've been doing the planning for the New England REZ and the New England transmission line for the last 2 years, does that mean that project was out of scope for you to look at in terms of any issues around complaints and consultation, etc.?
No, we have been working, we have been doing visits right throughout New England and through the Hunter area as well. We've been meeting with mayors, we've been going to agricultural shows, we've received complaints from those areas as well. You'll see it in the impact report when we send it to you. But I guess the focus... I have no
doubt you've been receiving complaints from that area, as is probably the chair. So in terms of that then, how many complaints have actually been actioned and resolved through the Ombudsman scheme that's actually ended up with a landholder having their position adopted as opposed to Energy Co or REZ, etc.?
As I mentioned earlier, we've only received 74 complaints right across the jurisdiction. People can't complain to us if they don't know about us, and that's a big part of what I'm presenting today. So when we resolve complaints on, we aim to get an outcome that's fair and reasonable, having regard to laws, codes and regulations, good industry practice, and the nature of the actual complaint. So we're not aiming to find in favour of either a landowner or an energy entity. We're looking to get that fair and reasonable outcome. Of the investigations, we've been able to conciliate outcomes. That means we bring parties together so that they actually, achieve what they want to. And mostly that's been about, more information, specific information about why it's happening here rather than there, understanding what next steps are within a project, whatever it might be. So it's within our jurisdiction. We don't take complaints per se about, land access agreements, but we can take complaints, and we will take complaints into the future about if land access agreements are breached.
Okay. So in terms of, for example, a landholder that has a transmission line that's going to go straight through the middle of their property, and they might say to you, well, I don't want that. That's not equitable to me. It's going to impact the way that I farm. It's going to impact the way that I have managed my farming business for decades, let's say. Where you use fair and equitable as your, calling cards for how you're going to deal with these complaints, and you say that you look at the legislation, at what point do you balance the rights of the landholder versus Energy Co or REZ, who are effectively doing the bidding of the government, and how do you manage that sort of tension and conflict?
All right, so we're not the only complaints body in this space. So my jurisdiction, and I've got binding decision power, so if we can't resolve a complaint through conciliation, I can make a binding decision. And that's up to a total value of 100,000 kilometres. Now, I don't have jurisdiction to say where the route should be. That's not the expertise of an industry or an energy ombudsman. So we would be referring complaints like that and making sure that the landowner knows what their rights are to engage, a solicitor to get the right experts so that they can get the right advice and actually be able to sit down with the Energy Co or the REZ, whoever the land acquisition entity is, to be able to work through those issues. So our jurisdiction is specific about what we can do. I can't slow down the projects, I can't stop the projects, it's a government decision that they happen, but we can make sure that landowners and community members know if it's not in my jurisdiction where they can go.
Do you use the concept that the greater good is more appropriate than perhaps the impact of the landholder, i.e. if it's renewable energy that needs to move into metropolitan areas, is that a priority for you when you say just and equitable, or is it the actual landholder at that location at that time?
We're looking at, with any complaint, we're looking at the specific circumstances of that complaint, how that landowner is impacted. We ask that landowner what they're looking as an outcome, so we can have a conciliation conference. We can bring the parties together about what the possibilities are, but we're looking specifically at that. If the landowner's looking for me to slow down a project or stop a project, I'll be saying, look, I don't have the power to do that. So we make sure that the landowner knows exactly what powers we do and don't have.
So you can see then why perhaps you only have had 74 complaints, because ultimately you're funded by industry, you're funded by the government who are pushing these projects through. Energy Co is basically riding roughshod over landholders. Your funding is completely linked at the moment to those renewable energy projects and their their completion, and you're not. You are limited in the powers that you've got. It's no wonder there's only 74 complaints. Do you understand that that's the perception within the communities itself?
I can see that that's your perception. I know when Steph and her team...
it's not just mine. It's not just mine. This is across the board, and I'm not surprised.
Well, when I'm out in community and we're talking to people, a big part of what we're doing, as I said before, we're telling the narrative, we're telling the story about why it's happening in regional areas. We are talking about what we can and can't do. We get really good responses from the people that we go out and engage with, and we go out seeking to engage, not seeking to convince.
I'm sorry, your opening statements when you spoke about stories and yarns, I think that's potentially where you're losing people. These aren't stories and yarns, these are people's lives. These are farmers, generational farmers that are having their land basically bulldozed through by Energy Co and their contractors like REZ to build these things. This isn't a fairy tale, this is a nightmare for most people.
And I'm not talking about...
And I think you're actually playing a role in that as well.
Well, I strongly disagree. The independence of an ombudsman, and for all the years that I've been an ombudsman, that dates back to 2010. When I was Public Transport Ombudsman in Victoria, 2014, November, since I've been Energy Ombudsman in New South Wales. We get people saying to us, how can you be independent if you're funded by industry? We get industry saying to us, how can you be independent if you're receiving complaints and you're not actually testing merit before you receive and you investigate them? It is imperative that we be independent. It's imperative that we provide the whys and wherefores from both sides. It's imperative that we abide by the jurisdiction that we have. But I think it is what customers, what landowners, what communities are telling us is they say, why is it happening here? Why is the energy transition happening? It's not a fairy tale I'm promoting. It's actually the facts about why we are moving from the current fossil fuel situation to, I guess, renewables. And many people don't understand the need for that. So I'm suggesting that that story does need to be told. I still need to do my job. My office still needs to be open to complaints and be able really open about what we can do and what we can't do to resolve them. And we get a resolution, people are happy with what we do.
It's concerning that you see it as your job to be the storyteller in this. Effectively an ombudsman is supposed to be an independent and, unique position that effectively arbitrates the matters that are before you. It's not your job to sell renewable energy. I don't think a lot of these communities want to be sold on renewable energy. They want to be able to farm and practice their farming practices as they've done for decades. That it's really concerning that the Ombudsman comes to this inquiry and starts talking about selling a story and yarns about, how good this is. It's not your role. Your role is to be, effectively an independent arbitrator.
I tell a narrative about billing, energy billing every day, about water billing. I explain, and my staff explain what's on a bill, what parts come from wholesale, what parts come from retail. We tell narratives, or we tell the story about what makes up the different parts of the energy sector and the water sector. If I'm using language about telling a story or a narrative, and I'm not explaining exactly what we do that.
A story is, it's not factual. It may or may not be factual. That's the problem. People want to deal in facts. People want to deal with independence. It's not your job to be a storyteller or a spin doctor for the renewable energy projects. It's your job to deal in facts and to deal in the issues that are before you that need to be arbitrated.
Thanks.
Well, I tell fact. I don't make up things. I'm sorry if I haven't got that back across today.
Your opening statement, I'm sorry.
Thanks, Wes. We might move on to other questions. I know Ms McDonald had her hand up, and then I'll go to Mr Donnelly. Ms McDonald?
Thank you. My first question is, so your jurisdiction now includes REZ infrastructure. So what trends are you already seeing in the complaints that you're getting from regional communities?
So much of it is about people wanting to know, and as I said, I will provide this report to you. It has the narrative about that. It has charts and graphs about the facts of complaints. So transmission is one of the key issues, and people want to know, what's happening, what the build time is, different aspects there. Generation and storage. They want to know about land easements. They want to know about, how wide they are, any terms about those. And we respond to what we can, and we refer to other entities when we need to. Failure to consult, that's a big issue. People say we're looking actually and we're not being consulted with. Failure to respond when landowners or community members are asking questions and they're not getting the information they need. And some about placement as well. And so we provide advice about that as well.
Mm-hmm. So in the disputes which you've already seen, do you think, or possibly, well, probably but not say think, but do you believe, say, poor community engagement at an early stage is often a root cause of, say, later disputes?
I'd say it's a key issue that community engagement and sharing knowledge and information about what's happening in different communities, about recognising the fact that each community is really different and they have different needs, different wants. Community benefits programs, these are all things that need to be actually opened up and explained right across the different communities that are involved in the build, whether they're in renewable energy zones or outside of them.
And do you think, or how confident are you that, say, in this, say, current community engagement processes, are they genuinely informing consent or simply informing communities of decisions already made?
I think it's a bit of a mixture. And when we first started doing this work, we had both Transgrid and EnergyCo were talking about, having 94% of landowners agreeing to land acquisition agreements. When we would speak to those landowners, they would share with us, well, we got to the point that we had to agree. We knew it was going to happen anyway. We didn't want to end up in the land court, which would have jurisdiction rather than my office. So we moved from a position of not being satisfied with what was offered to us to moving to a position of, well, I can live with that, or I just don't want to take it any further. People shared with us the mental health issues they were experiencing, the time it was taking them away from their farm, from the work that they really wanted to do. And we were open to, talking about that. So we feed that back. We don't just listen to what people are telling us and record it within a complaint system. We actually feed back about the need to have greater engagement and be more open and be more transparent about what's happening.
So you say your role is to, say, head off complaints before they become entrenched disputes. Would that suggest that the current model risks conflict escalation?
Well, our role really is to encourage all the entities that are involved to be very open and to take complaints and to actually receive what, don't call something feedback, don't call something an inquiry. If someone is, they really want to know something, they're expecting an outcome, whether that's information provision or whether it's a meeting about where things are going to happen, land access or whatever. The next part of what we do is then, if you can't resolve that complaint, make sure that person knows that they can go to the Ombudsman's office so that we can independently look at what's happened between the two parties. And then we want to use that. We want to be able to conciliate it, to build the relationship, because there's going to be an entity between that landowner or community member and that renewable energy transmission company or generator or whatever it might be for some time. So we need to really get the relationship working if we can possibly achieve that. And then it's to look at that data to prevent future complaints, to suggest how things can be done better.
I think, can I just add that in investigating the complaints that we have investigated, we look really closely at the community engagement guidelines so that people are aware of what they can expect, what their rights are, the Just Terms Act as well in property acquisition. We have dealt with quite a few complaints that are about people going through that acquisition process. And yes, they have their lawyer, yes, they have their advocate, but they value that access to independent advice and information which we provide, and can help support them through that process as well. So that's part of what we do in bringing the parties back together, is give that independent advice based on what the guidelines say, what the laws say, those foundations as well.
And do you think, or do you have sufficient powers if, say, a landholder feels pressured or inadequately informed?
Within binding decision powers, within the nature of the complaint, if it falls in jurisdiction, yes, I'm confident that we have the right powers. If it's outside of jurisdiction, we have the right, we make sure that we offer a no wrong door complaint service.
Yep.
So if it's not our jurisdiction, we'll make sure that we connect the landowner, the community member, to the right jurisdiction.
Okay, I have just one final question. So Andrew Dyer's federal review of, say, the community engagement recommended that states implement an ombudsman covering construction, operation and decommissioning of renewable generation, storage and transmission projects. Has this, or when will this be achieved in New South Wales?
So we have part of it in that we can take complaints currently about the transmission build. We don't have it around the renewable developers yet, and that's certainly something that we're pushing forward. And I guess we'll be looking at, the decommissioning. That's something that, down the track, that's something that we'd be able to take complaints about.
Thank you. I think Wes had his hands up.
Oh, his hand's gone down. I'll throw Mr. Donnelly first.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, Chair, to both of you. Thank you very much for coming along today and providing an opportunity for us to ask you some questions beyond the helpful submission. Can I return to the part of the evidence which deals with membership, which was commented on in a bit of detail in the opening statement. If we take I was going to say a typical REZ, but there probably is no typical because this is unfolding before us. But if we take a renewable energy zone, and forgive me, I probably should know the answer to this, who is entitled to become a member? And in other words, what is the scope of the entities that can become members? Is there a formal scope that people can go to, an eligibility, I guess what I'm saying?
I guess, well, there's legislation. Any energy retailer has to be a member of the state-based energy ombudsman scheme. The same of a network company. And transmission, which was your traditional, your transgrid.
Yes.
So with the renewable energy zones, there came, the need to say, we were asked to meet with DECO and co-design, collaborate on the establishment of jurisdiction that could take complaints about the transmission build in renewable energy zones. So then REZ, as part of its licence, like Transgrid, had to become a member. Energy Co, by Minister direction, became a member. Now, there is no such mechanism for solar, wind, storage to become members of the Ombudsman scheme, and we're saying there needs to be a mechanism because they are out in community, they are impacting community and landowners. We're saying a mechanism needs to be established so that they must become members.
No, thank you for that. That's clarified. In terms of then, with respect to each of the renewable energy zones, in terms of the entities that are solar, wind, and storage, as part of your role, do you map what those entities are? Do you have a knowledge of who are the solar, wind and operators within a zone, and that is refined and updated over time?
We will, if there's that mechanism that they become members, yes, we will have that. But at this point in time, if I'm out in community, if Steph and her team are out in community, we might meet community members that are impacted by them. Some of them have shop fronts in different regional towns. We will go and call in there and talk to them about what we do and the fact that we would welcome the opportunity of them becoming members in time. So it's not a mapping exercise, but it would be if we can get the mechanism, and that's why we're working very closely with DQ to do that. No.
Well, that's very good to know. I suppose, just to help understand who are these entities. I mean, if you go into if you take a REZ, you're doing work within a REZ. You discover a shop front, that becomes a piece of information that now is information you know. Do you record that? I mean, I guess what I'm saying is the matter of the membership encouragement or membership mandating through a licence or whatever the case may be, that's the articulated position of what you believe is needed and articulating that clearly. But in the meantime, who knows, dare I say, those entities within our REZ which under the scenario you would like would in fact be members? I mean, where's that information held?
Well, customers come and they do complain about generation at the moment, wind farms or solar arrays. And so currently what we do with those complaints is we refer them to the Australian Energy Infrastructure Commissioner. to say, look, we've got this complaint, it's out of our jurisdiction.
Right.
Is there something that you can do? We'll know the company name, we can look up their
Right.
details. We've had, on one occasion, I've had a gentleman come in a really upset state about the actions of one solar generator. And so I explained it was out of jurisdiction. He had a letter that he wanted to go to the CEO of that company. I said, well, make sure it goes through, that we'll
Just
get
to be
there.
clear,
So-
sorry to interrupt that, when you say out of jurisdiction, out of the Ombudsman's jurisdiction? Yes, your
out of the
jurisdiction.
Ombudsman's
Yep,
jurisdiction.
yep.
They are not a member. I can't
No, sure.
investigate a complaint.
Sure. No.
But I can make note of the complaint, we can record it in our system, and we can refer it to the right body. So that's currently the Australian Energy Infrastructure Commissioner.
Yes. Whoops.
Or I can actually reach out to that business and
Yes.
I can say, this person really has got some issues
Yeah,
here.
yeah.
Can I encourage you to have one of your staff members? And in the case that we did that, it happened.
Okay, just
If I
continuing on.
can, if I can just add
Yes.
to in the work that we have been undertaking with New South Wales Department, we have explored different options other than a licence mechanism. So we have looked at projects that are already identified and going through the planning process, whether or not
Yeah.
a mechanism to become to join E1, it could be a condition of planning process. But it's not really appropriate in there. We've also looked at access right schemes, because those who are granted access within a renewable energy zone, those entities are known. So we know those ones that planning know about. They're the ones that we know that we've been engaging
Yes.
with around our membership. But I think from our experience, and I think from the experience of the inquiry, there's a lot of other operators who haven't actually had any touch point yet with the planning system who are operating in regional areas as well, and they're the ones that we don't know yet.
Yeah, I suppose what I'm linking this back to is that in the absence, at least presently, of having a membership provision or licensing arrangement, how there can be, whilst this is being deliberated over and a decision made, and you would articulate, I should presume, sooner rather than later in terms of the role that you've got, that there's got to be a ways and means of the promoting of the role of the Ombudsman, because if not, there's a vacuum between now and then, whenever then is. And that just seems to me, for example, what can be done to promote that membership in absence of the licensing arrangement presently. I presume that a number of these operators, if not all of them, are out there who otherwise would be eligible under a mandated scheme to be in fact required to join.
Yep.
They know about the fact that you exist. I would presume that's the case, or would you say not necessarily?
Not necessarily. We're doing work to make sure that they know about us, but I wouldn't say that they all do know about us, or they perhaps want to know about us.
Well,
so, but that's
pretty,
why.
That's a pretty concerning matter, though, isn't it? These entities are going into areas, they know there's controversy, they can't not know, in a general sense. Are you suggesting that some of them may be turning a blind eye?
Well, when we do approach them through the consultation, trying to get them involved to talk to us about funding models and things like that, some of them would say it's the first time that we've heard about you. So whether it's a blind eye or whether they just haven't come across us in what they do, it's why we did write to Transgrid, we did write to EnergyCo, and ACEREZ, did we? Yeah, all three. I was pretty sure that saying you're dealing with these generators or the new developers all the time. Can you please talk to them about the fact that you are members of E1, and at some point in time we expect that they will become members so that they have awareness of our office and what we do. It's a work in progress, which is why we're out in community. We're in regional areas at least twice every month, and talking to people at ag shows, all those things, doing media, doing social media to be able to get that word across.
And perhaps just one final one, Hugh. With respect to the complaints procedures within the entities, the companies, do you have an understanding of the content of those procedures? You're familiar with those procedures, or at least some of them?
Upon joining membership, we make sure that entities have an internal complaints process and procedure. Sometimes it might be the case that they don't have one. We provide them with a templated one. So
Is that right?
They
Is that your evidence that some companies, and just be frank with us, that they in fact don't have a complaints procedure? They're entering into the game, so to speak, and they don't have a complaints procedure.
They'd be focused on what they're doing, whether they're building a solar array or what the development. Not all of them recognise that they actually have to have a complaints process. There's an Australian guideline about having, complaints processes for any entity, but not all of them have them.
No. Well, that's in itself very concerning. With respect to those that do have a complaints procedure, and perhaps that's my last question, with respect to those complaints procedures that you've seen, and I'm not asking you to explain each last one because that's unreasonable, but is there reference, at least in some of them, to the fact that there is an ombudsman, and so with their engagements with individual farmers, that one would hope that at least they may be finding out about yourselves through that?
Once someone becomes a member, that's a responsibility. It's at that point they should be doing that. That's correct.
But not necessarily before that.
Not before that, because we don't have jurisdiction.
No, I appreciate that.
Yep.
Okay, I've got more questions, but anyway.
Yeah, thank you all too. I might just fire off a couple, just picking up on some of your answers to the Honourable Greg Donnelly's questions. How many complaints have you actually referred to the Australian Energy Infrastructure Commissioner? Because it's out of your jurisdiction.
We'll provide that. I'll take it on notice. Provide that to you.
Sure.
Yeah.
And just going to your powers, can you outline what powers you actually have in relation to dealing with energy companies in the renewable space? Can you compel them to act in a certain way? Can you issue fines? What can you actually do?
So I have binding decision power up to $100,000.
Yeah.
So under that, I can direct an entity to do something, to stop doing something, or to start doing something, provided that the total cost is going to fall under that cap. If there's a customer impact, I can say, and the customer provides substantiation of that impact. For example, if someone left a gate open and some prized, cattle got out and, there was evidence of that, we could say provide, restitution to that landowner for what the loss is, capped at $100,000. So.
And how many decisions have you made where you've required someone to make a payment up to $100,000?
Haven't had to do it because we have a very good process and very good conciliation approach to resolving complaints. So at the point that something could get put on my desk to make a binding decision, whatever part of our jurisdiction it's been, the member of the scheme usually says, actually, we want to resolve this. We don't want it to be made by binding decision. There's always a media announcement if there is a binding decision. It's much in the interest of both parties to be able to conciliate. And we make sure that the customer, and we're there to make sure that there's a balance, restore the balance of power between a landowner and a large entity that, obviously would have greater power than that. And it's through our conciliation abilities that we can do that.
We've heard a lot in this inquiry about, obviously, the individual landholder impact who's actually negotiating with a proponent, but we've also heard a lot about the neighbour's impact in terms of flow-on effects. Do you have any actual jurisdiction to deal with neighbour complaints around, impact flowing onto them?
Yeah, we can take complaints about anyone that's directly or indirectly impacted. So if the neighbour's being impacted by way of dust, by way of water channels being changed, things like that, then we can certainly take a complaint about that. Do you,
keep any metrics on how many neighbour complaints you've had versus more direct impacts?
Well, we have the complaint data about whether it's a landowner or whether it's or a neighbour or a community member that's been impacted by that.
Are you able to give us a bit of a breakdown on notice?
Yeah. We certainly can.
Yeah.
Of the 74 complaints. I mean, that's part of the issue.
Yeah.
We know and you know there's a lot more complaints out there than what we're actually seeing.
Yeah, sure. And just one final question. In terms of your powers, if it's a direct impact in terms of landholder negotiating with REZ or Energy Co or someone else, if they sign an agreement, is that where your ability to interact and mediate stops? If they sign up to an agreement?
Once there's a landowner agreement, then what we could take a complaint about if someone was saying they're not meeting the terms of the landowner agreement, the entity's breaching it, we could take that complaint. And we might find out through our investigation that's happening or it's not happening. We had one landowner come to us and a landowner agreement was in place, but we ended up having a conciliation conference on site with the entity there and actually moved to a number of places on the customer's farm where there were issues, and they just talked through it. And
But
the
this is-
landowner at the end of the day just said, "Thank you, it's the best discussion we've ever had. Up until now, I've just been pushed away." So he understood that the terms of the land agreement that he'd signed meant there wasn't going to be a change, but there was greater understanding from both parties about impacts and the need to communicate.
But in that, if that incident escalated, though, you would have to obviously refer that on to someone else. Just essentially, it would be a breach of contract.
Yep.
So you don't have any powers to deal with an energy company breaching a contract.
Well, it depends on what the nature of the complaint. If as part of the landowner agreement was that when they do maintenance, they have to go through certain gates, they have to go in certain paths, and then that wasn't followed, and that caused an issue, whether it was leaving gates open, whether it was going through a field that was organic and shouldn't have been touched, all those things, we could look at that. We could take that complaint. But whether it was, a thing involving payments of monies that are beyond that 100,000 K, we'd be referring the landowner to legal, getting legal advice about it.
Okay, thank you. Well, that concludes our time with you today. I suspect we might have some supplementary questions, and the Secretary will be in touch with you regarding those. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we'll leave our report for you to have a look at as well.
Yeah, if you do bring
That'd be great,
if
thank
you do, are you happy for that to be tabled officially?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That would be great.
Do you want, we bought multiple copies. Do you want just one, or do you want a few?
Yes, yeah.
No worries. Thank you, Joyce.
Thanks a lot. Thank you.
We'll now bring up our next witness. Next witness. So I would just ask you to state your name, position, title, and swear either an oath or affirmation for us, please.
Aidan Morrison, I'm the Director of Energy Research at the Centre for Independent Studies. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Would you like to make a short opening statement before we proceed to questions?
Yes, I would. Thank you very much, Chair. My opening statement is going to be in regard to the claimed cost of the renewable energy system, in particular the REZs that are being advanced in New South Wales. First, I'd like to draw your attention to the original legislation that was introduced to bring about this current plan, known as the Roadmap or the Electricity Infrastructure Investment Bill. It's crystal clear from the second reading speech that this was a plan that was intended to bring about lower overall costs of electricity. The Minister at the time said it's a plan to make New South Wales an energy and economic superpower. Also said, New South Wales has some of the best energy resources in the world. Our state is in a unique position to take advantage of those energy resources to give our local businesses and industries the competitive advantage that comes from having low-cost energy. Now, at the time, the only substantial document that was in place to support this claim that we could have lower cost energy under this plan of building REZs was the Building an Energy Superpower detailed report from November 2020. However, it said that it relies upon seemingly a single analysis. It says all estimates of private investment, transmission capacity, jobs, bill savings, pricing and related outcomes are based on indicative development pathway forecasts developed by Aurora Energy Research for the department. The Consumer Trustee, once appointed, will publish a detailed plan on the development pathway and the long-term interests of consumers. To the best of my knowledge, that Aurora research has never yet been fully released in public. What has been revealed in public, however, is that the Minister at the time Matt Keane had an absolutely catastrophic misunderstanding about the evidence he did rely on when introducing this legislation. He said, before a Senate the Senate estimates hearing on 4th of November 2024, when asked about whether the integrated system plan existed within policy constraints by Senator Cadell, he said, no, not within constraints. It was compared to the counterfactual. In doing so, Matt Keane has revealed an absolutely catastrophic misunderstanding of what the ISP was set out to do. In fact, the integrated system plan is completely constrained to accept all government policy targets as binding. It is forbidden essentially, or so they claim, from comparing it to a genuine counterfactual which might be capable of assessing whether we actually have a lower cost electricity pathway in front of us. And furthermore, Matt Keane also said at the time, as the former Energy Minister in New South Wales, we looked at what the cost of replacing the existing system in a New South Wales context was against other counterfactuals, and that's what we relied on AEMO for. Again, Senate estimates, 4th of November 2024. So there we have the Minister's clear statement that he has misunderstood a primary document that he has relied upon for reaching the conclusion that we would have lower cost electricity. What has happened since then, I think, has demonstrated absolutely beyond belief that the trajectory we're on today, including for building renewable energy zones, is inevitably going to push up electricity prices and lead to the destruction of economic opportunity inside New South Wales. The reports that we have at the moment, such as the Infrastructure Investment Objective reports produced by the Consumer Trustee, they are also completely confined to exist within the constraints of government policy targets being modelled. It says, the modelling underpinning the development pathway is designed to minimise overall system costs while meeting key infrastructure investment, reliability and energy security requirements. And it goes on to specify they include the targets, including for specific levels of renewable energy. Moreover, the regulation governing how the Consumer Trustee does their analysis says the cost-benefit analysis must not include scenarios inconsistent with the infrastructure investment objectives. That means we are forbidden, through the regulations that are passed, from actually assessing whether these investments will ever push down prices. It's my belief that now we actually have a situation where the REZs being rolled out will become the demonstrated proof, the actual concrete demonstrated proof that renewable energy must cost more for an energy system. And that can be seen including from the first REZ, which is the Central West Orana one, which has now got access agreements in place. And if you add up the cost of those projects, you get to something like $13 billion of capital and only, or at least about $5.5 billion worth of transmission infrastructure sitting along their side to support it. That completely blows out of the water the proportions that are assumed in something like a Gen Cost report. I'll leave it there. That's the essence of my concerns today. There is now no credible way and no analysis in place that suggests there is ever a plausible path to having lower cost electricity through the current plan embodied in the New South Wales roadmap. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Morrison. I'll throw to questions from Mr. Fain.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for appearing today, Mr. Morrison. Just in relation to your opening statement, there's been some published data from the AFR yesterday that indicated that some of the rollouts of renewable energy projects are in trouble. Did you happen to read that article?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Could you, does it indicate that effectively we are well behind on the rollout as I guess the government was intending to have renewable energy brought into the grid?
Yes, it does. So that is an article that is revealing something that a lot of energy watchers like myself have been well aware of, a dynamic where projects seem to get their agreements in place, including for funding underwriting, revenue underwriting guarantees through the Capacity Investment Scheme, which is the federal government one, or alternative long-term energy supply agreements from the state government, and still don't proceed to actually reach financial close. All right, and there's a number of these that currently exist. So, for example, Thunderbolt wind farm in the New England REZ, I think it's the only one. They've got everything from the federal government's EPBC Act approvals through to the DAs, etc. Similar, say, Liverpool Range has had all the approvals in place for quite a while. They've now got capacity investment agreement underwriting for at least part of that project. So a whole bunch of projects get to this stage where they seem to have everything in hand, including the revenues guaranteed, and they do not proceed to actually invest. Right, and this is something that I think is, I'd like to highlight a particular problem we have in this report, the 2025 Infrastructure Investments Objective Report from the Consumer Trustee, ASL. They actually conclude, and they make the bold claim that we are progress today at 76%. Okay, of projects of the required investments to meet the targets for 2030. However, that includes constructed and committed plus LTESA holders and CISA holders, which are the capacity investment schemes and the New South Wales long-term energy supply agreement schemes. The problem is these projects are still not closing. They are not being built, which means there is a massive error in the estimates that are basically, it seems, the New South Wales government, or at least the Consumer Trustee, are relying upon because they assume that funding underwriting is sufficient to get projects advanced, and it is clearly not the case.
So if I was to put this in plain language, the government is planning on the rolling out of projects which are effectively shovel ready, but the developers are refusing to actually build them at the moment, potentially because they're not financially viable.
That's exactly right, and they're not financially viable, including with the underwriting schemes. And I'd just like to draw your attention to something in the supplementary information, which I hope has been made available to all committee members. I've brought in printed copies, and that is on page 6, a discussion of capture prices in renewable energy investments. This basically is outlining what is an inevitable dynamic, that as you add more and more wind and solar, which have correlated outputs to an energy system, at the times when wind is generating or solar is generating, there is a general abundance of electricity, and this drives down the price of that electricity in the spot market. So the volume-weighted average price that's received by a particular generation type, like wind or solar, is substantially and steadily eroded as more and more of that type of energy gets added to the system. And you can see here that across the NEM, wind is probably at around about 60% of the average wholesale price, the price they capture, and solar is well below 50% of the average solar price. And there's also some information there about New South Wales. So this is the problem, essentially, that a renewable energy off-taker, a company that might want to buy electricity, goes to a new project and says, why would I commit long-term to paying average or high prices for 15 or 20 years when I can buy that power dirt cheap in the spot market today, and as other guys complete, that power in the spot market will get cheaper and cheaper and cheaper. And so this is essentially what has led to the underlying physical dynamics destroying the investment case for renewable energy, and unless there is an enormous subsidy that grows to fill the gap between what the capture price is, which indicates what an off-taker, a rational off-taker might sign up for, and what they actually need to deliver their projects, there's no way that more renewable energy is going to get built.
So in those terms then, there was some modelling that was published from the MT Parser, which indicated that there was going to be shortfalls in the energy grid because Eraring was due to exit the market in 2027. Now, the Minister called it an irrelevant report. Can you just provide some context around what the MT Parser is and what it does show?
Yes, look, I was shocked to hear the Minister's comments, and also those of the Secretary, I think Mr. Lean, who suggested he had complete confidence in the ESU. The MT Parser report is the closest towards the reality and facts-based projection that we have in the energy system. Okay, this is from AEMO's understanding of what is actually committed and operating capability. It also takes into account the planned scheduled maintenance of all the different energy operators. They're required to give updates of their planned scheduled maintenance. So this is the nearest thing to what we actually expect to happen in reality. And so that's used partly for a deconfliction mechanism so that people can see a couple of years in advance as they schedule a month here, a month there for major outages, what the impact is on system reliability to try to deconflict. So it is a very real world, very serious engineering report, which is something that people do pay a lot of attention to. At the opposite end of the spectrum, you have something like the integrated system plan. And the integrated system plan allows basically us to model whatever governments wish to have occur, no matter how optimistic and fanciful, all right? And in the middle sits the ESU, the Electricity Statement of Opportunities. And that basically tries to bridge the gap, provides a 10-year projection, and it includes a scenario that has committed and anticipated developments, which is not too optimistic, and also a government schemes, etc. Scenario, which basically allows a whole bunch more optimism to be inserted. The critical thing is, though, is these two reports, the ESU and MT PASA, absolutely violently conflicted for several months. They are not reconcilable at all, including taking into account any difference of sources. And I've included a couple of charts here, and they actually show you on pages 4 and pages 5 of the document that I've shared here again. Immediately after Eraring was scheduled to close, which was in about August of 2027, the level of expected unserved energy in New South Wales goes far above the exceeded standard. I'll highlight this is a log scale, all right? So going a little bit above the line can mean a lot of unserved energy. The highest point on that chart, I've called it figure 4 here, is around 0.6% unserved energy. That's approaching 1% of all the energy in New South Wales not being supplied, something like an hour per week, all right? This would be 1,000 times the interim reliability measure that would be in force at the time. A good 300 times or so the looser reliability standard. And you can see that this weekly report that's run multiple times again and again and again. Each week it's run and updated, and there's a larger spread of those iterative sequences of runs that are done on figure 5. You can see that they consistently show massive amounts of unserved energy as soon as Eraring closes. Each and every sequential month that they model shows levels of unserved energy that breaches the standard by enormous multiples. Not by 50%, not by 20%. These are enormous breaches. So I put it to you, these are irreconcilable. All right? For the avoidance of any doubt, I am saying that there is a problem in the ESU. All right? The ESU does also include an effort to try to model the impact of scheduled maintenance, which the methodological difference, which the Minister highlighted and the Secretary highlighted. Those methodological differences are attempted to be accounted for in that extra sensitivity.
Could I suggest then that by extending Eraring to 2029, the New South Wales government and the federal government, in effect, have been handed a lifeline by its extension?
Well, that's exactly right, because what the MT PASA showed is we were headed for rolling blackouts, right? We were headed for something like an average of an hour per week in one of those months that they modelled, all right? So there is no way. So yes, it does seem that this is basically papered over the gap. The very day that the extension was announced, and you can see here, this is in my evidence here, the day they reran MT PASA, those massive amounts of unserved energy disappeared. And because it's only a 2-year rolling window, the forward end of that window no longer goes into an area where we're without Eraring. So they're able to essentially kind of, pretend that it hasn't happened, and the evidence is now no longer brought in front of our face all the time.
And given that we were told that coal was not commercially viable, but they've decided to extend Eraring's operation, is there perhaps some tension and conflict in those two statements?
Yeah, I mean, this kind of statement, these charts that show enormous amounts of unserved energy are the most crystal clear indication that power plant is required and would be able to hold the market over a barrel and charge their peak pricing multiple times over. It's the clearest statement that it is commercially viable that you can imagine. Except perhaps the commercial decision taken by Origin to extend Eraring without any new subsidy agreements as well. That is also perhaps the clearest indication as well that this is a commercially viable power plant. And to draw the implication home, the reason this is problematic is because previously the government has made decisions, this government, Penny Sharp, through declarations, has instructed Transgrid to invest in synchronous condensers, which come at substantial cost to consumers, on the assumption that Eraring would close in 2027. And the regulator's determination, and their determination on a dispute that was brought by the Centre for Independent Studies, said that they basically relied upon the assumption that it was not commercially feasible for Eraring to be extended beyond 2027. in accepting Transgrid's modelling and claims. So we have a crystal clear incidence where we have hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars worth of expenditure being brought forward on the assumption, the explicit assumption that something is not commercially feasible, when the modelling that's in AEMO's possession and the actions of the private company who extended it demonstrate very clearly otherwise.
So then in those terms, when we're talking about expenditure of huge amounts of money, is there perhaps a better expenditure of that money? Say, for example, a way to better use renewable energy that we've got in the system at the moment. Things like Sydney Ring South, which are projects that could actually relieve some of the burden around renewable energy, aren't prioritised by the government. Do you have some views on that?
Yeah, look, I do. I mean, I would say that the overall thrust of the renewable energy transition is not going to save anyone money. These are consumers' money that's being expended to build a more expensive system. So just not spending the money and not advancing any of these investments is the ideal proposition if you want to actually preserve low-cost energy for the state. You'll have to basically ensure that the commercial signals are there for the baseload power generators to invest and reinvest in the system to maintain lower costs. So I don't want to advocate simply that we should necessarily swap to more smarter investments in renewable energy. However, I do want to highlight, as you've mentioned there is, I think, an absolutely glaring out-of-sync sequence of investments in the transmission program. All right, this is something that I've raised attention to a few times on social media, and I've received a lot of engagement and absolutely nothing to push back against it. And that is Sydney Ring South. All right, and the document as well, which I hope has been circulated, which I've shared with you, is a submission from Transgrid in response to the draft 2024 ISP. This is dated Friday, 16th of February 2024. Now, this particular submission, it does basically urge the bringing forward and making actionable of Sydney Ring South. All right, and so just to read on page 7, which is their executive summary, Transgrid considers it critical that the southern section of Sydney Ring be reinforced to support the future reliability and operability of the New South Wales power system and access the full capacity of southern generation, including the expanded Snowy Hydro scheme, Southwest REZ, and interstate via Project Energy Connect and VNI West. All right, so these are not my words. These are the words of Transgrid writing to the market operator saying, please, I think you need to make this actionable. I'd also like to point out that they include a raft of modelling. I commend this whole document. In fact, more than the second half of this, more than half of the pages in front of you, are simply an appendix devoted entirely to the question of Sydney Ring South. Now, they've included multiple reasons and statements why the demand in Sydney is going to be a real priority. And I'd like to highlight, they basically do say that my reading of the document is they are very clear that the full option to build the 500 kilowatt new lines is their preferred option. They do bring on the table another option called 3C, which is meant to be a combination of minor augmentations and or power control devices. Now, this has since been made actionable in the 2024 ISP, but this is a very small project, something like $250 million of that order of magnitude, which will increase marginally the transfer capacity of the existing lines. However, also quoting on page 15 of the appendix to this, however, due to its limited capacity, it will not deliver full scope of benefit. As such, Transgrid recommends that AEMO consider option 3 as both an alternative and as a possible interim solution in addition to option 3. Option 3 is the full 500 kV build-out. Now, how could AEMO have got this wrong? And as you'd be aware, Mr. Fang, there has been a lot of statements from the ministers in response to questions about this and from the department saying that they are absolutely happy. This does not require any direction on their part through the EII Act. They're happy with this being advanced entirely through the ISP process. All right. Now, I just think that does not withstand a serious examination of what Transgrid has clearly written in this document in the 2020-2024 draft ISP. All right, so they have said that including Sydney Ring South as an actionable project in the final 2024 ISP would enable it to be in service between 2031 and 2033. All right. Major new resources, I'm quoting from page 18, of generation capacity will enter the market in the late 2020s, including Snowy 2.0 in 2028, but may not be able to access major load at critical times without Sydney Ring South.
So in terms of this then, is it the case that instead of the New England REZ transmission line, the priority should be given to Sydney Ring South, allowing the renewable energy from the southern part of New South Wales that's currently already built and generating to be brought into Sydney, instead of building a ghost transmission line for a renewable energy zone that's currently got very few, if any, projects under construction?
Look, absolutely, and the problem, and the reason this came to my attention, is that we have problems in our grid right now with energy flowing against price into Victoria, because New South Wales has happened to construct most of its existing wind outside of any renewable energy zones, right? More than half of New South Wales wind is in a pocket around Canberra, Yass, Collector area. More than half. And when we have high demand in Sydney, that wind can't get into Sydney on top of the other power that's usually dispatched from, for example, Snowy 2.0. And so it flows against price into Victoria, where we're paying prices in New South Wales that are well above zero and sometimes very high, and then sometimes paying Victoria money to take that power off our hands. So the system is not functioning as planned. There's almost no projects that are showing any sign of life in the New England REZ, and we have a whole bunch of projects that are being constrained off because power is flowing the wrong direction at the moment and can't get into Sydney. I'd like to highlight, I think 26th of November last year, there was what I think is it's not a real world catastrophe, but it demonstrates a planning catastrophe, that we had basically a big bank of cloud roll through Sydney on a hot, muggy day, and it destroyed the rooftop solar output in Sydney. We could not bring about enough in Sydney generation quickly from the low cost baseload power, and prices hit the max. They went to $20,000 a megawatt hour, and at that time, electricity was flowing south to Victoria, where they had zero or negative prices. I can't remember exactly which. So we have a situation where we are in the most dire situation with the greatest need in Sydney, and we can't access our own wind in New South Wales because we have got constrained lines on the way in from Sydney to the south. So it seems absolutely absurd. And I think I'd just like to highlight again, because the primary sources are so crucial, right, is Transgrid's words to AEMO. This is Transgrid's words to AEMO. Transgrid welcomes efforts AEMO has made to model flow path transmission constraints in its capacity expansion models, including the use of northern and southern constraints to limit the flows of generation from Sydney, New South Wales, Wollongong into central New South Wales. However, flows between central New South Wales and Sydney, Newcastle, Wollongong are possibly the most complex sub-regional boundary in the ISP model, with a single flow path representing 14 existing transmission lines. Representing a complex set of real-world transmission pathways through a single flow path is inherently challenging. In other words, Transgrid is saying politely to AEMO, thanks for trying AEMO, but your modelling in the ISP is not good enough. All right? And they say as well in other parts of this document, we need to align this with what is actually happening in the real world, the real world experience of system operators. So I think this is exactly what they're referring to. We have existing constraints at the moment that are binding, and we just don't have the modelling, unfortunately, in the ISP. And it's also been raised in the transmission review, the New South Wales transmission review, that this is a huge concern, that we don't know which particular regulatory path is being advanced. And it looks like what I would say is the most urgent and obvious project is not being advanced in a timeline that's going to bring it online any time in the next 10 years, potentially longer, because the Sydney airport is being opened up in an area they require to have access to. So property prices are going to explode. Another point that's made extremely clear in this Transgrid submission.
Can I just jump in, Wes, because you've maximised most of our time here with Mr. Morrison. Can I just go to, you talked about Transgrid, they've put out this statement. I've noticed some statements online from yourself around your concerns around Transgrid and the explosion in costs. Can you talk about that in terms of the viability of a major proponent in the Central West Orana REZ being Transgrid, and then being able to deliver this if they're crying out for help and telling the government, do this first? What does it say about their financial viability?
Yeah, look, I think that Transgrid is living on life support. they're basically at the moment in a situation where they're being bailed out by stealth through incremental bond purchases through the Clean Energy Finance Corporation, and also equity investments from the taxpayer, from the Future Fund in Australia. Transgrid has made it, in my opinion, very clear through their earlier actions that the business model that they have been given through the ISP process to build enormous transmission projects is not viable. All right, they learned that the hard way through Project Energy Connect. All right, and they referred to it as much in statements to that. And I'd be very happy to provide a more detailed explanation on notice. But after it was absolutely acknowledged by the Clean Energy Finance Corporation and shareholders, including Spark, in Transgrid, that they would not have been able to build Project Energy Connect without innovative financing arrangements through the Clean Energy Finance Corporation. And the reason for that is simply this. Transgrid inherited, all right, when the network infrastructure was privatised, they inherited basically a built system, all right? Their job has been to caretake and maintain an essentially built system and do minor incremental upgrades. However, when you ask a company that has just a few $1 billion under their regulatory asset base to build another project that is worth a couple of $1 billion, the viability of that investment absolutely hinges on the risk they carry in the construction, all right? So, and that's something they have flagged. And they actually advanced a rule change request, requesting basically different changes to the way that depreciation is counted and extra concessions from the Market Commission in terms of how they get paid. Because they are basically carrying the construction risk for building a project that is as big as their entire balance sheet, or might be rivaling it, coming to an order of magnitude of something like 50% the size.
So, so they asked, or requested a rule change.
Yes.
To change the regulatory norms.
That's right. That's right. Because
to
the normal
themselves.
6% or 7% that you get for managing a brownfield existing asset is not enough to go and build a greenfield asset of billions of dollars. If that blows out by 10 or 20%, you're now at a situation where the stakes are extremely high for your company. And you can get capital for that, but it comes at a higher premium than what the normal regulatory system approves. We've been given a system which approves ultra low cost capital for very safe kind of regulatory investments. But when you ask a company to do enormous multi-billion-dollar greenfield investments, they need a higher return on capital. And it's my contention, I'd like to spell out the story in case anyone hasn't joined the dots, because it took me a while, why it was that Transgrid did not end up building the Central West Arana REZ, right? The Central West Arana was the next cab off the rank in terms of the big projects. They'd bitten off Project Energy Connect with innovative financing arrangements, took a bit of innovation, took some extra help from the Clean Energy Finance Corporation. Next cab off the rank, and it was made actionable and given to them in the 2020 ISP. It was theirs for the taking. There was a heads of agreement between the federal government and the state government, whereby the federal government offered to underwrite the whole thing if there was a gap or a problem with getting the cost-benefit analysis to close. So they were absolutely in pole position to proceed and build this thing in every sense, and yet they did not. What could possibly go wrong where a company that makes their money out of expanding their regulatory asset base walks away from being in pole position for this kind of project? And I think it's they knew their business model was shot. They could not manage these greenfield lifts without getting a higher return on capital. And what happened at that point is they basically, through some closed-door arrangements, approached the New South Wales government and said, we need more than the regulatory rate of return. Help us out with this. Find a way to pay us more. And the New South Wales government was a little bit cheeky and said, no, I don't think you do. We can get someone else from outside in the market to pay the normal regulated rate of return. Transgrid wasn't bluffing. That's what led to, by the way, the creation of the Electricity Infrastructure Investment Act and the ability for New South Wales to declare, the Minister to declare a project and have their own regulatory approval path. Transgrid wasn't bluffing, and the market, I think, is now a much, much higher price, much higher return on capital than what Transgrid would have got through the normal regulatory processes. And so, but the problem is now that we have absolutely no way of knowing what the actual rate of return is, because the EII Act basically says we trust that whatever the market wants, provided that process was competitive, is good enough. And you've got situations like this, which I think is just laughable. I want to draw attention to it. This is from the revenue determination contestable for the REZ Main Central West Arana Renewable Energy Zone Network Project. It's a summary report. The summary report is produced because of basically the entire report has things that need to be redacted. But there's a table in it called 7.1, All right, it's a schedule of quarterly payments made to be made to REZ for 25 to 29. All right, and it has numbers here that start at $70 million per quarter. This is very substantial amounts of money, and that is in a column called Return of Development and Construction Capital Costs. And they start in September 2025, well before we actually have the completion of the REZ, right? The normal deal is that you build it, and when it's being used, we pay you for the service it provides. This outlines a massive departure from those norms. We're paying $70 million a quarter to a company returning the development and capital construction costs. But the column next to it, to the left, is return on capital.
At the time.
Which we have just no information on. It's full of zeros. So we have no ability to know what the return on capital that's being required by these private companies is. So Transgrid has found ways to bend and break the rules, in my opinion, to get their projects funded and stay across the line and keep their credit rating in the clear.
Sorry,
Hang on,
Mr. Fang, sorry, I'm going to have to stop you because
we ask about the Tiger team. That's interesting.
We did. I know you might have to put it as a supplementary. We have run out.
Because I wanted to ask questions about it later today because the Tiger team.
Unfortunately, we have run out of time. I think we could probably spend another half an hour with Mr. Morrison.
We should have had 3 hours.
We should have.
Told us a lot.
Thank you, Mr. Morrison.
Especially
you have
that Tiger team.
Order. Thank you, Mr. Morrison. You have downloaded a ton of information into our heads. Suffice to say, I reckon we will have some supplementary questions for you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much for your time. We will now bring forward the next witness, and we'll foreshadow that we'll extend their time into morning tea. Thank you, Mr. Morrison.
Thank you.
Okay, so we now welcome our next witnesses from Farmers for Climate Action. So starting with you, Mr. Locke, on my left, can you state your name, position, title, and swear either an oath or affirmation, please?
Andrew Locke. I'm a farmer from Walker. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Ms. Smith?
Verity Morgan-Schmidt, Acting CEO, Farmers for Climate Action. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Would either of you like to make a short opening statement for us, please?
We both will, if that's permissible,
that's
Chair.
fine.
Yep, so I'll start. Firstly, thank you, Chair and committee members, for the opportunity to appear before this important inquiry examining renewable energy zones in New South Wales. Farmers for Climate Action is a national movement of farmers right across the country committed to ensuring that agriculture is at the epicentre of Australia's climate solutions. That means ensuring that farmers are front and centre in the development of all transition to clean energy sources. We have around a network of around 3,000 farmers across this beautiful state of New South Wales, ranging from Boggabilla in the north right down to Holbrook in the south. Our farmer members, our farmers, are really committed to making sure that their communities are able to be heard when it comes to the transition or to the shift to clean energy. And we're really, really committed to bringing balanced perspective into this inquiry, and we thank the committee for the opportunity to actually be out visiting some of our farmers on the ground out at Hay. We hope that that was a useful experience for the committee. We hope that that provided a different perspective to what you may have heard in other regions. Before I go any further, I will just acknowledge that I have come into the role as acting CEO in November as of last year, so at the time at which our submission was made. Although I can speak to that, I was not in the chair at that point in time, although I'm happy to take any questions on notice. Just once again, thank you for the opportunity to appear, and I look forward to sharing some of the perspectives of our farmers with the committee.
Thank you. Mr Locke?
Okay. Yes, as I said, Andrew Locke, we own a farm at Walker, myself and my family in northern New South Wales, so we're within the New England REZ. I'm a host landholder to a proposed wind farm project together with 35 others, so I'm a host landholder. It's the Winterburn Wind Farm, and it was put together prior to the installation of the REZ, so it's plugged in directly to Transgrid. We've worked together as a group of landholders for over 15 years on this, especially to get a better deal for dollars. We've also put together ourselves a code of conduct which we've negotiated with the developer, and that code of conduct is available for other host landholders if they wish for other projects. We've made sure we've got a decommissioning clause in our contract, which we're all happy with. We assisted in negotiating, so as a group of landholders, we assisted in negotiating a generous community benefit fund for Walker and partially for Uralla Council. I personally, as a business owner, want the project approved as soon as possible. It's taken too long to get this far. This is our family and business choice to sign up for this. It improves our business resilience. It gives us drought protection, and we're about to go into a dry season right now, so that's very front of mind. It has no effect on our ongoing productivity. In fact, in my view, it improves the productivity of our land, because not only are we producing rural income, but we're producing energy income if this project goes ahead. Community, in terms of the community, there's a problem that we see in terms of the community struggling with this change. It's a big change management issue, and as far as I'm concerned, it would be good to see more resources come into an area like New England REZ to help with this change for not only farmers but the community. I think it's good for regional New South Wales if these projects can go ahead. There's lots of benefits. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Mr Locke. Just looking for someone to open up questions. Mr Donnelly?
Thank you, and thank you for coming along today. Can acknowledge the submission that's been made, which is submission 147 to the inquiry. It's been received and processed and stands as evidence to the inquiry. Can I just, Mr Locke, take up that last point you made? You made a number of good points, but can I just perhaps take that one up and work backwards? With respect to the observation you make about the need to increase resources into communities affected by existing or potential REZ projects, if we use a generic term, what do you think is the most effective utilisation of those resources to go into a community and engage with communities on this? The reason I raise that is that there's been evidence to not just the hearing today, but over the hearings we've had, particularly when we've gone into communities. And I went down to Hay, and that was a very valuable exercise about the argument that consultation, that discussion and engagement was not particularly good. Others have said it's been better, but so over to you to sort of your observations, your thinking about what's, and probably open to both of you to comment about that engagement.
Well, can I let Verity talk from a Farmers for Climate Action overall view, and I'll give.
Thank you. No, that would be
I'll
helpful.
add my view.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Andrew. So, Farmers for Climate Action has been advocating for independent, trusted facilitators to be able to support communities in a really proactive way to engage in this energy shift. What that looks like is being able to have that independent voice at a national level across the broader NEM. The Australian Energy Infrastructure Commissioner does a truly extraordinary job, and I understand he was in New South Wales just, 2 or 3 days ago, up in Walker, having these conversations with communities. But this is also a role for state government to be delivering as well, making sure that communities are able to be on the front foot, that local governments are able to be on the front foot. And I point to Hay as a really fantastic example, and I think you may have the Next Economy up on your schedule for later today, and I'm sure they'll speak more to their work in the Hay region. But by having local governments that are supported and equipped, able to take communities with them on that journey through that independent facilitator role, that means that when a development comes into a community or a developer comes to a community, it doesn't have to be a reactive position. I think the committee has probably heard ad nauseum, realistically, that local governments in particular are swamped, but I would also argue that communities are swamped. There is a lot of pressures on a small number of volunteers in each community across rural Australia, and I think this is where it's really important for governments to be able to lean in, whether that is through Energy Co, whether that is through the department, the pathways to have those voices, those resources on the ground deployed in a way that is accessible to local communities. Andrew and I were speaking outside about whether the best mechanism for the deployment of those resources is to go through your LLS, for example, or whether that is to go through your CWA, but making sure that you actually have an available resource for communities where developments are likely to be coming through, i.e. across the REZs, to be able to make sure that communities are ready and prepared with the information to be able to be on the front foot with all of these developments. That's something that Farmers for Climate Action has been asking for about 7 years now.
So would back up everything Verity said. It's it really is an issue on how communities adapt. So obviously councils are involved in that, and there has been some resources, extra resources put in at an admin level, from what I gather. But that's more about understanding what the impacts will be for local councils, roads, infrastructure, etc. But the community itself, in terms of how they cope with these changes, is there's no sort of resource where people can actually go and talk. The developers themselves, as part of their planning requirements and getting a planning approval, need to have an office in the local area where their development is going in. Well, that's fine, and they do that, but that's not really an independent source of advice. So, as Verity said, whether it's resources via CWA, whether it's resources via LLS, I'm not sure. That's for others who are much more equipped with me about change management. But I really do think it's something that's important.
So there is a paradox to address here in this sense, that we've been to some hearings where there's been witnesses who've said that there has been a bit of an overload associated with consultation, that they have found it difficult to absorb everything and meet what might be various opportunities to consult. So, I mean, there will always be people who want to attend every last meeting, so to speak, and obviously nobody wants no meeting. So the question that's been exercised in my mind is the best vehicle to deliver what's being sought here. And the notion of the delivery by, I'll use the term a body or an entity, which is able to hold that sense of independence and engagement, and is not going through just an exercise of ticking a box to go in and listen to a community. So I'm interested in, out of all the possible entities or organisations or bodies that perhaps may be seen, and in your experience from your engagement with members, understood to be the best available in terms of independence. Now, they may not be any perfect body, entity, organisation, but what are members saying and the community saying, as far as you know, about what they would regard as that credible entity that's, as I said, independent or as independent as possible?
Yep, I think you've hit the nail on the head, and that goes to that point about the overwhelm that some communities have experienced with a small number of community leaders really being in a position where they have a lot of different consultants, and that's certainly been some of the feedback that I've had from our farmers across the network, is that they get increasingly sick of consultants. What they actually want is that trusted voice in that community, and that's the point that we're going to here. We're probably a little bit ambivalent about what the actual delivery mechanism is, whether it is most effective and whether the organisation that is best resourced or best placed to do that is the likes of a CWA. I'd take their advice on that. But whether it is the likes of LLS, because they're already on the ground in regional communities. And I think this is it's that independent role that is so critically important, because the trust has been, as you would have heard repeatedly, trust has been eroded. And so we've got a lot of work to do to actually be able to rebuild that trust by embedding a resource in some of these key communities, upskilling communities themselves as well, building out that energy literacy understanding. And that's some of the work that we actually do as a small not-for-profit, is building energy literacy in rural communities so that there's a better understanding and a really good baseline of what's occurring more broadly across the NEM. But realistically, I know a range of organisations have different perspectives, whether that's embedding someone from Energy Co into New South Wales farmers. My perspective is that is good, but probably inadequate. You actually need greater resourcing, and I think that's where there's a degree of coordination that's actually required between the states and the feds as well, and the federal system as well. I mentioned before the work of the Australian Energy Infrastructure Commissioner and the really positive impact that can actually have when that role is able to go into rural communities, because it is that trust that is there. It is that perception of independence. It is that perception that you're actually being heard as a community when you raise those issues, and you're able to get to the nuggets of truth rather than a lot of the noise. And so looking at how that relationship between the federal, looking at the NEM, but also then within the REZs in New South Wales, what the resources are out of state government to be able to be deployed and supported through trusted entities on the ground, is just such a critically important area that I know our farmers would really love to see arising from this inquiry, is that pathway to do this right, to have trusted facilitators out and about in rural Australia, rural New South Wales.
And just my final question, because I know there's others. In instances where and we have heard this evidence, so I don't think it's really contradicted, that there is grievance. There is farmers and farming families and communities feeling aggrieved by what has hitherto happened. It's actually happened to them. Would it be your submission that there is a need to do something about going into those communities, engaging with those individuals, and just not leave them stranded, that this has rolled over them and really that's the end of it, and everything moves on? In other words, to go back and to endeavour to work with them, to communicate and engage, to see what might be able to be done, notwithstanding decisions have been made, but to engage with them about what's happened and the outcomes of what's going to happen over time.
I would, and Farmers for Climate Action would consistently advocate for mechanisms that are actually going to help heal some of the division that has arisen in rural communities. And I think that is so critically important to occur at the moment. Rural communities, and I live and breathe rural Australia, rural communities need each other. And unfortunately, because there has been polarisation that has arisen around what really should just be a technical and an engagement issue to get this energy shift right, recognising that from our perspective, this shift to clean energy has to work for farmers, it has to work for communities with decent legacy benefits in place, and crucially, it's actually got to work for nature as well. We need to have thriving landscapes out there to underpin our agricultural systems. So I would absolutely advocate for opportunities communities to be able to help create some bridges in instances where there may have been division occurring as a result of perhaps it was poor consultation or perhaps it was something else that triggered it as part of this energy shift. But recognising that we need to make sure that community cohesion is a critical component of this, and we are unfortunately seeing in New South Wales, but also more broadly, there have been challenges in that space.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms McDonald.
Thank you. You appear more positive about renewables and REZs than, say, some of the other farming groups that we've heard from. Can you explain for us what you see as, say, the opportunity for farmers in having a REZ come to the area or choosing to host a renewable?
Thank you. We see the shift to clean energy as actually offering significant opportunities for farmers. And in the case of energy generation, this is, of course, hugely about farmer choice. I think Andrew will probably talk to his own experience in why, as a landholder in New South Wales, this is a really exciting opportunity. What I hear from our farmers across the state is that this actually helps to build out more resilient farm businesses. It means that you're able to have diversified income streams. It means that you're able to be buffered through times of, whether that is drought in particular. It actually provides almost an extra layer of profitability and productivity onto your existing farm business. And we know, for example, with a lot of renewable energy developments for farming communities, you can also actually see significant legacy benefits back for your community. And I just will reference one of our farmers who's been engaged with Farmers for Climate Action for a really long time, who used to reflect on how critically important it was for him as a wind turbine host, even though he was anxious initially. But when the droughts hit, it meant that he was actually able to keep someone employed from the local town, keep actually moving his money through spending in town in a way that historically he'd had to pull back. So I think that's the huge opportunity. We can actually diversify and strengthen rural economies if we do this right, and if we make this work for farmers, work for those communities and for nature as well. But Andrew, your comments as a landholder.
Okay, I'll talk firstly from our own personal business point of view, but there's 35 other landholders involved and they're quietly very supportive of the project. They're not noisy in their district. You probably wouldn't hear from them in the news or whatever. You don't hear from me publicly, but I'll tell you what I believe in terms of our own business. The big thing is that this choice that we make will help protect us from drought, and I can tell you with the current season that's happening in the New England, everyone will be thinking about that at the moment. It helps our resilience of our business. Verity talked about employment. I would love to have the security of in our family business, not just myself and my son, but being able to employ others would be very handy for us in terms of our business resilience and my succession planning, which is another reason why we chose to go down this path. The productivity of our land is not impacted by the proposed wind farm. It's not approved yet, but the productivity, in my view, will double if it goes ahead in terms of we're earning, as I said before, farm income plus energy income. But the productivity, there will be some impacts on us during the construction phase, but that's understood by us. We've set up a code of conduct with the developer so that if there's any issues, we've got pathways for resolution. And we're also compensated for that interruption in productivity for that 2-year construction phase. The community, we're also conscious of making sure the community benefits as well. So the Walker Shire Council gets from this particular development that I'm involved in $1 million up front when the financial close occurs, and then $750,000 a year indexed for council to manage the community benefit fund. So, in terms of our own personal business, it would be extremely beneficial for us, and that all flows through into our community. The money we spend in our community, as you know, has multiplier effects, and it helps build the resilience of our community once we get these projects going ahead. I've gone up to Glen Innes, and I've seen and talked with farmers up there. They went through all the pain that I'm going through at the moment, where there's resistance to this development, resistance to this change. Now it's all settled down in Glen Innes and everyone's happy. There's more jobs in town and people are moving forward. I can't wait for that to happen in our community.
That's excellent. So you mentioned productivity. So one criticism of the renewables is that they take away, say, productivity or future farming land use. What do you think? Is that true in your experience?
That's not true. So we don't see any impact on our productivity going forward. As in fact, I said it doubles, where there is an impact during the construction phase. But as I said, we've visited other host landholders in Wellington and Glen Innes, and they're as happy as in terms of their productivity. Their productivity has certainly not been impacted at all. And, we're in grazing country. It's not cropping country. We're in hilly grazing country. The turbines that are planned for our area are on the top of ridge lines, and the area that it's taken up on the set down area and so forth for the turbines is very, very small compared to the 1,500 acres that we've got on the farm.
Mm-hmm. And we've also heard from, say, other farmers, and you alluded to it yourself, that there are farmers who are, say, quietly supportive of hosting hosting or being neighbours to renewable projects, but they might be scared to speak up about it. Is this something, obviously, you've come across, and do you have any comments about that?
Well, we're just quietly supportive. We're not noisy about it. It's better in our community to deal with the developer. And what we did is we used our power as a group of landholders to negotiate a better deal with the developer. So I'm not saying there's not issues that we need to resolve as landholders, but we're dealing with the developer on this, and this is our choice. Oh, well, let's talk about my business. This is my and my family's choice to go down this path, and we see the benefits on it, and I've seen enough to know that there are significant benefits for us for our own business, and that's our choice, and I'm very happy with the choices we make. I think that's about people being quiet in the district. Yes, I think that it's hard being in a community where you have lots of friends, and this, personally, I have friends who are both sides of this. That's fine. We agree to disagree, but some people can get very emotional about it, and my own personal philosophy is I don't want to stoke up that sort of negative emotion, so we just get on with our business.
May I add to that? Yeah.
Sure.
Yes, so Farmers for Climate Action actually did some research, and what that demonstrated to us was that there is a lot of rural people and regional communities consistently underestimate the level of support for clean energy in their own community. So in reality, what we find is that across the REZs, there's about 62% based on our research, and I'm happy to provide this report to the committee as a supplementary paper as well. well. Around 62% support for this shift to clean energy, and yet they estimate it at only being about 37% support. So what that shows us is it goes exactly to Andrew's point around there is a quiet majority of farmers and people across rural New South Wales and Australia more broadly who do want to see this shift to clean energy happening. They do want to see it done well. It's not renewables at any price. It's renewables done in a way that really works for our community and bolsters things like productivity, profitability and benefits within the local community. But there is that, I think, misconception for that seems to occur because there is a lot of noise. And this is where, for Andrew and I, coming and having the opportunity to speak directly to the committee and, of course, encouraging or facilitating any opportunity we can to make sure a range of farmer voices are heard on this issue becomes really important, because there is this quiet minority who are saying, look, let's just get on with it, because at the end of the day, it's also about energy security across the NEM, which is so critically important for productive agriculture as well.
You might say quiet majority rather than minority.
Sorry, correct the record on that.
I was wondering also what could be done, say, in farming communities to take out that the heat out of the debate about renewables, because as you say, there's small communities and sometimes people cross the street to avoid, or they agree to disagree. So what can be done to take out that heat?
Yeah, so I think there's a couple of steps that really need to be done. We need to be able to recognise the nuggets of truth and be receptive to those. So, for example, where there are legitimate concerns going, well, okay, this is actually at the core of the issue, but bringing the right people in the room to be able to go, well, there's pathways and solutions to resolve that, rather than the dispute. We have a phrase within FCA that we actually listen to farmers, not to Facebook, because you see this dispute often rolls over into the social media sphere, and I don't know how much time the committee's ever spent on the Facebook pages of rural communities, but they can be interesting places to hang out indeed, as someone who lives in rural Australia. And I think this is where actually bringing the right people into the room to be able to directly address, finding a path to actually understand, well, what is true in relation to this development? And I mentioned before the importance of energy literacy across rural New South Wales as well, but making sure that communities genuinely understand what is actually planned for their area, establishing those pathways where genuine grievances can be heard, but also if it's concerned that actually has no basis in fact and reality, that can also be quietly dispelled and put to bed. And this is where I go back to, again, that role of, right now it's played federally by the Australian Energy Infrastructure Commissioner, but also needs to be played with a trusted voice at a New South Wales and indeed in every state level, to be able to make sure that we're able to really tackle those challenges and move forward with the shift to clean energy in a way that does work for farmers, does work for communities and does work for the natural environment as well.
That takes us up to our, sorry Ms McDonald, that takes us up to our time. We have allowed an extra 5 minutes due to the previous witness.
I didn't get to ask a question,
You
Chair.
didn't. You got to ask all your questions last session. So
I was gonna ask what it's like to be a collaborator with.
Well, thank you,
renewable
Mr.
energy
Fang.
projects
We'll
in your
take
community.
order.
Anyway, that's okay.
Order, Mr. Fang. Show courtesy to witnesses, please. We will now break for morning tea, and we'll try and return at 11 to keep back to normal schedule. So thank you very much for your time. We probably foreshadow some supplementary questions.
Thank you for the
to you.
opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your evidence. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. After that brief break, we now welcome our next witness. So, Mr. Robertson, can you state your name, position, title, and swear either an oath or affirmation, please?
My name is Mark Robinson. I'm Director of Wild Rivers Engineering. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. And would you like to make a short opening statement before we begin with questions?
I would. Thank you. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to be here today. My name is Mark Robinson. I manage Wild Rivers Engineering in Armidale. I'm a construction engineer and I specialise in breaking down the scope of multi-billion-dollar infrastructure projects for Tier 1 clients so they can be planned safely, efficiently and delivered with confidence. I'm a Fellow of the Institute of Engineers Australia, but I speak in a personal capacity today. I want to start by acknowledging the terms of reference. This committee is tasked with inquiring into and reporting on the impact of renewable energy zones. I'm here to make one simple point. It is impossible to understand impact without first understanding scale. I don't think this is contentious. Impact clearly increases with scale. However, no statewide model exists to communicate the scale of this undertaking. How do you feel about that? I don't think it's reasonable. And I wonder how the committee will be able to fulfil its mandate. To elaborate, Energy Co, while advertising 8 gigawatts of additional network capacity in the New England REZ, are now documenting up to 20.1 gigawatts of generation infrastructure in New England. That's going to make us the biggest power plant in New South Wales in 2035. But gigawatts are abstract. What does this look like? With the increased generation figures, we might be talking about 4,500 turbines and 450 square kilometres of solar spread over 5,200 square kilometres. That's a third of the geographic REZ. Have you seen how big New England REZ is? The extent of development is jaw-dropping. It is incomprehensible and the industrialisation will be inescapable. How can I explain this in a way that's easy to understand? 400 square kilometres of solar is like driving from here to Port Macquarie and seeing solar farms 500 metres deep out of both windows for the entire trip. Can you imagine the kids in the back? Whose idea was this one, Mum? Why do they put it in the long grass? I hope that puts 8 gigawatts of additional network capacity into a bit of context. Again, this is only considering New England. Every impact needs to be understood through the lens of scale. Fire management, water availability, technology required in regional water treatment plants, agricultural impact, and decommissioning of projects at the end of their life are all affected by scale. The complaints mechanisms have been engineered to silence uncomfortable questions, and I'm relieved that this committee is ready to bring these issues onto the public record. I call on this committee to pause the rollout. I call on you to reopen submissions once clear visual information on scale is published in a way that people can understand what they're commenting on. I mentioned that I'm an engineer, and this is a project that's been rolled out by teams of engineers. We have a code of ethics. We're required to act on the basis of a well-informed conscience and make reasonable efforts to communicate honestly and effectively to all stakeholders, recognising the reliance of others on engineering expertise. How are we going with that? I'll put it to you, the scale was not adequately understood by many respondents to this inquiry, including government agencies, and the lack of planning that follows is going to result in some really bad outcomes for regional New South Wales. That's it.
Thank you. So we've agreed just to have free flow questions. So I'll start off and then I'll go to my colleagues. You talked about engineers having a code of ethics. Do you think the engineers on the government side have been adhering to that code?
I don't feel
in how this has been rolling out.
Well, I'm not convinced that the community has been informed of what they're planning to do. I don't think that 20 gigawatts of generation and what that looks like can be inferred from the website that advertises 8 gigawatts of additional network capacity. I don't think that's something that an ordinary person would be able to deduce.
And you've spoken about, in your submission, you've spoken about communities being misled. Is that the most stark example of communities being misled, this difference between 8 gigawatts and 21 gigawatts?
Well, I think even if someone was able to understand the difference between additional network capacity and additional the generation infrastructure that was required, Energy Co themselves within their team don't seem to understand that. They came up to Armidale in March last year and told everyone that the REZ was going to add 6 gigawatts of additional generation, and then they posted that on LinkedIn. So if they can't understand the difference between generation infrastructure and additional network capacity when they're talking to the community, I think we need to change our language. Gigawatts are abstract. We need to show people visually what occupying a third of the REZ might look like, so they can form an opinion and they can manage the issue properly.
Okay. And have you looked at the most recent reports Energy Co have put out in terms of the New England REZ? They're not cumulative impact studies. They're probably a very poor imitation of one. Have you looked at those reports, and what's your opinion on them?
I've had a look at the Access Scheme consultation paper. Within that report, the 20.1 gigawatt figure that I mentioned before, that's where this comes from, but it's not in a table. It's not summarised. You can't add it up. If you look at section 2.1, you've got a word diagram that talks about 6 gigawatts of transfer capacity support up to 12 gigawatts of generation with up to 4 gigawatts of storage. And then you flick forward to section 2.3 and they talk about there's a further 3.1 gigawatts of generation and 2.6 of storage that can be supported by Transgrid's network as it stands at the moment. They don't include the stage 3. You have to actually write them down, apportion them, scale them up to come to that figure of 20.1. It's quite unclear. This is a consultation paper. If you can't understand what you're being consulted about, what's the point?
Yeah, but have you? So I was. Thank you for that information. I was more referring to the major infrastructure studies that they did, and they broke them up between workforce accommodation, wastewater, etc. Have you analysed those?
I haven't analysed those.
You analysed those studies. Okay, well, I can't ask you for your opinion on those. Okay, I might pass to one of my colleagues, Mr. Fang.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for appearing today. Just in relation to the evidence that you've given, the community themselves and their understanding of what is being proposed by Energy Co and the Minister in terms of those REZs, you've given some sense of scale, but is it the case that they're deliberately, or are they unintentionally perhaps not providing the community with that sense of scale?
I don't think it's unintentional at all. I've been asking for this to be made public since late 2024. I've spoken to Energy Co. It's been escalated to E1. It's been escalated to the Australian Electrical Commissioner. Yes, it's been shut down at every pass. It's been escalated to the Minister with no action.
Now, I'm curious, you said you've raised it with the Ombudsman, and we had that office appear earlier today. What was your engagement like with the Ombudsman, and what was the result after you'd had that engagement with the office?
Thanks, Wes. They were polite. They listened to me. They're not engineers. They didn't claim to understand what I was talking about. They engaged a specialist who provided advice that it would be beneficial to the community to release this information. I had to fight pretty hard to get a copy of that. They're not subject to freedom of information requests, but however, they have been talking to AEIC, so I put a freedom of information request through there and got a copy. So they say that I'm not directly impacted because I'm only raising my family within this REZ, and so I'm not. They're not obligated to take my complaint on, and I think it was just an inconvenient question to have to deal with scale. I'm shocked.
So, in those circumstances, then you've raised with the Ombudsman an issue. You are an impacted resident because you live within the REZ. You may not be a direct landholder that's actually got renewable energy projects with a footprint on any property you own, but you are impacted, and certainly the government has acknowledged that people who are within or around renewable energy projects are impacted by those projects. I guess perhaps not as directly, but indirectly as the landholder that hosts them. The Ombudsman sought information from an experienced consultant. That consultant provides the Ombudsman clear advice that this was something that was beneficial for the community to know, and yet there's been no resolution to that. Do you find that extraordinary?
I do. I find it extraordinary that government policy was formed before impact was understood. That's the most extraordinary aspect of any of this. We've said that we're going to occupy perhaps a third of the New England REZ before any of these studies were done.
So the Ombudsman is obviously funded by the government and Energy Co, REZ, and I know you're in New England REZ. Obviously, REZ is building the transmission for Central West Arana, but they're effectively the funding sources for the Ombudsman and this work. You have raised a legitimate issue. The Ombudsman has received advice that it is a legitimate issue and that there is community benefit in the publishing of this information. Other than the fact that you aren't a direct impacted landholder, has there been any justification as to why this evidence hasn't been published for the benefit of the community, as per the consultant?
It's been a complaint that's been ongoing for some time, as I mentioned. One of Energy Co's commitments that they made was that they'd publish the information in the consultation paper, that word salad that I just referred to. Sorry, can you sharpen your question for me, Wes?
Are you being misled by the Ombudsman and the government in relation to the excuses they're giving you?
I feel a system that's been engineered to avoid the difficult questions.
Okay, let me ask some really sharp questions then. Do you feel like the system is angled against people like you?
There's no avenue for people like me to be heard.
Do you think the system is geared towards the government delivering renewable energy projects over communities' wills and what they collectively want?
In this instance, I do.
Do you think that the Minister is aware of the issues you've raised but is ignoring them?
I do feel that, yes.
Do you think Energy Co is aware of the issues you've raised but are ignoring them?
I do feel that, yes.
and the Ombudsman received evidence from an independent expert that said that there would be a benefit to the community if this information was published, and yet hasn't done so.
Yes.
So there's a cover-up effectively going on here.
I've been trying pretty hard to be heard.
Thank you. I might have some more questions a bit later, but I'll let the government try and dig themselves out of this mess first. Mr. Donnelly.
I direct the flow of questions, Mr.
I know.
Frank.
I just thought I'd let him.
I
I just thought I'd prompt him that he needs to dig the hole.
He's not been provoked. Miss McDonald, you've got your hand up. Unless it's hanging over from... There you are. Miss McDonald.
Sorry. Yeah, thank you. I'm just wondering, because you raised concerns in your submission about the cumulative impacts and the limited planning with regard to the REZs. So now that councils are receiving funding from Energy Co, has, in the plan for the transition, has this been able to address some of those concerns?
Well, has a statewide model also been added? I haven't seen that. Until people understand scale, I don't think we can understand the extent of planning that's required.
Okay. And since your submission, has Energy Co, and I think I know the answer, but I'll ask it anyway, or the government provided any additional information to you?
Not to me directly. I can check back through my records because it is some time, and I can answer that on notice.
On notice?
Yeah.
And would you say that your views are typical of business owners in the New England region?
My view that the scale hasn't been adequately communicated, or which view are you talking about?
Is that the only view that you have, like the scale, or are there,
I have a view that once it's communicated, other views might change. I think it's so important that we understand what we're doing before we move forward.
And did you attend the energy forum that was hosted by Business New South Wales, New England Northwest? They had it yesterday at Nova.
No, I was working in Sydney yesterday.
Okay. Because Energy Co was there as well as other departments, do you think that that would have been an opportunity to also address some of your concerns?
I've put my concerns to them in writing over more than a year, and they haven't been responded to. So, I can say that I attended the first day of this hearing, and I spoke to Ash, the CEO, directly, and he promised to further this engagement, but I didn't hear back from them afterwards.
Okay.
So that was a personal approach, where I did sit down with him just out there, and he committed to me that he'd do this, and it hasn't been done.
And you haven't, and has no one from the Energy Co
No.
has reached out to you since? No. And will the REZ development bring any new opportunities for your business?
For my business, I've elected not to pursue those opportunities because I don't think it's right in a community that's not been informed. I initially put forward a submission to be part of this. I was excited. It was a great opportunity, I thought, for my business to grow. I approached some other local engineers to team up with me, but I was raising young kids, so I wasn't properly informed at the time. They encouraged me to do some more homework, which I've done and I've included in my submission, and that's the basis that I can't in good conscience work on this project.
So what would change your view, or would anything change your view?
I think once the community are informed and are able to make their own informed decision, that could change my view.
And how would you like that to, or what would you like that to look like? A document?
Well, what I've suggested to Energy Co, also in 2024, was a visual model. I think a community group did try to put something together where they, almost like Google Earth, they had various wind farms, various solar arrays, something that people can actually see what the region's going to look like if this is fully subscribed. It's very difficult for that to be done by anyone other than the government, because who knows which projects are going to get approved and which ones are going to go ahead. And so anything that's not done by the government has no credibility. But for the government to say, this is generally what could happen, that will allow people to say, all right, I understand, I either love it for this reason or I can't quite get on board for that reason. But until we have that, we're talking about individual projects, we're not talking about the impact of REZ.
Yeah, okay, right. I'm going to hand over back to you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. And just before I pass to my colleagues, just on that point, do you think the fragmentation of the transition into projects has been deliberate to truly hide the scale of what's been proposed?
I think that's possibly a bit more nuanced to that. I don't think focusing on individual projects is wrong, but they need to be understood in the wider context. And without that wider context piece, I think you're possibly not getting quite the right answer when you look at the individual parts.
Sure. Just looking for Ms Mitchell or
I'll
Mr
just ask
Don?
one, if I can, sorry, and I apologise, I missed the beginning of your evidence, Mr Robinson, so you may have covered this, but just the issue around decommissioning and decommissioning bonds, has that come up yet? No. I was interested in that part of your submission where you talked about basically the figures behind what it might look like, and also where you say that the decision not to require a bond would be to artificially improve the commercial viability of certain projects. I just wondered if you could talk to that a little bit more.
Okay, well that's possibly, let me just think back on that. I think an unscrupulous operator who may plan to sell their business once the projects reach end of life could potentially exclude that from their business case. I'm not saying that that's happening, but it could happen. And when you think about the thousands of turbines that could be built across New England and the costs, which I think was modelled by Energy Co as $1.3 million per tower, I'd be concerned if there wasn't a safeguard to protect landholders from that enormous burden.
Yeah, and so your view would be, and we've had that from other witnesses in other hearings, that there should be some sort of upfront decommissioning process so that everyone knows who's responsible, what happens at the end of life of the turbines or the panels or whatever it is.
Yeah, I think that would be very prudent.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Mr Donnelly?
Thank you very much for coming along today to provide what's very thoughtful evidence that augments your submission nicely. You're probably the only engineer in the room, I perhaps guess. I'm certainly not an engineer, so I'm very interested to sort of hear your answer to this, that you, probably more than anyone in the room, have from an engineering point of view, a very sharp, clear understanding of the complexity of something like that's being undertaken here by the government, a very significant change of focus in the way energy is going to be generated. And
sorry, can I just
Yes.
interrupt for a moment? I'm a construction engineer. I'm not an electrical engineer.
Okay.
And I don't claim to understand that complexity. I'm actually using high school maths to project existing projects over the scale of what's been proposed, but I don't.
Okay. Well, can I put the proposition that as an engineer, you've got a pretty sharp mind when it comes to dealing with complex matters, and my question goes to that particular point, that what's unfolding before us is something which is on a scale very, very large, and that there, and I appreciate there are different views about this whole matter, that there is legislation that's passed through the Parliament which has in effect affected this change, and it is being rolled out and unfolding around the state. On the matter of engagement with the communities affected, the exercise of communicating, engaging, explaining what's happening, what's unfolding, and what the impact is. How that is being undertaken and attempted to be undertaken, but fundamentally, how do you believe that can be improved? Looking at what would be needed to be done, and that is to be able to communicate, engage, explain with the community at large, which obviously, is dispersed across a geographic area, et cetera, living in isolated populations, etc.
So I would point to existing projects which are already understood by the community. So White Rock Wind Farm up in Glen Innes, I think that's 0.175 gigawatts of generation. So we might be talking about 100 of those in New England. So that's something that people can say, all right, well, I drove up there, I saw how big that was. And then the solar farm near Uralla, that's got a capacity. How many of those are we talking about? So just very real examples. That's all I've done in my submission. I've just extrapolated. And then on top of that, you've got the batteries, and on top of that, you've got the transmission lines. And just apportioning those different projects out so that people can understand. We talk about project life. How many turbines are going to be delivered up the road network each week to replace infrastructure at the end of its life? How many panels a day are being stripped and recycled? They're very, very large quantities.
And I mean, your fundamental point is that essentially the community at large does not have the information before them in a digestible way.
Well, both the community and also the public authorities who are commenting on this inquiry. I haven't seen any evidence by any of the public authorities that have that seems to grapple with the scale.
The aggregation of the individual projects.
If you've got 450 square kilometres of solar, what does that do to our drinking water? I don't know. Are our regional water treatment plants equipped to take those leachates out of our drinking water? I don't know. Are the fire brigade going to be able to stop my kids from breathing that smoke? I don't think so.
Sorry, what smoke?
If there's a grass fire through this area and it all gets burned,
right?
We breathe it. My kids breathe it. It's enormous. If you've got a small solar farm, that's one thing. But if you've got an entire region that's covered in this,
I suppose what I'm trying to grasp is there are these various questions, some of which can be, I think, probably answered with some accuracy, some with, say, modest accuracy, and the thesis is that there's some that there is no answers to because the question hasn't been asked. But in terms of implementation, what do you say the government should be doing to engage with the community? I mean, short of pausing everything, which I think is a position you put in your opening statement or made at some stage during your contribution, that if that's not achievable, that is the pausing of the whole initiative, what should the government be doing in the meantime?
Well, in 2024, I asked them to show people in the terms that I've just explained what was coming, so that all of the agencies could properly prepare, so the community could properly understand and respond. Now, that was 2024, we're now 2026. We've lost that time. If we need to pause to regain that time, then I'm sorry, but we need to pause, is my view.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Well, that concludes our time with you, Mr. Robson. Thank you. I don't believe you took anything on notice, but if you did, the Secretariat will be in touch, and I'm sure we will have some supplementary questions for you. But thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
We'll now call forward our next witnesses. So starting with you, Ms. Kent, on my left, can you state your full name, position, title, and swear either an oath or affirmation for me, please?
Thank you, certainly. My name is Sada Kent. My position is the Program Director for Energy at the Next Economy, and the affirmation is I solemnly and sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Churchill?
Good morning. My name is William Churchill. I'm the Chief Policy and Impact Officer at the Clean Energy Council. And I give my oath. I swear the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Mr. O'Keefe?
Good to see you all. Chris O'Keefe, National Spokesperson, Clean Energy Council. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Sure. And just starting back with you, Ms. Kent, would you like to make a short opening statement?
I would. Thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me to appear this morning. So just to provide some context, the Next Economy is a not-for-profit organisation that supports regional communities to manage change and develop economies that support the well-being of people, the community and the planet. We've been working in place with the Hay Shire Council and in the Southwest REZ and Uralla Shire Council in the New England REZ for the past 2 years. And in this time we've seen significant improvements, both in the New South Wales Government Planning Framework, providing greater clarity for developers, communities and stakeholders in regards to community engagement, landholder payments and benefit sharing guidelines. And we'd like to commend the New South Wales Government for taking those changes. We'd also like to commend Energy Co's efforts to consider the cumulative impacts and to provide greater efforts to coordinate across government departments. We see this as the major concern that communities that we are working with have, and we appreciate the efforts that the New South Wales Government has been undertaking. We've also seen the benefit of funding directly to councils to provide capability and capacity for them to engage effectively in the processes. This has been critical for them to work alongside developers and to actually develop win-win solutions for some of the cumulative impacts that have been identified. For example, housing, both Uralla Shire Council and Hay Shire Councils have developed innovative solutions that provide long-term benefits for the community as well as enabling the development of the REZ. What we are calling for and what we would like to support is a greater recognition for councils as a strategic partner. We understand that Hay Shire Council has already appeared before and made submissions, and we support their call for them to be recognised, for councils to be recognised in the REZ planning framework. In a similar way to the planning approval process pathways for integrated development, this will ensure that council's requirements and policies can be incorporated in the general terms of approval. We would also like to call for the continuation of funding for the capability and capacity of councils. And we appreciate Energy Co's contributions and believe that unfortunately this is going to be required throughout the development and construction phase to both coordinate with developers and government and to support communities manage this significant change. We would also like to reinforce the role of Energy Co to coordinate across state government departments, local government and developers, and believe that their role should be reinforced through the Energy and Utilities Administration Act as part of the Renewable Energy Transition updates. My understanding is that at the moment their position is changeable and open to ministerial direction as part of the Statement of Expectations for Service Delivery. I think at this time communities are looking for certainty both in policy and also in the agency's responsibility, and continued support through a more formalisation of Energy Co's role would be appreciated. I suppose the last thing that I just wanted to present is while this inquiry is looking at the impact on renewable energy zones, there is considerable and equal concern about the impacts outside of those renewable energy zones and for development that is occurring outside of the particular access schemes within those regional energy zones, renewable energy zones. So just consideration as to how the New South Wales Government is going to address cumulative impacts outside of those areas, and if Energy Co has a role in that coordination. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Churchill or Mr. O'Keefe?
Thank you, Chair. And thank you to the committee for the opportunity for myself and my colleague Chris O'Keefe to appear here today. The Clean Energy Council is the peak industry body for the clean energy sector in Australia, representing almost 1,000 members, businesses in the utility and distributed end of the sectors that are all focused on clean energy or have clean energy interests. I would like to begin with a simple but important point just to the committee. Renewable energy zones were not developed by one side of politics. They were introduced under a Liberal government with the support of the National Party, and they continue to be delivered under a Labor government. This is a bipartisan policy framework designed by this Parliament to replace retiring coal generation and maintain a reliable and affordable electricity system. The industry is operating within that framework, and we are building the infrastructure that successive governments have determined is necessary under the rules set by this Parliament. I also want to acknowledge the regional communities at the centre of this inquiry. These communities are hosting that infrastructure and they're experiencing that change in real time. Renewable energy zones are essential public interest infrastructure. As coal retires, replacement is unavoidable. The question is not whether the system changes, but how well that change is planned and delivered. They also go directly to energy security and energy independence. REZs are about building a system powered by Australian resources here in Australia. Power generated here stays here. It is not exposed to global fuel markets, shipping routes, or international conflicts, and in an increasingly volatile world that matters. It is how you insulate households and businesses from the kind of global shocks that have driven price spikes in recent years. From our perspective, the central issue of this inquiry is practical improvements. Better coordination across each REZ, stronger and more consistent engagement that communities can see shaping outcomes, clearer and more visible benefits, sharing with decisions made by communities about where funds go. There is also a broader point on long-term responsibility that is worth putting on the record. The Clean Energy Council, together with industry, has developed a national decommissioning security framework to ensure that at the end of a project's life, land is properly rehabilitated and communities and landowners are not left carrying any cost. It's about putting in place a consistent national approach, including financial security that is set aside early and maintained over the life of a project with clear responsibility, even if ownerships do change. Critically, this is about timing and making sure those obligations are locked in, not left to the end of a project's life when the risk is highest. It is a direct response to community concern and reflects an industry that is taking full life cycle responsibilities seriously. There's one further matter that we'd also like to place clearly on the record. In parts of regional New South Wales, engagement and environmental staff working on renewable projects have been subjected to serious threats and intimidation. These threats include direct threats of violence in the New England REZ area, with threats to shoot staff, threats to blow up projects if they proceed, the publication of personal contact details, also known as doxing, published online, as well as where staff have been abused in the field to the point that police have been called. This is also a broader pattern of behaviour emerging. This includes public figures escalating rhetoric, including a now former councillor threatening to shoot a worker out of the sky. In some cases, staff have been operating in remote areas without mobile reception, meaning there is no ability to call for help if the situation should escalate. We raise these comments in de-identified terms, but we do so deliberately. What is said by members of Parliament and public figures about the renewable energy industry has real-world consequences, as I think was recently explored by the Federal Parliament in the Mis and Disinformation Inquiry that recently released its final report. This kind of behaviour is unacceptable to any Australian and is making it harder to carry out the very engagement processes that communities rightly expect as part of these projects. No one should be placed in a position where doing their job exposes them to threats or violence. Finally, I want to be clear about the broader principle. We are building projects that will generate Australia's electricity for Australians to use. Coal-fired power stations are on their last legs and are leaving the system. This is what is replacing it. As a result, renewable energy zones will underpin jobs, investment and energy security for decades to come. Thank you.
Thank you. So the committee's resolved just to have free flow questions. So questions will just come from anywhere. So I see Mr. Fang's got his hand up on screen, so we'll throw to him first.
Thank you, Chair. I want to start with you, Mr. O'Keefe. I've got a statement that you've made here, and it says Australians want the facts about the future of energy systems. We are not interested in ideology. We just want the cheapest power bills. Now, you would be aware that power bills have been increasing year upon year. I think we're up to about between 20 and 40%, depending on the retailer at the time. Do you still insist that renewable energy is the cheapest form of power that Australians can have?
Well, certainly the cheapest replacement, Mr. Fang. Thank you for your question. Good to see you. We've got a situation in New South Wales. We've got coal-fired power stations that are coming to their end of their life. Every year that we continue to push out the running of Eraring, the running of coal-fired power stations, we risk unexpected outages. Every year that a coal-fired power station is operating after 40 years of operation, you are looking at a 1 in 5 daily chance of an outage. Now, what do you think that does to power prices? To replace that cheaply and quickly, Mr. Fang, the only way to do that is renewable energy. That is the cheapest alternative that we have. It is the cheapest option that we have. And ultimately, unless people come up to the public with real talk about the replacement needs of electricity in New South Wales, they're lying to the public of New South Wales, because the options are renewable energy or continuing coal, and realistically, renewable energy is the cheapest form, and there is CSIRO, every scientist, every engineer, every university report, they all say the same thing.
So you contend that it is cheaper for us to build a renewable energy zone and the transmission line than it would be to replace one of the existing coal-fired power stations with a refurb, or, for example, at Bayswater, build the Bayswater 2 coal-fired power plant, and that would be the more expensive option. Is that correct?
According to every scientist, every grid engineer, the CSIRO, the experts in this field, that is correct. And
does that include the cost of the transmission to move the power from a renewable energy zone to the centre of, say, Sydney?
Yes, it does.
Are you sure?
Yes, it does.
Okay. So then, in terms of the language that you've been using in relation to how a cheaper generation source is renewable energies, we've had, for example, Matt Keane say that it was the cheapest form, but he's now changed his language, and he says, when we talk about the transition, too often the conversation is framed as a burden, but the evidence is increasingly clear the net cost is manageable. So even he has now shifted to it being from the cheapest form to being a cost on the system that is manageable. Do you understand that the Penny Sharp has indicated that the reason that we're paying 20 to 40% higher power bills is because of the renewable energy rollout? Matt Keane has changed his language now to say that it's because of the renewable energy rollout. Renewable energy is costing us, and it isn't the cheapest form of electricity.
According to who?
Well, according to Penny Sharp, the minister at state level.
So Penny Sharp has said that renewable energy is not the cheapest alternative.
He's now the chair of the Climate Council. I mean, like, what more do you...
Mr. Fang, can you just point to me where somebody has said that renewable energy replacing coal-fired electricity that is retiring because of its age, not politics, is not the cheapest form?
CSIRO's final Gen Cost report of 2025.
It's not the cheapest form. The CSIRO says that, does it?
Well, that is in the report. It is clear that with the cost of the renewables and transmission combined, at the lower bounds, it is cheaper.
That's what the CSIRO says. That's what you're saying to the committee today?
Yes.
Okay. Well, you'd have to take that up with the CSIRO, but I have not read that in any of their reports.
Okay. So if I am correct in this, would you then perhaps change the rhetoric that you have around renewable being the cheapest form of electricity?
Well, we don't think you are correct. So,
if I could interject to try and assist Mr. Fang.
Sure.
I'd perhaps like to direct you towards a paper by Simhauser and et al. From the Griffith University Centre for Applied Energy Economics and Policy Research. Professor Simhauser is an established academic at Griffith University in Brisbane, also a visiting lecturer and academic at Cambridge University in the United Kingdom. Probably the foremost expert on energy in Australia, and one of the people that I genuinely, when I hear him speak, I sit down and listen. He published a paper late last year called a counterfactual scenario about what would happen if we just proceeded along with the use of coal and gas in the system and didn't proceed with any construction of renewable energy. He found in the modelling produced that we were looking about 30 to 50% higher to have an all fossil fuel based coal and gas system. It was looking at Queensland specifically, but it can be extrapolated out to other states. The estimation that he was putting together, if you were going through replacement costs, you're looking at about $150 a megawatt to focus on coal and gas. I appreciate the challenges that we're talking about with net present values, bottom ends about CSIRO numbers. The fact of the matter remains that the average age of retirement of coal-fired power stations in Australia is 44 years. The current age of Australia's operating coal fleet is 38 years. At 40 years, there is a 20% breakdown rate. That's not projections. That's based on existing breakdowns and statistics. So we have a few years to go to build new generation to replace the generation that is on its last legs and it is leaving the system either voluntarily or involuntarily. If it is involuntarily retiring, it's because something has broken. We are talking about boilers that are getting thin, that they cannot be operated safely. This is generation that must be replaced, and the cheapest form of that generation is clean energy. It is wind, it is solar, it is backed up with batteries, hydro, and it is backed up with gas. We are talking about replacing the energy system. It is not a matter of ideology at the moment, but there is a genuine need that we need to get newer generation into the system, keep our lights on, charge our phones, power our kettles.
Look, I appreciate the rhetoric. I've got some very detailed questions that I want some answers to. So whilst you want to provide this, big sky picture, I want specific answers to a few questions. The first one I want to ask is, in terms of the position that you hold, Mr. O'Keefe, are you an employee of the Clean Energy Council, or are you a spokesperson that's engaged?
The latter.
Okay. What is your contract with the Clean Energy Council?
That's a commercial matter between myself and the Clean Energy Council.
Okay. Is it as a single person, or are you working through an employee structure? Like, as in, you're employed through an organisation that's employed to the Clean Energy Council, or are you employed directly?
Mr. Fang, I don't know how this goes to the terms of reference.
Well, it does,
and it's
actually.
It's a commercial arrangement between myself and the Clean Energy Council.
Okay. So you don't want to provide the answer. That's okay. I'm just asking. So, Mr. Churchill, just in terms of the Clean Energy Council itself, we heard evidence from witnesses earlier this morning that as the rollout of renewable energies continues, we end up with this sort of tapering off of the way that the model exists. So the more renewable energy we have in the grid, for example, during the day with solar panels, at the moment we're getting negative pricing. Solar only produces during the day, so if it's producing negative pricing and feeding into the grid when it's negative, any new projects are looking at what return they're going to receive, and other than the subsidies they get from government, when they're feeding in power to the grid and it's at a negative pricing, they're perhaps looking at it going, well, this isn't worth it for us because for the time that we're actually producing power, the pricing that we're getting to put the power into the grid is negative. So if that's the case, where is there a problem with the business case in the rollout of renewable energy? Are we going to see the reduction of programs and projects being put forward that are actually going to reach conclusion?
Sorry, I'm just Apologies, Mr. Fang, just struggling to follow that. Could you just repeat that question for me, please?
So the evidence was that at the moment, during the day, we often see negative pricing for energy because of the glut, I'll say, of solar energy that is flowing into the grid. Now, if you're proposing a new solar plant and you want to build it in a REZ, you're looking at the investment of, tens of millions of dollars for this plant to put power into the grid only during the day because it's solar, but you're seeing that the negative pricing that you get for putting that power in destroys your business model. Is there a problem with the way that the business model is rolling out? Because at the moment, there was an article in the AFR yesterday that showed that a lot of the projects that are approved and ready to go aren't actually being pushed forward to construction. Something's gone very terribly wrong with the rollout of renewables.
No, I wouldn't argue that something's gone terribly wrong. I certainly argue that there's challenges in the business cases for some project proponents. In the instance that you mentioned with solar, that's why you generally find hybrid projects are available now. And that's why batteries exist, so you can shift the time of energy when it's generated to when it's used.
Okay, so in terms of then, we're looking at using batteries to supplement the power that's being fed into the grid, and we want to store it in batteries prior to, deployment later in the afternoon. The cost of that isn't necessarily the cheapest form of energy, is it?
The bidding prices that you would see undertaken by batteries would certainly be out, and certainly are now, starting to outcompete gas and then starting to compete with each other. And on a competition basis, how they're bidding into the market on the wholesale spot price would be reported back through quarterly reports that you'd see the prices that they're offering. I'm not going to sort of dive into...
That's a great way of saying, no, it's not cheaper than coal, is it?
Well, existing coal plants that have paid for themselves over the course of decades will be different to a new new asset that's being constructed. I think
but it's not cheaper than coal, is it? That's the whole point. You are saying you say on one hand it's the cheapest form of electricity, and yet you qualify it every answer you give.
Well,
when are you going to be clear with the people about the cost of renewable energy?
Well, what would be the cost of a new coal power station, Mr. Fang?
Well, it'd be a lot cheaper than building the New England transmission line, that's for sure, let alone subsidising all the New England REZ.
Well, okay.
I might just stop you there, Wes, because there are other people that need to ask questions. I know Ms McDonald's got a hand up. I know Ms McDonald's got a hand up, but I'll just fire off a couple first.
Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Ms Chen, just question to you, but also to you as well, Clean Energy Council, just the notion of cumulative impact studies. You both raised it. Have you looked at the so-called attempts at impact studies done in the Central West Arana REZ and also what they're calling the infrastructure studies in New England? And what's your opinion or assessment of them in terms of being true, proper, cumulative impact studies?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chair. I have worked alongside the council and reviewed the cumulative impact studies for the New England REZ. I haven't reviewed the Central West Arana or the South West REZ. My understanding in the New England REZ is that the council's had the opportunity to input into the scope and development of those, and then they had multiple opportunities to comment on the sufficiency and scale of those.
Okay, I'm not after the council's opinion. I'm after your opinion. Do you think they're sufficient, or do you think? I'll give you a classic example. Do you think having high water risks in terms of one project alone burning through a town's yearly water supply in 5 days? Do you think seeing that presented not as a risk but as an opportunity, do you think that's a genuine attempt at a cumulative impact study, or is it a genuine attempt to gaslight the community?
No, I think it is a genuine attempt.
So to present a risk as an opportunity that the towns are going to burn through water in 5 days, That's
It is a
that's an
risk
opportunity.
that has been identified and worked through with those councils
But presented
in
as an opportunity.
that region, and it is an opportunity because they're seeing it as an opportunity to secure the water sources and drought-proof the region.
That would be the case if the study actually spoke to how they were going to address that problem. But the studies don't do that. They just present these risks as opportunities and let them hang.
And that is that was the scope. I suppose it's now how Energy Co choose to communicate those to the public, and considering how much engagement they've had with the councils and how much work they have done to look at how they will actually address those impacts, and then to manage and develop strategies to address those impacts. I think it would be fair to say that the scope of the projects alone, plus the work that Energy Co and the councils have done, needs to be presented to the community. And I understand that
Well,
the
has
Uralla
been
Shire
presented to the community, and the community is pretty peeved off about how it's been presented.
Well, I understand that Uralla Shire, together with University of New England and the RDA, are providing a regional forum where Energy Co is able to present the outcomes of the cumulative impact statements and the strategies that the councils are undertaking to address those.
You spoke about reinforcing Energy Co's role, and I think you were alluding to getting rid of ministerial direction. How would you deal with then the poor behaviour that Energy Co has demonstrated in engaging with community, where they've multiple examples of trespassing onto people's property as their first point of engagement with the community, using people's personal medical histories as recruitment tools for PR spin doctors?
I'm
Just
certainly
name a couple of
not aware
examples.
of that, Mr. Chair, if I can just call you on that point alone.
Well, I'm making you aware of it. So how would you
Right.
propose, if you're getting rid of ministerial direction, how would you propose
We don't want
an
to get
Energy
rid
Co?
of ministerial direction. What we want to ensure is that Energy Co's role and authority is reinforced, and that what we have found is that ministerial direction, and rightfully so, the New South Wales government reluctance to be exposed to risk of community engagement has meant that local Energy Co staff that are responsible for community engagement haven't been able to engage in the manner that they would like, because there has been risk associated that for particular ministers. We believe that Energy Co has a coordination role across government, and that is the component that really needs to be reinforced through the Act.
Okay. And just one final question, Mr. Churchill, Mr. O'Keefe. Mr. Churchill, you spoke about the need for energy security or energy sovereignty that is not susceptible to overseas matters. Given that 95% of the components for renewable energy are coming from China, coming from the Democratic Republic of Congo, which have their issues around modern slavery, but also other issues as well, how is that going to secure energy sovereignty for Australia if we're still going to be reliant at a very significant percentage of those materials coming from overseas countries?
Well, I think as we've seen with the energy infrastructure that's being proposed, you're talking about decades and decades of capability here. And it's also supporting local capacity as well in order to source, secure and supply and locally manufacture product. My former employer and a number of my members are using steel made from anchor cages in Western Sydney right now, made at Port Kembla. Local capacity and how you can increase capability to deliver more locally made material is absolutely there. Over the long term, the decades and decades of resource that you can build and install here that provides that energy independence, I think is what we're critically talking about when considering the issues that are happening in the Middle East right now.
So what percentage would you say we would need to get to where we would have that energy security? Because at the moment it's 95% coming from other countries, with obviously issues. what percentage would you be comfortable at where you would say we have energy sovereignty?
Well, almost half the grid on the east coast is being powered by renewable energy right now.
Which is sourced from
the
Democratic Republic of Congo.
The sun and the wind. It wouldn't matter what we replaced the coal with. We would come up with confront the same supply chain issues that we do in Australia. We're talking about the generating asset, and the generating asset is 20, 25, 30 years, and Australian sun and Australian wind is generated to be used here in Australia. There is no Strait of Hormuz that needs to be contended with if we have Australian sun and Australian wind being generated in Australia. And Mr. Benazia,
we're reflecting off Chinese solar panels and
well, you know, if we decided to replace coal-fired power stations tomorrow, we'd have the same supply chain issues in the construction of those coal-fired power stations. Likewise, there is not a nuclear energy industry in this country. If you decided in 20 years' time that's how long we're willing to wait to do a nuclear energy industry, we'd have the same supply chain issues confronting that industry too. If we're talking about generating assets now, we've got an opportunity here to really insulate ourselves from importing fuel that is subject to all sorts of issues when we see global conflict.
Yeah, importing fuel versus importing other materials. It's
well, you still need to build the generator.
The issue is still there. Ms. McDonald?
Yeah, I've got a couple.
And then...
Yeah, I've got a question.
Yeah, Ms. McDonald?
If I could go to Ms. Kent. Ms. Kent, how would you, because you say you've been on the ground, how would you describe, say, the community sentiment that you have seen in your work in the REZ areas that you visited?
Thank you. It is incredibly mixed and nuanced. So in Uralla Shire Council, where the council has taken a proactive approach to change and have really supported their community to understand as much as they could and to provide open forums where they could ask questions, raise their concerns and look at how they would develop solutions. We have found the community is proactively supporting the development of renewable energy, and in fact that particular community is looking at how they will welcome new workers into the region and hopefully attract them and retain them to the region. So they're really looking at a benefit, and so there is a positive outlook. Unfortunately, this is not the case in the neighbouring Walker Council. I'm sure the committee is very aware of concerns raised by residents in that area. And what we have found is that there are genuine concerns about the impacts of the transmission line and renewable energy zone development. And unfortunately, because the community has not had the opportunity to raise and have those concerns addressed, then it has fueled misinformation and it has fueled division within the community. And then there has been, unfortunately, bullying and a whole lot of uncommunity behaviour. So what we've seen is behaviour where communities have previously been quite cohesive, and because they haven't been able to have their questions responded to early enough, there has been circulation of misinformation that has led to greater division, and then the divide has grown, unfortunately.
That's interesting. And so you say in your submission, it is essential, say, for communities to have that flexibility to develop place-based solutions. So I gather in Uralla that's happened, possibly not so much in the Walker area, but to do that in conjunction with, say, government and your proponents or developers, can you give, say, an example of what that looks like in practice?
Yeah, certainly. So I think the Hayshire Council has been held up as being proactive in this space, and they have really worked through a number of organisations to support the community to and to be on the front foot. So really early on, they convened meetings with the community. And I suppose because if council takes a neutral stance to the development and really opens up the conversation to community, they can be an impartial source of information that the community trusts has the best interest in the community in the long-term viability and well-being of that community. So in Hayshire Council, what happened was that they brought the community together early. They developed a set of principles that they shared with developers around how they wish to be engaged with and the expectations of behaviour and management that were set out by the community. And developers really appreciated that direction. That meant that they had some steer around what would work and what wouldn't work in that community. Now, Hayshire Council has now shared that with other neighbouring councils, and so as a REZ, they're working together to say, if you would like to operate in this area, this is how it is best to approach us. We have done community engagement in our area. This is what our community is looking for in terms of the long-term contribution to wellbeing in this place. They have also then looked to address the community, to understand the projects from the developer's perspective and energy codes, and really drill in and address the key concerns from the community. So what are the opportunities to make nature positive outcomes? What are the transport routes that can provide both a benefit to the community as well as to the developer? So we're talking about broadening a bridge, ensure that the OSM and the parameters actually meet OSM requirements for agriculture as well as the wind developer. So what we found is the funding provided through the capability and capacity funds for councils by Energy Co has allowed councils to actually do that planning in an impartial way and actually provide communities with the on-ground outcomes that they're looking for, or strategies around how we actually going to manage the impacts that we foresee. So that has really so that place-based planning and specific to the impacts that are perceived from the development in that place has really allowed the council to provide real answers to the community around their concerns.
So do you think in that, is there a role for government, or should communities sort of be taking it like, hey, I'm sure they did ask the government, but they kind of took it into their own hands about the communication that they've adopted on the projects?
I think it's very difficult. I think now the government is seen as not impartial. They have and it's seen as political. And so there is a level of distrust that comes with the community engagement. I think all the communities are calling for greater coordination across government departments, and they're really calling for that to be the key role of government. So they are asking, especially outside of the REZs, like, why isn't greater coordination across departments being facilitated? And that is a clear role for government. The community engagement, I think, is more nuanced. I think there needs to be a neutral player. Council isn't always that neutral player. And trying to find someone that the community trusts, that has the best interest of that community in place and is impartial, I think it is critical. It needs to be a trusted voice that has information that is backed up by science to share with the community.
Ms Mitchell?
Thanks, Chair. I just wondered, Mr. Churchill, in your opening statement, you were talking about that clear line of responsibility if ownership changes for particular projects, and that's something that we've heard evidence about sort of over the course of this inquiry, and particularly for landholders, that concern that they might be dealing with one organisation, then that changes. Could you just talk a little bit more about how you think that could be done sort of better in terms of from the landholder perspective? I know you've got like a best practice charter that I've seen on your website about how companies should engage, but where do you think the gaps are in that process?
Thanks for the question. Look, the best practice charter is industry showing what it does do. It's a highlights reel of the engagement and conduct by the industry. To your point about if a project changes hands, how do the landowners trust the new tenant, for lack of a better word? There is future tools that are coming. The best federal government's developer rating scheme, you will be able to look up a proponent, say, oh, my project's been purchased by X, Y, and Z company. How do they rate? So I think there's tools that are there that are independent. And certainly I think that's also through project proponents and the brands that they're building as well. You have a reputation in one part of the country, you have a reputation in a different part of the state. People know who the big operators are, who the legitimate operators are, and those reputations. So I think the metrics are there in order to give people confidence. But it's also around the contractual terms as well, making sure that the new owner of the asset is upholding their obligations as per the term of the agreement with the landowner.
So one of the other things that we've heard a bit from some of the landholders is their day-to-day job is farming and running their farming business. Suddenly this is something that's in their community, and it does feel a little bit like David and Goliath. Sometimes they have to do a lot to inform themselves. They obviously don't have kind of the legal representatives of some of these big companies. So one of the discussions we've had is around, should there be almost like a best practice template for what these sort of arrangements should look like for the life of the project, for the decommissioning? Is there any work happening in that space that you're aware of?
Look, certainly on the decom space, industry has put forward a decommissioning plan that would love to have run nationally. It's around how do you have a ring-fenced financial security that gives landowners the peace of mind and comfort. In terms of your point, absolutely hear you. Farmers are busy farming and then they have to come home and look at documents and understand the project. And I've worked in community engagement. You know a lot of stuff, and then you go and talk to community members and you're having conversation at stage one. I appreciate that. I've not met operators in my time where they are, proponents who are not supplying free legal for landowner negotiations. So landowner, find your representative, and then the project proponent offers to then pay it. So it does give them the capability to read through these contracts and understand it, and have picked someone that's of their choosing, so they've got some peace of mind.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Donnelly?
I suspect in the short time I'm about to have, this may not be possible to address. I actually had questions for both, but I think they might have to be reduced to supplementary questions. But perhaps to Mr. Churchill and Mr. O'Keefe, Mr. Churchill, in your opening statement, you submitted that the focus for the inquiry ought to be on I think you used the phrase, practical improvements that should be being looked at and given consideration to with respect to the rollout of REZs around the state. Are you, and you can take the difference of this on notice because time may not permit you to be as thorough as you'd like, but in terms of those practical improvements, are you able to perhaps skip through some headline points of what that may mean specifically? And take the rest on notice if you wish.
Sure. I'm very happy to come back to you with a sort of catalogued answer. I think to your point about in the interest of time, I'd probably just leave with the point being that all construction is disruptive. I don't think it's a debate about whether or not we should or we shouldn't do the energy transition. I think we've moved beyond there. I think it's that communities want to see the energy transition done well, and that's where we're at.
I think just on that point,
please,
Mr. Donnelly,
please.
I know that we're running out of time, but some of the feedback we've picked up from our members specifically on the community benefits sharing arrangements and not to put words in EnergyCo's mouth or direct the government any which way, but some of our members have raised with me that it might be better led and better served, those decisions about where those funds are going being made by the community rather than by an organisation in Sydney. So the infrastructure, the small projects, the benefits funds themselves, a lot of money going from our members into these communities, multiples of millions of dollars. Those decisions should be made in the community rather than in Sydney.
Which has taken me perfectly segue into my question to Ms. Kent, that equally you might need to take a notice, so I'm not trying to squeeze this too tight. But we did go down to Hay and we had the opportunity to hear firsthand about the work that the Hay Council had been doing, and I think a couple of other councils, or at least one other. You in your opening statement made the observation about your view that the funding of councils, there had been some of that taking place, but there was scope for additional effort to enable the councils. And is that to some extent picking up the point that's just been made to enable councils, which are quintessentially at the heart of communities, to be able to be in that position of understanding community sentiment and concerns one way or the other, and that needed to be uplifted as we unfold, as things continue to unfold.
Yes, thank you. I will provide further
Yes,
information
of course, yeah.
if that's okay. But just to state that my understanding was that EnergyCo's initial funding was for 3 years, whereas the REZ development and construction timeframe was much longer than that. So to ensure that councils could actually support that through to operation is actually really important, because the community will face challenges through that construction period, and will need to have a trusted voice that has the interests of the community at heart, to guide them through that process. And
particularly in regards to infrastructure, wear and tear on roads and related matters, yes.
That's correct.
Anyway, I'll put both of those questions supplementary to enable elucidation. Thank you.
Thank you,
Mr. Donnelly, for doing that. That concludes our time with you. We did go a little bit over, and we'll extend next session's time by that time as well. You have taken some questions on notice, and the Secretariat will be in touch in how to get them back to us. Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks,
Thank
Hamish.
you.
Thank you.
Forward via video conference. Hear us, and we can both hear you. Yes.
Good afternoon. Hopefully you can hear me. Councillor Charles Lynch.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Lynch. Ms. Hampton.
Yes, hello everyone. Leanne Hampton from New South Wales Aboriginal Land Council. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, coming through
Wonderful.
perfectly. All right, we'll get started. So I welcome you both. Starting with you, Mr. Lynch, can you state your first name, position, title, and swear either an oath or affirmation for me, please?
Yeah, Charles John Lynch. I'm a councillor for New South Wales Aboriginal Lands Council Northern Region, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And now, Ms. Hampton, can you do the same?
Thank you. Leanne Hampton, I'm Deputy Chairperson of the New South Wales Aboriginal Land Council. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Now, would either of you like to make a short opening statement?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair and members. My name is Leanne Hampton, Deputy Chairperson of the New South Wales Aboriginal Land Council. I am joined today by Councillor Charles Lynch. NSWLC is the peak statutory body representing 121 local Aboriginal land councils across New South Wales. This network has over 30,000 members and collectively holds more than 250,000 hectares of land across the state. Renewable energy zones intersect directly with regions where LACs hold land or have lodged land claims. As a result, Aboriginal communities are not just adjacent to this transition, we are on the ground where it is happening. Newswalk recognises the opportunities presented by renewable energy development, but to date, the economic benefits for Aboriginal communities has been inconsistent. The question for us is what success looks like for Aboriginal communities within the REZ landscape. Success means Aboriginal communities are active participants in local REZ economies, not just consulted stakeholders. It also means long-term community uplift where the benefits are reinvested into secure employment, housing, infrastructure, services and economic development within Aboriginal communities. We see a clear need to improve equity in grant funding and benefit distribution, and these programs should have Aboriginal representation in the decision-making processes. We also acknowledge that LACs often do not have the resourcing required to undertake complex land analysis or negotiate effectively with large-scale developers. Therefore, stronger support is essential. Finally, we emphasise the importance of genuine and early engagement. The current debate in regional communities around pink zoning demonstrates how planning decisions can impact landowners when engagement occurs without sufficient transparency. The same lesson applies here. LACs must be involved early so that renewable energy development proceeds with certainty and delivers shared benefits. We welcome the committee's work and look forward to your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Hampton. So the committee has just resolved to have free flow questions. So questions will come from anywhere, including on the screen as well. So I'm just looking for someone to open up the questions.
Yes,
Mr Donnelly?
Yes, indeed. Thank you, both councillors, for coming along remotely today and participating. We appreciate the opportunity to engage with you. On the matter, if you don't mind, of to elucidate on for me and the committee, the matter of the sharing of the benefits, the sharing of the improvements and outcomes of the unfolding of REZ in New South Wales. How you might be able to explain that is done. What it would be the mechanism or the framework that would be required to meet that request of the improvement and enhancement?
I'm happy to lead off, Councillor, if you like, on this one. I think, firstly, it's very important that the Aboriginal guidelines that are being established for each REZ, which document and highlight key strategies and goals that those communities are looking forward to implementing throughout the development of a REZ or a proposal with the proponents, such as, if you look at the New England REZ, in its draft, they talk about initiatives around the governance structure. In other words, in decision-making from a community perspective. They look at the benefits that they're trying to seek through employment, training, and obviously procurement of businesses. And they're looking at long-term goals. So their strategies are in 1 to 3 years, and they also look at longer-term goals to ensure effective legacies are left, in particular around training when it comes to apprenticeships that can be achieved where these projects are, as we all know, between 25 and 30 years. The other piece of important information, or the other important piece on this, is our Lands Council network is very skilled and are across land management. And as we all know, this particular development covers vast areas of land, and their expertise, I believe, in dealing with either offsets or maintenance on the ground is critical in taking up some of those opportunities. The other piece to this around the governance arrangements in relation to the guidelines, as you know, the guidelines are not in concrete. They're aspirations of how the local communities and the Minister sees the advancement and the implementation. But as we know, for example, when it comes to Tier 1s, they'll have strategies in there to meet, whether it be state or target or employment and procurement guidelines, but not necessarily do they fall beneath the Tier 1 operators. So it's very hard for the Tier 1 operators to then enforce on their Tier 2, Tier 3 operators those same targets that are required under possible tender arrangements. So I think they're the key pieces in the initial thoughts around how we deliver on those outcomes, and that is ensuring those guidelines that are set and agreed to in those early stages become critical in ensuring or concreted into the contracts of tender for Tier 1 operators.
That's very helpful. Ms Hampton, did you have any, Councillor, anything you wanted to add to that response?
I think Councillor Lynch has covered off on that pretty well. Thank you.
That's beaut. Forgive me for my ignorance on this, but probably not the first time I've asked a question I should know the answer to. The matter of the guidelines referred to in that answer, with respect to those guidelines for the respective REZ geographic areas, are they very similar or identical, or there's quite a variance? Are you able to elucidate on that? In other words, the guidelines...
I would suggest that there's...
Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. I'm not sure, Councillor Lynch, you might be able to expand a little bit further, but I think the guidelines are very inconsistent across the REZ zones currently, and I think that's because we haven't had that that wholesome engagement, I suppose, and that cross-section of Aboriginal communities consulting with not only the departments that they're working with, but one another to make sure that the approach is consistent across all the REZ zones. Would that be a fair enough comment, Councillor Lynch?
I think the guiding principles are very similar, but when it then comes to the objectives, it moves away. So that, in particular, we get very, very quickly defined with any government agency around the basics of training, employment and so on, whereas I think communities have advanced enough to say that there's a lot more that they could be delivering on. When we look at the guiding principles, most of them talk about strong coordination, they talk about communication flow and information, they might talk about strong accountability and monitoring. Some particularly talk about the Aboriginal working group and how they feel that there should be co-design and so on. And then obviously in those guiding principles, it's not just one agency of government that can be involved in delivering on REZ. There's multiple agencies, and they talk about also in leveraging all agencies, not just dealing with the key agency that's there for delivery. So I think, and then when we come to the goals and targets, that's what varies greatly within communities based on geographics, needs, and availability to other things, such as even the availability of training institutions and so on.
Thank you for that. Just before I move on to my next question, so it's your submission that, if I understand correctly the answer, that there is a degree of flexibility within guidelines for respective REZs, and that in fact is quite important. It is necessary to have that to accommodate what are particular community needs within the geographic area.
Absolutely, and of course not one document will fit all. We all are a little bit different, but the core principles are very similar.
Can I move on?
I would agree.
I apologise, sorry.
No, I was just saying I agree. The core principles across all of the REZs and those guiding principles are similar, but I think the thing that's lacking is the consistency in whether it's being delivered or not.
Delivered, which in fact is bringing up the next question, and I'll need to pass back to the Chair shortly. The matter of, in the opening statement, the not seeing, hopefully this is yet, hopefully they come, but not seeing the benefits of REZ for the Indigenous communities in the state. Can I ask you, are there any examples, if I could sort of just go the other way and ask, where there is some nascent emergence, if I could sort of put it that way, of benefits which you're starting to see develop, and you believe need to be continued to be encouraged, and with respect to where there is none that you're observing, where does one start? Does one start with trying to cultivate and foster some particular priorities, or your submission would be to go in and argue for quite a spectrum approach where you pursue a number of benefits concurrently? So the first question is, are there any examples where there are some benefits starting to manifest?
I'm happy to lead off, Councillor, if you like. I believe there has been some, and I won't give specific areas, but I will say this, there's been what I would call sugar hits, where money has gone into community in the development of the guiding principles, where proponents are involved, where possible expressions of interest for tenders and so on are out there. There's been money that's come forward or agreed to, and I tend to call them sugar hits because it's money or cash up front, whether it be for agreement or to move forward. Our communities, take that on board to bring about their initiatives in their own community land and business plans. But what really is required is a more extensive coordination to ensure that long-term legacies are left in these large infrastructure delivery projects. And that's why you will see, and I can talk specific to New England, they're really working hard to ensure that university qualifications are achieved. We have qualified tradesmen or persons by the end of the project, that well after the requirements of whether it be the maintenance on the REZs or so on, that there are skill sets that also are held in community, that advance community in other facets as well. So it's the uplift within the community that longer term aspirations and goals are being set to achieve on.
Thank you. Perhaps if there's no further responses, back to the Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Donnelly. I just have a couple of questions. Just the issue around, I guess, cultural heritage protections, and I get a sense of how that's been managed or not managed well. We haven't heard a lot of evidence around this issue, although we did go to a site visit out in the central west where they had cordoned and protected an area. I'm just want to get a sense of how well that's being done in this rush to push this infrastructure out, and whether there's any improvements that can be made in that space.
I think, if you don't mind, Councillor Lynch, in my area, the cultural heritage aspects of the projects thus far have been really good. There's probably, I would say, more positives than negatives in regards to the way it's been rolled out. If there's something that Aboriginal communities do well, it's cultural and heritage protection, and in most cases, their wishes and their knowledge has been valued and respected, which they appreciate. So yeah, we haven't had any major issues that I'm aware of across my region at all at the moment.
Okay, thank you. Anything else, Mr. Lynch, to add?
I've just got a couple of quick ones for me, Chair. That would be, in my region, probably the only, and nothing's ever perfect, but I know there's been multiple times where RAPs have been called upon, or countrymen or country persons, to do sites work or walkovers, and the notification times for that, I believe, has been very short. And I think the other one for me that has stood out is, and some comments that have been made by countrymen, is that, as always with RAPs on the ground, some people feel we have people walking on country that are not from country. So that'll be the only comments I make. I think there is a little bit of work for all of us in this area. And also I have had comments specifically about people being notified the day before for walkover. And sometimes that's just not achievable when a lot of our community members with the expertise are elders or people that may not necessarily can drop everything at the drop of a hat and be on site in a particular location with that type of notification. So there has been some pressure with the delivery, in particular with the REZ in the New England. It has taken a little bit more time, and that's for various reasons.
Sure. And just picking up on some of those points you were making, like, so far, has there been situations where your community has disagreed with positions being taken? How have you managed those disagreements? Because obviously, even in the broader community, there are diverse views on the renewable energy rollout. I can only imagine in the Aboriginal community there are also those diverse views. So I'm just wondering, how have you managed those diverse views and disagreements?
The Aboriginal consultative group that's in the New England in the bottom half, what they've done is they've pushed back. They've pushed back to get time to ensure that key stakeholders from the Aboriginal community are there as a collective. So we have a very strong cohort of, whether it be native title, land rights, Aboriginal community controlled orgs. They've made sure that everyone that needs to be in that conversation is participating in that conversation, rather than being allowed to be handpicked or picked off to drive a project and meet certain deadlines. They've worked very well together, and I dare say is that they've worked for the benefit of the Aboriginal community, not for individual or individual parties.
Ms. Hampton, do you have any perspectives from your area?
No, nothing further to add. It just goes to show the sort of, I guess, the inconsistent way that things are being dealt with across all the REZs. As you can see, Councillor Lynch's perspective on some of the issues are different to mine, and whether that's, I wouldn't say that one community is stronger than the other at all. I would just say that the methods of dealing with disputes are very different. Yeah.
Sure. Thank you for that. Mr. Fang, you've got your hand up.
Thank you, Chair. Yes. I just wanted to ask in relation to, and it's sort of similar to what the Chair was just asking, but in terms of where you have projects that clearly don't have license with the community and are opposed strongly, do you have a view about receiving any community benefit from those projects? Would you oppose it if it's something that the community itself would be opposed to?
I think there's a broad acceptance that the REZ zones are important. I don't think that. I think if there was opposition, there would be ways of communicating probably better with those communities to come to a consensus or some sort of compromise to make things work for both parties. But at this point in time, yeah, I haven't heard of any really strong objections to it because we realise the benefits of it.
Are you serious?
Some of the areas, yes.
I mean, that is extraordinary because the residents that and I've been to the two, I guess, proposed REZ locations, despite the rhetoric of the government, almost universally, these projects are hated by the community. So for you to provide as evidence that you think that people understand the importance of them, I think is shows a clear disconnect between what the local communities feel about these projects versus, I guess, the opportunity to seek benefit from the community benefit programs.
I'm happy to make some comments. I think Councillor Hampton's comments are purely in relation to the Aboriginal community and how they're working through it. There's no doubt in the New England, we all know that I've got a very prominent politician that has led a significant group in relation to some of the development of the REZ through the New England, and that is in one particular area. So let's be quite frank about it. What we're talking about today is that as far as the Aboriginal guidelines are concerned and the Aboriginal participation from the Land Rights Network, and even in relation to ACCOs, they have come to the table in good faith. If the REZs are going ahead, they have come up with specific guidelines, goals and targets and initiatives that will benefit their communities if they proceed. So I'm purely not making a comment, and I'm sure Councillor Hampton was not making a comment to the general public in relation to the development of a REZ. If we want to talk in the whole domain of community, there is no doubt there is dissent for various reasons, some made up and some perhaps not. And as we know with the New England REZ, those particular lines have now been moved to accommodate some of those discussions and impact.
Yes, correct. Although it is my understanding, having spoken to Indigenous groups as well as, I guess, the wider community, that there is opposition across the board, not just, I guess, within one group, but as a whole, these communities aren't necessarily receptive to these renewable energy zones. So in those circumstances, do you only take on board the view of Indigenous groups, or do you take on board the views of wider communities? Because even if you are only talking about Indigenous groups, I'm not convinced, with the discussions that I've had, that they are necessarily on board with these things either.
I would suggest that we are here today to give evidence on behalf of the New South Wales Aboriginal Land Council and the land councils across the state that we represent. So I'm not sure in what regards, when you identify Aboriginal communities, whether you're speaking about local Aboriginal land councils that we represent, or whether you're speaking about other community organisations that are outside the remit of the Aboriginal Land Rights Act.
Okay, well, let's just talk about the lands councils then in those terms, because yes, I was talking about other Indigenous groups that seek to have a voice at the table, and they've made it clear that they're opposed to these renewable energy zones. But in terms of the land councils themselves, are they they're happy with I guess the rollout of these renewable energy zones, and that they're not, I guess, concerned about the impacts on country, and the environmental impact that the rollout of renewables will have in their areas?
I've no doubt that there's been concerns raised by various groups, but I just wish to be clear, and I can only talk again on the bottom half of the REZ in the New England from my perspective, and that is, at the moment, we have a control group, an Aboriginal control group, which includes lands councils, it includes native title, it includes various other Aboriginal community controlled organisations, and they have taken a view and have worked with Energy Co to bring about guiding principles to formulate what they would want and see as a benefit to their communities if this REZ was to go ahead. In those discussions, there would be numerous people that have raised concerns about destruction of possible artefacts and so on, but in particular the piece that's coming through my part of the world is an extension already on lines that previously have been put in place. So at the moment, that's the considerations that my lands councils have given to this project.
Right. So in terms then of where environmental concerns have been raised, has Energy Co given you a commitment that they will not or will adopt all of the suggestions and address the concerns that have been raised?
I'm sure to other parties, but not to the parties I'm sitting with. That's just being quite honest. Not at this stage.
So is the support contingent on those matters being addressed, or are they happy to waive those concerns?
No, as and when required, they would need to be addressed.
Okay, so so any support that is provided to these projects, I'll say, is contingent on the acceptance that the other environmental, cultural, heritage matters that are raised by the lands councils are addressed before construction. Is that correct?
Like any other party, you would expect that. But as we know, and in previous infrastructure dealings, sometimes it isn't. And as you know, they're driven through regardless of what the Indigenous voice says, because in these particular, and I'm hoping this isn't rocket science, but let's face it, we are the minority within a minority, and at times, even our voices are disregarded. So I just wish to be very clear on that matter.
Yeah, no, and that's, and look, I guess I was just trying to understand the extent to which you've had the ability to have input in order to have your acceptance of these projects adopted. And I think that they're, like other landholders and interest groups that are involved in these projects, you're a stakeholder, and Energy Co is effectively saying that stakeholders' views are being considered when ultimately it's a tick-a-box exercise. So that's why I don't perhaps understand why you would have, why you would agree without actually having qualifying items listed in that agreement. Because, yeah, it seems that any community benefit you may receive from any of the programs is not going to ameliorate the issues that you are raising in terms of these projects.
Yeah, I agree with your comments, Wes, but at this stage, it's very early on for the group in the New England who's just finalising their guidelines and their aspirations and initiatives.
Yeah. No, so, and look, that's all. I'm just trying to understand exactly where that agreement starts and stops, and
yep.
what qualifications are around them. Because if by all means, if you can get Energy Co to agree to things, you're doing a lot better than most other people. But certainly, I found Energy Co says a lot of words, but actions are completely a different story. So.
And we're not disputing that for one moment. I just want to be really clear. We're not disputing that for one moment. We have concerns as well. It's like everything, and there's been plenty of examples previously, inland rail, whatever we want to roll up. Infrastructure, we're all kidding ourselves if people think infrastructure is going to stop because of the contribution or the minority inside these heavy developments when it comes to government. So I just wish to be really clear on that. But we are front and centre in ensuring and trying to ensure that we are being engaged and consulted, and our views are taken on board and acted upon.
Excellent, very good. Although I will say that you did stop a silver mine, so you know, I mean, yeah, that's.
Sometimes you get a win, Wes, and sometimes you don't.
Well, depends on what you call a win, but you know, I understand. Yes, thanks, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just another question from me: whether we get a sense of scale in terms of how it's impacting Aboriginal lands. Do you have a sense of how much land is that's owned by Aboriginal peoples is being directly impacted by either transmission or proponents of renewable energy? Have you done that assessment at all?
Yeah, I'll talk first if you like, Deb, and in particular in the New England, the bottom half of my region, they're more heavily impacted. I've got a LAUC that's got substantial land holdings. As we come up the New England to about Armidale, because we're split into north and south, I've got very limited impact between Murrundi and Walker. Walker in particular is the only LAUC that has possibly a road access point that may have to go across Crown land. Apart from that, that's the only impact in my particular piece that we're looking at, but heavily impacted in the bottom around the Muswellbrook, Newcastle area.
Yes, we're heavily impacted down south around Deniliquin and Hay within those areas. We have instances where the local Aboriginal Land Council has tried to negotiate actual partnership within those rather than just having the stakeholder consultation process. They're still in talks at the moment, but yeah, heavily impacted down the south of my region as well.
Okay. And so those partnership that negotiation of whether it's a partnership or a stakeholder, that's still ongoing. You give a sense
it's ongoing, yes, because the Aboriginal Land Council actually owns the parcel of land. So they're wanting, rather than scholarships and financial or exchange of monies, they're actually wanting to buy into the project, so they have direct benefit from that. And they're a pretty good land council in a position to be able to do that. They are able to negotiate quite well with with the parties involved, but like I said, it's still in a negotiation phase at this point in time.
Would that be the preferred approach? Across the land councils, that they are partners rather than just getting those sugar hits, as you said, Mr. Lynch. Is that the preferred model that they would like to see if the land is directly impacting, or if it's directly impacting their land, that they have some sort of partnership in the benefit or the operation of it?
I think that would be the desired outcome for my communities down here. But it really goes to their capacity to do so. Like we said in the opening statement, some of the land councils require a lot of complex help in regards to land analysis and commercial negotiations. But those that do those well are actually the ones that are succeeding at the moment. So, like I said, it's not a one size fits all, but it is an opportunity, I think, for those land councils that need that bit of extra support to possibly obtain it through putting it through the guidelines and expressing their needs for their communities.
So would you like to see a recommendation from this committee that those land councils that aren't as equipped as others to have support so they could build that capacity to bring them up to that same level? Is that what you would like to see?
I think that would be a fantastic recommendation coming out of this, yes.
Thank you. Mr. Donnelly, you have any further questions?
Just probably a quick one. Once again, thank you both for participating today. It's been very helpful. Feel free to put this question on notice, given that we don't have a lot of time left, if it's going to take a lengthy amount to sort of articulate all the points. But going back to the matter of benefits of REZ developments for Indigenous communities, the comment's been made obviously about the importance of investment in education, and that be education, right through to university graduate education, and importantly, vocational education. And there's been some emphasis given to that, and I do understand that. But in addition to the concentration and the focus on education, what other specific benefits do the land councils have in mind as being potential in terms of arising from REZ developments?
We could probably take that one on notice because
Sure.
we do actually have probably a list, a lengthy list that we could provide to the committee after this. The opening statement I had to reduce quite a bit so I could fit it in the 2 minutes, but there are specific examples in there that we're happy to provide. One of the other questions that we might expand on following this as well is the amount of land that's directly impacted within all of our REZ areas at the moment. Councillor Lynch, we could get our land and property team to pull that information together to provide directly to you following this as well.
That's fine, thank you. I will follow it up. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms McDonald, do you have any questions? Otherwise, we'll...
I don't have any questions. They've all been covered. Thank you.
All right, excellent. Well, there's no other further questions from Wes. That concludes our time. With you, thank you very much. You did take a couple questions on notice, so the Secretary will be in touch with how to get them back to us. So thank you very much for your time and information you've provided today. It's much appreciated.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
You will now break for lunch and return at 2 o'clock.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning.
Just double checking that we have Ms McDonald and Mr Fang online.
Well, you've got the
we've got.
Nat. I don't know about. I can't speak for the Liberal Party member.
We've got quorum. Thank you. All right. We now welcome our next witness. So, can I ask you, Professor, to state your full name, position, title, and swear either an oath or affirmation for me, please?
Yes, please. Should I stand?
No, seated is fine.
Yes, I'm Ivan Robert Kennedy. I'm a graduate of the University of Western Australia, and I've been working at the University of Sydney since 1968, and am Professor Emeritus in Agricultural and Environmental Chemistry. Particularly, I've concentrated on risk analysis for agriculture and the environment.
Thank you. Could you state, can you either give the oath or affirmation for me, please?
Sure. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Would you like to make a short opening statement before we go to questions?
Sure. I'm making evidence relevant to A, B and H to do with the terms of reference. And in particular, with respect to A and B, a major concern for this committee should be the lack of environmental risk assets under Australian field conditions on renewable wind and solar energy within the REZ. Several issues scientifically relevant to this presenter's expertise will be raised, or are raised by my document. Is this lack of diligent risk research for agriculture and rural industry negligence by its promoters? Such risk assessment is regarded as normal best practice for new technology, often enforced by regulators. On the contrary, this lack of diligence has even been justified by some authorities by the urgent need to mitigate global climate, so local or regional risk can be neglected. However, such a reckless policy cannot be judged as likely to succeed, either scientifically or socio-economically. This emission under Australian field conditions can easily be rectified at relatively low cost. This should be budgeted and performed now with ongoing monitoring by independent research agencies to ensure effective environmental protection and to avoid unintended consequences. In my document, I point out that my expertise is in risk assessment. One of our projects with the cotton industry was said to, for better practice, was said to have saved the cotton industry $1.2 billion. This was work by my students and my postdocs. In particular, this was to do with the introduction of safe insecticides for use in that industry. Otherwise, the industry might have been closed down. But the two main issues I want to refer to are the likelihood that the wake of wind farms will dry out the landscape. Turbulence is a much more effective way of drying. I've presented several submissions to in various places, and I have copies of them here, pointing out the scientific basis for this, and it is based, and nothing that I say doesn't have peer-reviewed research to support it, particularly our own research. In the handouts that I've given people, I've given the list of publications that I've done in the last 10 years, nearly all to do with climate science and to matters relevant to the evidence I'm presenting here. Obviously, I can't go through the details, but I've taken two case studies, Western Australia, where they've had bushfires north of Perth where they never used to have them, and that's where the wind farms are. The Gin Gin Fire Agency has had to expand incredibly because of that greater bushfire risk. And I show a picture from the ABC of when Cervantes had to be evacuated recently. Secondly, I'm drawing attention to the toxicity of solar panels. Solar panels contain significant amounts of heavy metals. One of these is silver. Silver ions are used to control Legionella disease because bacteria are very, very sensitive to silver ions. They don't use mercury because it might be too volatile, but silver is almost as good. It's the second most toxic heavy metal, and if 1% of the silver that is in solar farms gets into the soil, that soil can never be remediated. I make the case for that in some of the submissions that I've presented. But then, just to finish up, I understand that I only have 3 or 4 minutes for this phase. There is no urgency. In 23-24, energy in Australia was supplied by oil, 41%, gas and coal, 25% each, and that renewable energy, including hydroelectricity, was 9%. That can't be rectified quickly, even if it ever does proceed to be more than 20 or 30%. The recognition of severe grid-wide wind droughts in winter was first reported by Miss Kelly in 2012, and we're going into that period. Many of the wind farms will not perform at anything like the capacity that has been assumed. I'm going to leave my last statement until after the questions, but I just, at this point, I'll refer to specific elements of what's in this document responding to questions.
Thank you, Professor. So the committee's just resolved to have questions free flow, so they'll come from anywhere, including on the screen in front of you. I might start off with, so you've spent decades studying this sort of stuff. What we're seeing now with the renewable energy zones being rolled out, was it your understanding what we're seeing is a rollout without fully understanding the cumulative environmental impacts of that rollout?
Very, very much so. My whole career has been devoted to anticipating unintended consequences of introducing new technology. I think I'm pretty good at it. The record would say that, and if you were used to use AI and Gemini, I think you would find it would tell you that as an independent observer. So I'm very distressed, in fact, by what I'm seeing. I'm amazed that it has been allowed to happen at all without the normal research that goes into introducing new technology. For example, I see things about sheep grazing under solar panels. If those sheep become contaminated with some of that silver, you're not going to be able to sell them on any market. And in the past, we've lost our beef industry because of areas I've worked in to do with insecticides. In the early 90s, our beef industry was closed down for 6 to 9 months, I think, completely because of contamination with pesticides in cotton gin trash that was fed to livestock all across Australia. So we have to be aware of these possibilities. We have to do the research beforehand. You can't do these as desktop exercises based on experiences in other countries. In the case of Maui, in this document, I have pointed out that the main wind farm on that island in Hawaii, where 102 people died in 2023, had a wind drying effect, according to my hypothesis, that dried out that area so much that it was impossible to fight the bushfire that existed. I've been in touch with the fire expert at the University of Hawaii, Clay Nautract, his name is in the document, and he replied to me by email that his concern is neglected plantations and weeds and litter, but he agrees that my hypothesis that the wake drying effect of swirling air downwind of the wind farms, always blowing in that direction towards Lahaina, where only people who could get into the ocean survived when that town was incinerated. So the extra dryness that you get from dry air blowing over a man's can increase the energy that comes out of the fire by factors of 3. If you can reduce the water content by half when it's fairly dry already, you get 3 times more heat when that bushfire starts. And also the likelihood of ignition increases very much. So it's things like this that I, from my point of view as a risk assessor, my notebook even has risk on it, is what I'm looking out for, and I don't believe that kind of surveillance has been done at all in the case of the introduction of renewables. But we can still do it. We can still do the research. The universities should be asked to do some of this research. At the moment, they're being funded mainly in favour of the IPCC science. I have some questions about that. I'm always questioning. And perhaps I should hold at that point in answer to that question. But I think it is negligence that we haven't spent several years doing research in hot, dry Australia to protect our agricultural and environmental resources.
Just one other question from me before I hand off to other members. From that agricultural chemistry perspective, you talked about that 1% of lead from solar panels getting
silver.
Getting into the soil. What other impacts should we be looking out for other than the silver? And is it a case of a cumulative thing? If it builds up too much in an area, then not only can it not be remediated, but the actual agricultural produce is affected by it as well in terms of contamination.
Well, in the case of silver, it would take some time for this to happen. When the panels are new, they're not going to be leaking out heavy metals. But if there are hailstorms and they're shattered, what will be done? Will they cover over the shattered solar farms to prevent rain falling on them and then causing leaching of that material? It's not only silver, there are other metals as well. When it comes to the turbines, the blades have bisphenol in their structure, and that has to be softened at the moment with PFAS compounds, which the Royal Australian Chemical Institute recently supported the inquiry of the Australian Senate into PFAS compounds. Obviously, it's been in the news for other reasons, particularly to do with firefighting and to use in firefighting and by the military. So it could be that in the near future, materials with PFAS in them may not be legally imported. That's not the case at the moment. But it is the case in asbestos, which was found there recently. in some of the breaks to do with the generators. But when you come to something was another contaminant that was drawn to my attention recently is sulfur hexafluoride. This is has a lifetime. It's used to prevent sparking and arcing in wind turbines in the generator areas. It's a dense gas. It's got thousands of times the greenhouse effect. It's the most strongest greenhouse gas known, in fact. And most of the turbines that have been put in up till now would have a kilogram of this gas enclosed in the electrical system. It leaks out very slowly, obviously, otherwise it would lose function. But what's going to be done about that in the future? The UK, I refer in the document, the UK and European Union have recently decided not to use it in future in their wind turbines. What about the case here in Australia? I believe some of the manufacturers may use alternative gases, and the point I make is that we should be looking into that and taking action on that as soon as possible.
It's just on that point. Do you think should be a set of standards in terms of what we expect in terms of the products that we're putting out? If we're going down this route, should there be a set of standards for the componentry of wind turbines, componentry of solar panels, and how they're made? Would that assist?
I would be asking for monitoring immediately.
Yep.
There are solar farms that have been put in place and have been operating for 10 years or more. A research project could be done on those immediately to see if any leaching of the heavy metals in the solar farms is occurring. And in particular, if I was doing experiments, and I don't do them anymore, I no longer have PhD students, the Dean took them off me in 2012. Any more would have been greedy, but and I appreciated that because I'm now available to work on this kind of problem and on climate change. We don't have regulation in the introduction of renewables, as far as I can see. If the planning department can inform me otherwise, I'd like to know about it. I have written to them and I've asked for research to be done, but in their reply, they say that the threat of climate change is so great that we can effectively ignore local effects occurring now. I do have a copy of that letter, and I have a handout I would actually like to give to the chair.
Happy for that to be tabled.
And it has material like that, and also research papers I've done that could be relevant, and also the submissions I have made at several other places in the countryside and to the Senate. I have referred to those in the document, and you can. It's fairly easy to download them.
Thank you. We'll take them and we'll consider how best we can incorporate that into our report.
And I've got another set too.
That's all the questions
okay. Yeah, take all of that.
That's all.
Someone wants an okay.
That's all the questions I have. I'll pass to for the moment. I'll pass to you, Mr. Donnelly. Then I'll go to Mr. Fane.
Thank you, and thank you very much for coming along today to bring your expertise and experience and knowledge to the matter before us. Can I ask Professor the matter of what should be done now? In other words, if we take the proposition that the concerns that you've raised have good reason to exercise our minds. The matter of the drying of the agricultural land and the matters of potential pollution around matters to do with silver and the solar panels. And bear in mind, I've had a flick through this. I haven't had a chance to read it fully.
Yeah.
What would you say is the action that government should take immediately, certainly in the context of REZs where already the setting up of the infrastructure has commenced and is well advanced, and maybe even moving towards completion? What should you governments be doing now?
Well, I think I haven't sat down to write such a proposal. And
just express an opinion's fine, that's fine.
Yeah, and I'm past, I bought 2 drones and I'm actually going to fly them upwind and downwind of wind turbines. In fact, the site we're looking at is Bodangara out near Wellington.
Right, yep.
But I doubt that my drones, together with the meteorological equipment I put on them, will be able to come up with the scientifically publishable evidence. But I've been trying to get younger meteorologists at conferences interested in these areas, but unfortunately they're all being funded to do other things, which are not to question the rollout of renewables. So it's difficult to get funding. So what is needed is some kind of fund, and we're not talking about billions, we're talking about a few million. And also some independent scientists who are prepared to ask questions, to undertake research on the issues I put forward. For example, the University of Sydney has supported Spark Renewables to put a solar farm on Arthursley, which is a farm that was donated to the university in about 1979, I think, which had been completely damaged by acidification.
Right.
That's one of my areas of expertise, by the way. I published a book, Acid Soil and Acid Rain. I was hoping the university would rehabilitate that.
Right.
But they're deciding that Spark can put a solar farm on it. I've written to the Chancellor and also the Dean suggesting the University of Sydney do some research, like smash some panels as though it was a hailstone, and let it, and then rain on it with a rain simulator.
Sure.
And just see what leaching occurs and how. And I would say this should be done between now and 2031, a 5-year period, where research of this kind is deliberately done. So the governments of Australia and the government of New South Wales can take credit for being aware of these possible unintended consequences and have already done some research to define whether we can go ahead or not. Perhaps I'm wrong. I might be exaggerating.
Sure. But
I'm a scientist. One of the first things I found in working with industry corporations in agriculture, like the Grains Research Development Corporation and the Cotton Research, which are in areas that we're talking about.
Yep.
I remember being told by Ralph Schultz, who used to run it, who's passed away, but Ralph said to me, "Ivan, don't bother your brain too much. Give us the facts, and we'll make the decisions about what to do to reduce our risk."
Right.
I'm starting to form in my head what should be done. A part of that would then be obviously to involve those corporations which have great experience. I have spoken to the CRDC about that and told them to make sure that any research they do, which is about climate science, has dual benefits. one for agriculture and another for the environment, not just for the climate, because we have no certainty that that will be beneficial, whereas for agriculture we do have certainty. As Rolf said, deliver those facts. So I don't really want to impose myself on this. I think other experts, younger than me, I might have to stop at any time.
Don't look like you're stopping any time soon, Professor.
Yeah, well, it's not.
Well, what you're saying is the time has come.
Yeah, we must do something. Something must be done.
Because it's not already been done. It'd be a different situation if this work had been done.
I mean, my concluding statement, I'm saying that there's no short-term urgency in introducing renewable wind and solar energy. The risk research necessary to allow environmentally safer installations for wind and solar could be budgeted and conducted before 2031. The Paris Agreement 2015 in Article 2A specifies that greenhouse emissions be lessened in a manner that does not threaten food production. We are threatening food production. If you dry out the landscape, productivity will fall. And also the risk of bushfires, which cannot be fought because of extra dryness, will be greater. More specifically for Australia and New Zealand, the Renewable Electricity Act of 2000, reinforced in the 2014 Warburton Review, recommends that the Climate Change Authority should ensure that renewable energy sources are ecologically sustainable. I don't see any evidence of that. If they're doing it, please tell me.
Please tell you.
Yeah.
I can ask more if you like.
I know Miss McDonald's got her hand up, so
Thanks, Professor.
I might throw to her if Wes doesn't object.
No objection. Ladies first, and Ms. Aileen McDonald is definitely a wonderful lady. So she.
There you go.
Thank you, Mr. Bank. Professor Kennedy, are your concerns based on evidence from operating Australian projects, or is it a hypothesis?
Well, science, new science and new technology always arises from a hypothesis, and the scientific response is to do experiments under the conditions where that technology would be applied. So, of course, yes, what I'm saying is hypothetical, but it's based on peer-reviewed science, some of which is in the handouts I've given, and I've got lists of publications elsewhere showing that wind farms in the United States have been shown to warm the local environment. And that's been confirmed, not very much, but significantly. And if that continues to happen on an increased basis, and it's been confirmed by satellites in publications, so everything I say is based on peer-reviewed papers by others or by myself.
Okay, I'll ask one more question and then I'll throw to Mr. Begg.
Yeah.
So we've had, say, solar panels on our rooftops and farms for, say, over 20 years now.
Yeah.
Has the issue of, silver contamination come up prior?
Well, silver has been used in the most recent panels using crystalline silica, and silver has been found to be the most efficient way to connect the individual cells in the panels. Prior to that, some of the thin film solar panels before had cadmium as a key metal in the cells. no one is monitoring it. That's my real answer to that question. I did, at a function at the University of Sydney last year, I asked that question of a representative of the EPA, but they're not really allowed to say what goes on in a government organisation in public. But I did get the message that people were working on making safer panels. You could replace, I mentioned the silver in particular because it is the second most toxic heavy metal after mercury. Copper would be a much safer metal to use, but it's not as efficient in generating electricity. So the problem is that people, in answer to your question, the problem is that people are not even thinking about questioning it. When you look at the media, everyone is in favour of the solar panels. They say sheep can graze under them, for example. Sheep actually emit dimethyl sulfide, about 50 to 100 parts per million in their breath. Their anaerobic rumen makes H2S, hydrogen sulfide, and dimethyl sulfide. Dimethyl sulfide is regarded as a good thing for climate change because when it gets into the atmosphere it makes sulfuric acid, which scatters radiation, particularly when water droplets form. And that's supposed to have been one reason why the warming hasn't been as fast as the early models predicted. So, but if we have sheep breathing out dimethyl sulfide under solar panels containing silver, that may well react with the silver. It should react with the silver in the panels. These are just all speculation. That's a speculation. But it's based on good science because there's plenty of evidence that sheep make dimethyl sulfide. The H2S they make is mainly recycled in their bodies because they need the sulfur for the wool, because wool has a lot of sulfur in it. So these are this is what is in my mind. I'm an expert in agriculture and in risk because of 50 years of experience and 50 postgraduate students who've informed me over the years. They ask the questions and we get together and come up with solutions. So if I was in my if I was 35 or 40, in answer to your question, I'd be asking for $10 million.
Okay, in round figures, yeah.
Thank you.
Professor.
Yeah, thank you, Professor. It's been really insightful. Unfortunately, our time with you has lapsed, but I suspect we'll have supplementary questions to send to you. So I think we could have spent another half an hour talking to you at least.
I welcome that, Chair. I had scholarships throughout my career. Australian taxpayers put me here.
Right.
And it's my responsibility and my, what's the other word? Everyone now has to be not just responsible, but accountable. And that's what I'll go on doing as long as I'm alive. And I'm hoping that someone will listen to me because what I'm saying makes good scientific sense.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Professor. You've certainly been listened to here. The Secretariat will be in touch in terms of any supplementary questions. So we thank you for your time, and we'll now bring forth our next witnesses.
Thank you.
And Rule
Yeah,
5.
thank you.
Thank you. Those documents, you're not sure happy for telling them?
Yes.
Yes.
Right, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, good.
We head into afternoon tea, yeah. We'll see how we do.
I had to say more.
Do we have this one issue in this one?
Yes, because
I thought some of the... yeah, I'm thinking... Welcome our next witnesses. So just starting with you, Mr. McCoy, can you state your name, position, title and swear either an oath or affirmation for us, please?
My name is Lawrence McCoy. I'm the Manager of Predictive Services. I have an affirmation. I solemnly and sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And Mr. Millington?
Thank you, Chair. Ben Millington, Deputy Commissioner, Operational Coordination. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
And Jeremy Futrell, Commissioner of Fire and Rescue New South Wales, and I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Sure, thank you. Would any of you like to make a short opening statement before we jump into it?
Yes, please, Chair.
Sure.
Yep. So the clean energy transition is exciting and important opportunity for Fire and Rescue New South Wales to contribute to this significant change in how we provide power to New South Wales. Fire and Rescue New South Wales has historically had a role to play in such significant transitions. For example, my predecessors contributed to the introduction of pipe gas, the transition to electricity, the introduction, use, transport and storage of flammable bulk liquids. Each of the above previous examples are now things that no one thinks too much about, but as they were being considered and introduced, did cause concerns and create challenges. Through the input of operational expertise and safety specialists, as well as some hard-learnt lessons, we are now able to utilise these things safely and with an acceptable level of risk. This is a process we, as a society, are going through currently with the transition to renewable energy. The current transition to renewable energies is our opportunity to contribute to the current phase of society's energy development. Fire and Rescue has an important contribution to make to this, with our sole focus being on the safety of the community, that there are no vested interests that drive our agenda. Fire and Rescue comes to this issue from an energy agnostic perspective. That is, it is not for us to have opinions on the relative merits of any particular energy generation system, but rather to ensure any energy system is operated and utilised in a way that does not pose unacceptable risk of fire and does not compromise the safety of the community. Fire and Rescue New South Wales supports the transition to renewable energy through our various involvements. However, this transition must be matched by early engagement, transparent information sharing and appropriate investment in emergency response capability to ensure that community safety is not compromised. This will also provide reassurance to the community. Renewable energy technologies combine high levels of stored energy, electricity and complex chemical systems. When failures occur, they can create hazardous conditions such as fires, explosions and the release of toxic and flammable gases and liquids. These incidents can result in widespread damage, air, water and soil contamination and long-term impacts on community safety, drinking water supplies, farmland and critical infrastructure. No system is without risk and our existing energy systems can and do experience incidents. However, as they have matured, the frequency of these has stabilised and the response mechanisms to deal with incidents are well established. Likewise, with the new energy technologies, it is essential that we recognise that there are risks associated with them, that it would be naive and irresponsible to say that they will never have an issue, but rather have a well-considered and proportionate approach to identifying and dealing with incidents when they do occur. This will need to focus on the safety of the community, the safety of firefighters and others who may be dealing with an incident, and protecting the energy network. When Fire and Rescue New South Wales is advised of proposed developments, our role is to assess whether fire safety provisions are appropriate for the risk, ensure emergency services information is available for responders and confirm that effective emergency communication arrangements are in place with local emergency management partners. To do this properly, fire and rescue requires early and reliable notification of proposed locations and the technologies to be installed. This allows emergency services to plan collaboratively, assess the operational capability needed, and where necessary, identify sites that may be unsuitable due to local risk factors. The growth of renewable energy zones will also change the nature of existing incident profiles. These developments are often located in bushfire-prone areas, increase freight movements involving hazardous materials, and may introduce large temporary workforces into regional communities. At the same time, new and emerging risks are being introduced. Battery energy storage system, hydrogen production, and associated transport and storage activities present complex fire and hazardous materials challenges that are resource intensive, protracted, and environmentally sensitive. Fire and Rescue New South Wales will continue to assess and evaluate the risk profile regarding renewable energy zones, monitor incidents occurring in these areas, and identify any incident trends, review operational practices and capability needs to ensure operational effectiveness, and work with government where additional support is required. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Deputy Commissioner or Chief Superintendent, you have an opening statement?
Thanks, Chair. Look, for RFS, renewable energy facilities introduce a new and different risk, particularly in relation to electrical infrastructure and battery energy storage systems. However, these risks are considered manageable with appropriate planning, design and mitigation measures. Similar to Fire Rescue New South Wales, RFS is agnostic to these initiatives. However, our focus is on ensuring that firefighter and community safety is not compromised. The safety of all of our firefighters and the community remains the primary consideration in all responses involving renewable energy infrastructure. The RFS has been working with government and other stakeholders over several years in relation to renewable energy developments, predominantly across the Central West, Southwest, New England and Hunter regions. The Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure is the consent authority for the utility scale renewable energy developments. The RFS is not a consenting authority, but does provide expert advice to inform conditions of consent. The Department routinely refers state significant developments on or near bushfire-prone land to the RFS for comment and advice. The RFS has been actively consulted during planning phases to ensure appropriate firefighting capability, access and response arrangements are considered. The RFS may seek inclusions of conditions such as the development of fire management, emergency management plans in consultation with local RFS districts and emergency management partners, appropriate access for fire appliances, adequate reliable water supply, and asset protection zones for fuel management measures. Of note is Section 63 of the Rural Fires Act that requires all landowners and managers to ensure that they take all steps practical to prevent and minimise bushfire risk. This applies to all proponents and applicants in this regard. Some proponents have also engaged private firefighting or emergency response capabilities as part of their site arrangements. Fires involving or adjacent to renewable energy infrastructure may require modified tactics due to electrical hazards. However, this does not prevent firefighters from responding. On arrival at any incident, RFS personnel undertake a dynamic risk assessment and develop an appropriate strategy based on the prevailing conditions. Operational considerations may include electrical isolation requirements prior to suppression, large or remote site footprints affecting access and response times, and the potential need to adopt defensive strategies, for example, containment and asset protection. In some of these circumstances, direct suppression may not be immediately possible until electrical systems are isolated. The RFS will continue to collaborate, assess risks, and work with our emergency management partners to ensure that firefighters, emergency personnel, and the community remain safe at all times.
Thank you. The committee's just resolved to have free flow questions, so questions will come from anywhere. I know Mr. Fain has put his hand up, so we'll let him go first.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for appearing today. Just in particular, I want to focus on the rural fire service aspects at the moment. Where the New England REZ is proposed to have its transmission line travelling down from Walker towards Gundy, it is due to cross Lake Glenbourne. Now, I'm sure a lot of you are aware of Lake Glenbourne. It's a reasonable sized lake. It's often used for water collection during aerial firefighting. the transmission lines themselves are potentially going to cross near the eastern edge of that lake, which is where the in and out areas are for those aircraft seeking to get water. Because of the terrain, it's effectively a bowl on three sides, which means that they have to come in at the low part to get the water, and then once they've got the load, obviously they're a lot heavier, they need ground effect to get out, and so they have to go out the low way, which is that eastern side. Have you been engaged in relation to where those transmission lines are due to cross Lake Glenbourne and the impacts it'll have on future aerial firefighting capabilities for the Rural Fire Service in that area?
Look, I'll answer that one, Mr. Fang. In relation to aerial firefighting impacts, I'm not specifically aware of I know the location you're talking about, but I haven't been consulted specifically about this one. Aerial firefighting is very complex and has a number of inherent risks regardless of transmission lines. Visibility of smoke, the number of aircraft, weather conditions all play into that. In terms of the impact on aircraft and the ability to take water from that particular location, as I mentioned in my opening statement, these renewable energy zones require us to consider alternate tactics dependent on the conditions, but also the infrastructure. We do have mobile tanks that we're able to deploy for helicopters to use, as well as a number of other things that can be used in that regard. So, for example, during the drought, when lake and those water levels were extremely low, we had to look at alternate water supply and alternate water refilling methods, and they are continued to be used today in instances such as this. So yes, whilst it may impact conditions depending on the circumstances, there are alternates that we are able to deploy to support aerial firefighting efforts.
So before I continue my questioning, Deputy Commissioner, do you happen to know what I did prior to coming into Parliament?
No.
No, I gathered you didn't. So I used to fly helicopters. Used to fly helicopters in the Army, and then I flew rescue helicopters. So when I speak about this, I can say with some certainty that I'm coming at it with a fair level of practical experience, having around 2,500 hours twin turbines. So I kind of know what I'm talking about here. And whilst you're saying that there are other means, such as mobile tankers to fill aircraft, ultimately they're a lot slower, aren't they, to fill the aircraft? That's why they're not being used.
Look, depending on where the fire is, there are alternate, there's private dams, there's all those other water sources. One lake isn't just, depending on the size of the fire, the location of the fire. Clearly, if the fire is adjacent to that lake, that would, affect our efficiency. But, as I said, we do identify routinely alternate water sources, be they be on public lands, private lands, or those other mobile applications that we're able to deploy.
I'll come back to the original question that I had, which was, have you been consulted, or has the RFS been consulted in relation to where those transmission lines will cross Lake Glenbourne and the impact it will have on future firefighting capabilities?
I personally haven't been consulted on that. I'll have to take that.
Has anybody at the RFS been consulted about this matter?
We have had referrals, Mr. Fang, on the Hunter transmission line. They're very large-scale referrals, and I believe we have made comment on those.
Okay. You have made comment, or you haven't?
I understand we have made comment.
Okay, and what were those comments?
I'd have to take that on notice.
Okay.
Specifically.
So, okay. Sorry. I'm just trying to understand here. You've come to speak about renewable energy projects and the impacts on firefighting. This is probably one of the biggest issues that I know has been raised with me constantly by people up and down that New England proposed transmission line route, and you've made comments to I imagine Energy Co, and yet you haven't come prepared to be able to actually provide those comments. Is that the case?
Look, we've involved in several renewable energy facilities. The Hunter one is one example of those. as my colleague has said, we can take that on notice and come to you. But in terms of impacts on aerial firefighting, I stand by my earlier comment that can cause some efficiency issues where the fires are adjacent to, those particular lakes or water courses. But routinely, we all, develop alternate tactics. We have other water supplies. It's not the only water supply up there, as well as those mobile resources we're able to deploy.
Okay, so let's go a little bit bigger picture then. Maybe we can get a better idea of this, right? So in terms of the New England transmission line, from the REZ down to Gundy, then on to Hunter, where it is proposed currently, there's a 3-kilometre transmission corridor that they're proposing. They're looking to narrow that down a bit. But have you been asked or have you provided to EnergyCo any advice around what the bushfire risk is in relation to that corridor, what it would mean for aerial firefighting assets being able to transit or fight a fire along that corridor, and whether you think it's actually an appropriate route for a transmission line given the bushfire risk that exists along that corridor?
So generally applications are referred to us under state significant development through the department, and we provide comment on bushfire protection measures. We look at things like access is one of the primary functions we look at, asset protection zones around those facilities as well, and obviously water supplies. We also look at things like fire operation planning, which is done at a more detailed level post-approval.
Okay, so in terms of that proposed New England REZ transmission route, have you provided any specific details to EnergyCo about the appropriateness or not of that transmission route?
The 3 kilometres that you mentioned before, not that specific route, no.
Did you provide comments about the previous route that was existed for 2 years prior to it being scrapped?
Not that I'm aware of.
Has EnergyCo engaged at all with the RFS in relation to these transmission routes?
Yes, they have, and as my colleague said, we have provided advice on those matters that he outlined.
So you have been engaged on it, but not on these specific routes?
On these specific routes
I'm
related
sorry,
to... No. On these specific routes related to aerial firefighting, no, we haven't provided comment on those specific routes and their effects on aerial firefighting. Okay,
what about just firefighting in general? I mean, obviously, where aerial assets can't get in, and these are particularly around the Walker area, it's in the high country, it's prone to a lot of poor weather, I'll say, low cloud, even in the not winter months. Have you been asked around the ease and availability of assets to be able to fight fires where an aerial asset can't get in, like a ground vehicle?
So generally in the planning phases, there are 2 phases, one of which is where we look at the bushfire protection measures of the particular developments. And so in this case for transmission lines, I believe we've provided comment on the Hunter transmission line. I'm not sure.
But not the New England?
I would have to take that on notice and come back to you on that one.
All right, what about Central West Orana and the transmission lines from Central West Orana REZ to the southeast?
Again,
the ones built by ACE-REZ.
Yeah, we have been engaged for advice on that, but again, if your question's in relation specifically to aerial firefighting, the application to aerial firefighting, no, we haven't provided...
Let me ask about any level of firefighting, ground assets,
yes.
Fixed assets, whatever it is. Like, these transmission lines are going to have detrimental impacts for any number of firefighting assets being able to operate in, around, under the transmission lines. Surely EnergyCo has sought engagement with you prior to now.
I believe so, and our comments relate to firefighting access in particular, particularly around our ability to access these areas. So when they're putting roads in to build these transmission lines, we seek to have those roads built to an appropriate standard, also so that they have passing bays so that our firefighting appliances, when they go into these areas, are able to pass safely and routinely other traffic that are using the trails. So in that circumstance, yeah, absolutely, we provide comment.
Thank you. Commissioner Futrell, I noted in your opening statement you talked about, it's really not your role to have a view on energy policy. Your view really only exists around the safety and the impact on firefighting. But you did say that you wouldn't support projects that reduce the safety of, say, the New South Wales public. Would that be a fair answer?
Yeah, that's first and foremost in our consideration.
Okay. So in that circumstance then, how do you make that assessment? Do you look at the projects as they're being proposed? Do you see if there's any input that you've got in relation to making them safer, or does Energy Co, does Transgrid, does the New South Wales Government, does DECU approach you and say, can you provide some feedback or input into this?
Yeah, so we get visibility of the projects through the Energy and Infrastructure Committee, and we get notice of those, and then also through the Major Projects Planning Portal.
Yep. And so, go on, yes?
So then those proposals are obviously assessed from a fire safety perspective, and there's a distinction between the types of things that we're looking at as opposed to our colleagues from Rural Fire Service in terms of the relative responsibilities for two organisations.
Understood. And that's why I sort of directed my questions, the first part to them, and now I'm sort of coming to you. But in terms of your assessments of these projects, how do you assess them? Do you have a separate committee within your organisation which looks at the risks that each of these projects has? Like, for example, a battery facility, do you look at the location? Do you look at the prevailing weather conditions that may exist? What if it catches fire? What's the predominant winds, and where will that smoke and those toxic fumes travel, etc.?
Yeah, so that those assessments are undertaken by a specialist section within our fire safety team, and that means that they're regularly looking at these types of proposals, have a good understanding of that type of development, and able to develop expertise accordingly. And some of the things you touched on are the things that factor in. The separation between modules of batteries are important, reducing the risk of fire spread, how the fire would be contained, any firefighting resources that might be required, and similarly, as the RFS mentioned, access as well. And then, like you say, where it sits in the landscape, I guess, in the context of if something was to go wrong, what's the risk that then is posing to the community?
Have you ever provided feedback that a project shouldn't go ahead or should be amended, and has that been ignored?
We provide regular feedback on all the projects that we get the opportunity to review. I'm not aware of anything being ignored, but we certainly have provided advice on areas for improvement.
And is your sign-off required before a project goes ahead, or can Energy Co just do what they do with everybody else and ignore them and do what they want anyway?
I'll probably take that on notice in terms of giving you the specific details on that. It's certainly forms part of the State Significant Development approvals process, so the mechanisms that apply.
it was also my chance just to say that Energy Co does what they want and just overrides everyone anyway. But yeah, given that you took the question on notice, that's great. I'll hand over now.
You never let a good opportunity pass, Wes. I'll pass.
Never, Chair, never.
I'll pass this.
On my farewell tour.
I'll pass to Honourable Sarah Mitchell, then to Ms McDonald.
Thank you, Chair. I just have one question. I think best directed to probably you, Deputy Commissioner Millington. It's just in relation to some of the evidence that we had when we were out at Hay with the substation that was out there, and concern from some of the local farmers who are also like RFS captains, just about the impact on telecommunication, and some concern that if, you know, they didn't have internet access, they couldn't use the apps properly on their phones in case of a bushfire. Is that something that's come to you sort of high up the chain as well, and are there measures in place to deal with those sort of challenges?
Yeah, look, a number of our brigades have raised some concerns in different parts of the state, one of which is the effect on telecommunications.
Yeah.
We continue to work with the energy providers around those particular impacts. I'm not aware of any, impact on a specific operational response because of that. There's certainly a need for us to gain some better understanding and work with the providers on those particular issues. And I don't know if my colleague wanted to add anything in that respect. But certainly, we do have brigades that do send and raise issues up through to us, which we take seriously.
Okay. Because the other thing that comes up a bit too is obviously people are worried about fire risk next to some of these, big developments. And there's a whole other piece which is outside your scope, I guess, but around who's actually responsible for insurance and things. Should a, piece of farm machinery catch a light, and it's not just a neighbour's paddock now next door, it's thousands of solar panels. So are there any sort of additional measures, I guess, that the RFS are putting in place around some of these bigger projects as well? And sorry if you touched on this before.
No problem.
Yeah.
I'll defer to my colleague, but what I will say is under the Rural Fires Act, Section 63, landowners and managers are required to take practical steps to prevent and minimise bushfire risk, including fire escaping from their property.
Yeah.
So that applies to these developments as well. In terms of the risk, and you mentioned that a lot of people have concern. I think it's fair to say that since 2022, RFS fire investigators have identified 10 fires associated with renewable energy facilities, or fires that have burnt within those proximity to those assets. The causes vary. Some are electrical, some are alternate. So I guess there's no evidence of a single systemic issue. The incidents are relatively low given the scale of development, but certainly there is that risk. But landowners or the managers of these assets certainly have that obligation, as do any landowner across New South Wales in that regard. In terms of conditions imposed, I might defer to Mr McCoy on that, if I may.
Please, yeah.
Sure. So, for example, we do receive a lot of referrals for renewable energy developments, and we provide advice on those matters, particularly when there's state significant development. So, say if we had a referral in a grassland area, we look at it in twofold. Again, we look at protecting that asset in the event of a fire occurring, so fires moving towards that asset. But as our Deputy Commissioner mentioned, we also look at it from a perspective of preventing fires leaving that property as well. And so when these referrals come to us, we look at several aspects, one of which is ensuring fire breaks are put on these properties or asset protection zones to protect those facilities from bushfires impacting them. But those fire breaks should occur on those properties to prevent the spread of fire from those properties as well. So there are conditions relating to that. We also look at water supplies, so we require a minimum amount of water stored on that property for firefighting purposes. And we also look at the access, as I mentioned before. Have we got adequate access for our appliances to, access the property and the facility, and to fight those fires. And then we also require a fire operations plan regularly, and those fire operations plan look at those finer details about local arrangements for firefighting in those areas. So where would we put the water supplies on the property, how would we best access those sites and the emergency and management arrangements as well.
Okay, thank you. I'll let someone else talk.
Ms McDonald.
Thank you. You mentioned before that there was 10 fires that were near renewable projects.
Yeah, that's correct.
Were they started at the projects or transmission lines, or outside of the transmission line or projects?
It varies. There's 10 fires that are associated with renewable energy facilities or within the grounds of those facilities. As I mentioned before, some of those causes are varied. Some were caused by electrical causes, and some were through other means, debris burning externally, etc. So we do have full fire investigation reports on those, but to your point, some were caused by electrical infrastructure, others were through other causes. I can give you that breakdown on notice, Chair, if that's something the committee would like.
Yeah, that'd be good.
That would be good. And then can you tell us about, say, an example of, say, the crews that had to fight those fires? What would be the difference if it was just, I don't know, a lightning strike in a paddock or something like that? Was it harder to fight those fires compared to, say, I won't say normal fires, but a normal call out, say?
Look, as I said, these facilities introduce a different type of risk, particularly around electrical and battery-related hazards. They are manageable, and in terms of our crew, we've had to provide additional training to the crews for these specific purposes. On arrival, like any fire, our firefighters are trained to undertake dynamic risk assessments at every incident. But as I mentioned in my opening statement, Ms McDonald, tactics may be adapted or changed because of the inherent nature of these things. So it might be that we look to contain the fire as best as possible. It might be that we use alternate equipment or resources. It just depends on, as I said, that dynamic risk assessment undertaken by the crews or the incident controller, the officer in charge as they arrive. And then obviously if there's battery fires, involved in those, our colleagues from fire rescue with their hazardous materials responsibilities also get pulled into that response. So it's, as I said, that dynamic risk assessment is common across all responses. Tactics may just vary because of the nature of these risks.
And so based on that, on say when you're doing an assessment, do renewable projects create an increased fire risk?
Look, as I said, I don't think, I think to answer your question, do they increase the bushfire risk? No, not necessarily. As I mentioned before, they introduce a different type of risk, particularly around that electrical and battery-related hazards. But, from our perspective, they don't necessarily increase the bushfire risk based on what I've outlined earlier in my evidence.
And can you talk us through, say, a typical mitigation process that renewable sites must do to minimise the risk of, say, fire from their infrastructure?
Mr McCoy?
Yeah, so they have an obligation to maintain fuels on their property. Say for a renewable energy project, they may need to slash grasses in their fire breaks. They may need to maintain the fire trails and, prevent of ignitions on their property, so they need to maintain a fire break. They should maintain a fire break network on those properties, depending on what's appropriate for that site, of course. I guess there are a couple of examples routinely. We do consider renewable energy projects or facilities in our bushfire risk management planning process as well. So we have these bushfire risk management plans that are prepared. They're statutory plans prepared every 5 years, and these facilities are considered in those plans at a district or a regional scale. And so we look at the vulnerability of those facilities to bushfires impacting on those facilities as well. And we may take actions as a bushfire management committee, which is all the local land managers and firefighting authorities to prevent fires from impacting those facilities as well. So it works both ways.
So with the assessment of, say, a fire risk posed by a renewable infrastructure project, what is the difference, say, or is it the same as, say, a fire risk that could be at a coal mine or a gas field or, a gas generation plant? Obviously, there'd be different assessments, or...
Well, in the bushfire risk management planning process, those facilities are considered an asset, and we need to work out the vulnerability of those assets to bushfire. We have vulnerability curves that have been prepared by the University of Melbourne to understand the vulnerability of those assets to bushfires, and so that's considered in our fire behaviour modelling as well, and our bushfire risk management planning process. And what we do is we work out the risk to those facilities, and potentially, and this is hypothetically, a bushfire management committee might consider strategies to protect that facility if they feel as though that facility needed protection. Say, for example, they might undertake hazard reduction burning or have fire trails upgraded in the vicinity of that particular facility.
Mr. Donnelly?
Thank you, and thank you, gentlemen, for coming along. Just a couple of questions directed to both Fire and Rescue New South Wales and RFS. And listen, if you need to take part of this on notice, completely understood, I've not had any notice of the questions. I'm interested in terms of this, that obviously through the declaration of a matter or a project being state significant and having that status for the project, that activates a number of matters which you've said that in a sense automatically engages with you in that sort of proactive way, requiring then sort of your engagement and input, which as should be the case most certainly. In terms of the matters that are raised by both agencies, in terms of that engagement that's come to you and the matters that you've raised by virtue of your respective expertise as the two agencies, is there a need to, if it's not there, or might be getting there, I'm not quite sure whether this is the case, that the matters that you've raised in that engagement are to your respective satisfaction met before the actual project, I'll sort of use the phrase, goes live. In other words, there's a project being done on a particular site. You've had your input, a number of matters have been raised, and obviously there's a number of issues to be contended to to contend with and to deal with. Do you have that, or are you provided with that final opportunity to sort of satisfy yourself, or yourselves, let's put it that way, that these matters raised have been either dealt with fully, partly with a plan to have them completed in an appropriate period of time, or in fact have somehow been missed and need to be returned to?
If I can answer
yes,
that
please,
one.
please, yeah.
Yeah, through the process of assessment of these facilities, obviously we receive information with these applications and our requests for advice, and we do have the opportunity to ask for further information or to engage through that development application process or that assessment process. So at times I'm aware of applications that have come to us that have lacked information. We've asked for further information and we've gone through that process. So there is opportunities through the assessment process for further information, if that answers your question.
Yes, it does in part. Is there a protocol or procedure in place whereby the respective agency or agencies, together or separately, go to a site and I suppose eyeball the site to, I suppose in a sense, just ensure that those matters that you've articulated and presented are in fact being delivered to your satisfaction? And the reason I raise that is that if that's not the case, and I don't bring that as a criticism to the questioning, but do you think that should be an added lay or mandated requirement to ensure that these matters are enabling yourselves as the agencies to get in there and fully satisfy yourselves about these matters that have been raised.
So as part of the normal process, similar to the RFS description, we will often have a lot of back and forth with a proponent and get a good understanding of their perspective and explain to them why we're saying certain things are required or important. As part of the normal process, working through that, before finalisation of that development, there's then a site visit for us to check to do those things.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Very helpful. Yeah.
We're not a consent authority in a lot of these matters.
No, I do appreciate that. Yes.
So that the matters, once we provide our advice, that advice goes back in, and the consent authority considers them. There is an opportunity, particularly where the local emergency management or the local operations plans are developed for locals. To go out onto site and to develop and inform those plans. That happens post-consent, is my understanding.
Yeah, I suppose, and the other part of my question is that on an ongoing basis, so once the site's been operationalised, that on an ongoing basis, all that work you put in at the front end to ensure that from a fire and rescue point of view, from an RFS and New South Wales point of view, that what you've put in has been met and satisfied, that is preserved over a period of time at that high level that no doubt you require. So I suppose what I'm getting to is that arising from this inquiry will be findings and recommendations, and what I guess was getting at is that from both agencies, do you see any utility or value in having a greater ability to, I suppose, put it this way, enter into a site any time, any day, so to do a audit to ensure that there's, I suppose, keeping the operator, for the want of a better word, on their toes, because I mean that sort of engagement sort of does sort of, I think, make people and organisations a little bit more thoughtful about their obligations and requirements, if that perhaps is there, and a potential act that might sort of bring them to account.
Look, we would welcome any opportunity to continue to review, the operators and these facilities. I would say, however, we do have existing legislation and powers to undertake hazard inspections.
In any event,
so if we have any concerns, we do have power to enter lands and conduct those. And there's a complaint process as well. So if there's any concern by a member of public or the like, they can register those hazard complaints, and we have a well-established process to deal with those. But of course, we would welcome any conversations or opportunities to continue to, make sure that these premises remain safe and are doing what they said they would do.
No, thank. That's very helpful. Thank you. Thank you.
And you just one quick question from me. Point of clarification, Deputy Commissioner. When you're talking about battery fires, you said you would defer to fire and rescue. So in the case of if fire and rescue weren't available, what would be the approach? If there was no crews available, you come out to a mixed renewable site, there's batteries, there's solar panels. How would you have to wait for a fire and rescue crew to become available?
Yeah, as I mentioned before, our tactics would vary. In some instances, it would be that we would contain the fire as best as possible, pending the arrival of fire rescue. Our crews have that training to deal with those initial response matters, but it would be simply to make sure that the scene remains safe, that fire is contained as best as possible until fire rescue crews arrive to deal with, those battery-related issues that.
Okay.
And that's based on the hazardous materials element of the batteries and the equipment and training that I guess is the differentiation between some of the capabilities between fire and rescue and RFS.
And that's no different to car fires, with batteries. We would, turn up, make the scene safe, contain that fire as best as possible, and fire rescue would attend in any case to deal with the battery or the hazardous material, aspects. So it's really no different, Chair.
Okay.
Be a defensive strategy that we try and protect the exposures and prevent the spread.
Sure. Yeah. Thank you. Well, that concludes our time with you today. don't believe you took any questions. I notice you may have. I think
I'll
that's-
just clarify a point for Mr. Fang.
Yep. Yes.
Yeah, the Secretariat may
Yeah,
be in touch.
I was the annoying one, Chair.
As always, the Secretariat
Yeah.
will be in touch in terms of any of those questions on notice or supplementary questions. So thank you very much for your time and your work that you do.
Yeah, thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, members.
Okay, we welcome everyone back to our last session for this afternoon. We now welcome departmental witnesses. Just note that Ms McCackney, Mr Ryan and Mr Ritchie will need to be sworn in prior to us beginning. So starting with you, Ms McCackney, can you state your name, position, title and swear either an oath or affirmation, please?
Thank you. Hannah McCackey, CEO of Energy Co. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr Ryan?
My name is Liam Ryan. I'm the Executive Director of Energy Infrastructure in the Department of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And finally, Mr Ritchie.
Chris Ritchie, Acting Executive Director of Energy, Resources and Industry Assessments in the Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure. And I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Would anyone like to make a short opening statement?
Yes, I would.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to appear today. First of all, I wanted to begin by acknowledging our concerns raised by rural community members, and we thank them for their engagement in this process. And as we look to build the renewable infrastructure to keep the lights on for New South Wales, we appreciate the time, energy and commitment they've put into that feedback, and will we use that to make sure we improve our practices going forward. At Energy Co, we are the infrastructure planner, and we are responsible for coordinating the investment for the network infrastructure and building renewable energy zones and fostering community support. This infrastructure is critical to keeping the lights on, and we are also committed to working with communities as we navigate this significant area of change that is important not just for the regional communities but for wider New South Wales. In response to the committee's interim recommendations, the New South Wales Government has made a number of important steps. Recently, we have published the regional major infrastructure studies, which have highlighted a number of impacts and also opportunities for these regional communities. These reports covered mining, rail, energy and other forms of infrastructure, and they highlighted areas that will be important for us to consider as we go forward with this regional development. But it also highlighted opportunities, and those opportunities include close to 1,800 direct local jobs in central West Orana and almost 2,000 direct local jobs in New England as that construction builds out, and close to 1,000 jobs when the build is finished and these are operational. In CWO, we already have 500 local people working on the network infrastructure project. That is 34% of the current local workforce. We have 63 local suppliers who are engaged and many others registered to provide more as we go forward. In relation to community benefits, we are committed to making sure that communities see the benefits of this infrastructure build-out. We have announced over $66 million in community employment benefits, and this represents significant investment in infrastructure that was needing investment. There is over $20 million going into critical water infrastructure in Coolah, in Dunedoo. There is $11 million going to worker housing in Mudgee, and we look forward to working with the community as more funds become available to work in critical infrastructure going forward. In relation to mental health, we are committed to working with the community. From 2016, we have made sure that landholders have access to mental health support, and from October 2024, we have made sure that mental health support is also available for other members of the community in renewable energy zones. So, in conclusion, I would like to thank the committee for appearing today. We are committed to building these renewable energy zones in a way that is transparent, keeps the light on for New South Wales, and channels benefits into the community for decades to come. Thank you.
Thank you. So, just as before, the committee's resolved to take have questions free flow from the committee. So I'm just looking for someone to open up the batting. Mr. Fang's put his hand up again. Thank you, Mr. Fang. You want to tee us off?
Thank you, Chair. I'm very keen to be here, as it sounds like so is Energy Co. So just in relation to the Energy Co projects that are being rolled out at the moment, Ms. McCackey, could you provide for me some insight as to where you're getting your diesel supply?
As you're aware, Mr. Fang, the network infrastructure is currently being built by the REZ consortium, and the REZ consortium are the entity responsible for building the network infrastructure. They are responsible for managing their fuel supply. As you're aware, we are working very closely and we're in contact with them about their fuel supply, and we are in an active stage. I'll pass to my colleague Liam Ryan, who's working directly more broadly on the fuel crisis. But in terms of REZ, we are in active conversations with them.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Fang. I might just give a little bit of commentary from the department, who I guess I'm part of the team that is responding to the current fuel crisis.
I might avoid the commentary if I can and just get a straight answer as to where you're getting your diesel supply and how much diesel are they using.
It's a point of order. I mean, I think it's reasonable for the witness to be able to answer the question. I don't expect the context was going to be very long, that would then provide the ability to answer the question directly.
Well, to the point of order, Ms. McCackey had already provided the context and the commentary. I just need an answer. That's all.
Look, I think
I probably should rule on the point of order. Look, I don't really uphold the point of order at this point in time. There was context from Ms. McCackey. The honourable member can ask the person to be more direct if they're asking for a very specific answer. As long as they do it fairly and respectfully, I'm okay with that approach.
Thank you.
Just going in. So REZ is the entity that contracts for the diesel fuel. They have storage on site. We are working through arrangements with them. They have private contracts. I'm not going to disclose here those private contracts and what they have, but we can say we are keeping a close conversation with them about fuel on site and how that is, what are the future for that.
Okay, so is it fair to say then, given that you've answered that you have had conversations with REZ about their diesel usage, have you asked them to minimise their diesel usage?
Not yet. We are in a watch phase. We are trying to understand what the diesel use is for, if it was needed to be prioritised, what might need to happen. But at the moment there is enough storage, there is enough supply to continue operations. But clearly it's a volatile international situation, and my colleagues across government are working very hard on the broader situation. The situation in relation to REZ is currently manageable, but it's something we're keeping a close eye on and we're having discussions on week by week.
And so you're not able to tell me how much diesel they are currently using per day?
I'm not at liberty to share that detail.
Okay. Is that because of commercial in confidence? Or?
I believe so, but I can take it on notice.
Well, I'm sorry, you can't say that you believe it's commercial in confidence.
Well,
so it either is commercial in confidence and you're not providing me an answer because of that, or it isn't and you just don't want to answer. It's got to be one or the other.
Okay, so we have a public-private partnership with REZ. They are the contracting party and they have subcontractors. I am not, at this moment in time, absolutely across, but
given that I spoke about it in Parliament last week,
Point of order.
You should be very aware that I was going to be asking these questions and you should be prepared for the question to be asked.
I'll hear the point of order.
I think the witness is doing her very best to answer the question, but needs to be provided with the time to, in fact, get the answer out. So I think needs to be provided with a fair opportunity to provide.
Yeah,
the political statements don't really help either, I have to say.
I will uphold that point of order. Just like the Agriculture Minister can't expect the Federal Agriculture Minister to watch budget estimates, we can't expect Ms McCackney to watch your budget estimates either, or Parliament. So just please allow the witness to answer properly.
Chair, I would suspect that their social media team is watching my social media, but that's fine.
No.
That's fine. We'll ignore that. So you're unable to tell me, or you believe it's commercial in confidence. Is that?
Again,
correct?
my belief is that it isn't commercial in confidence, but I've offered to take it on notice to come back to you if we can give a more detailed answer.
Okay. So the department hasn't asked you at all to minimise the diesel usage that projects like Central West Orana transmission line and your contractors like REZ are using in order to maximise the amount of diesel we can put onto farms for farmers to use to get the crops in that are due in very soon.
So I'll give you what we are doing is that we are working currently on keeping a watching brief on the amount of diesel that there is in storage, what that means for operations, what it might mean if we had to go into continued. So we're in a data collection stage and a watch stage. We don't need to go to minimisation now, but if we had an extended period or circumstances change, we would have the data and the conversations alive to work out what that would mean. I will pass to my colleague Liam Ryan in the department about what government is doing to ask with contractors about what they're doing about fuel supply.
Thank you, Ms McCahey. Mr Fang, no, the government has not asked Energy Co to ask its contractors to minimise their diesel usage at this point in time. Now, as far as I'm aware, no government agencies have asked to their infrastructure projects that they're sponsoring to minimise the use of diesel at this point in time. We are in an active preparation phase, understanding the minimum diesel usage that I guess projects and government agencies and the services we provide would need diesel to maintain those services out should supply from overseas reduce to Australia. At this point in time, the supplies coming to Australia are the same as what was expected at the beginning of March. We are facing distribution issues and challenges across New South Wales, including in regional New South Wales. Those are primarily because of commercial relationships between terminals and distributing entities that take fuel from terminals to customers in regional New South Wales and metropolitan New South Wales. Not being able to maintain the supplies given the uplift in demand that we've seen in different parts of the state and different sectors of the economy.
Okay, I might come back to diesel later, but I want to touch on some other things, and I know my colleagues also have questions. So, Ms McCackey, you spoke to me in estimates about the need for your workers and contractors to be respectful to communities, particularly given the concerns that have been raised about the projects that Energy Co is in charge of. How is it then that only a few days after we spoke in budget estimates, one of your employees or contractors, I'm not sure exactly what the employment status was, but somebody went into a cafe in Scone, spoke openly about landholders, disclosing their private details, and spoke in disparaging terms about some of those landholders, while other impacted landholders were sitting around tables by this person on a Zoom call with the Energy Co executives.
Thank you for your question, Mr. Fang. We are aware of an incident in the Scone Cafe by an employee of Energy Co. While I'm not going to go into the details, we did do a very thorough investigation after getting a complaint from a member of the community. And after doing a thorough investigation over 2 days, we promptly let that individual employee go, so to uphold the highest standards. It was a regrettable situation. Since that moment, we have done a retraining of all of our landholder acquisition staff to reinforce the importance of empathy and respect when working across communities.
You can understand why I've got a little bit of concern, though, given that I raised these issues with you in budget estimates, and then only days later, we've had this, what I'll say is a disgusting incident by one of your employees. Is there a cultural issue at Energy Co?
At Energy Co, we do consistent work about our culture to work with respect and empathy with our landholders, and we do extensive training and engagement. I agree that this incident was regrettable and unfortunate. What I am very pleased to say is that once I received that complaint, I forwarded it to the project team. It was immediately acted on, and we had a zero tolerance of this sort of behaviour, and that was very public. One individual, while that is a deeply unfortunate event, doesn't speak for all the other individuals that work tirelessly to make sure that the landholder acquisition process is one that is carried out with respect, care and empathy.
Mr. Ryan, I might come back to this matter as well, Ms. McCackey. I want to keep moving on because I've got a long list of things I need to address. Mr. Ryan, tell me, what's a tiger team?
Tiger team, yeah, that's... Mr. Fang, I understand you're referring to an article that appeared in the Australian Financial Review either yesterday or over the weekend. Sorry, yes. I haven't actually read the article. I'm aware of it. I don't...
How have you not read the article? I referenced it this morning. I'm sure you had someone from the department watching this morning. I referenced the article. How is it you've not read it? But in any case, apparently the Tiger team comes out of the department. You must know what this is.
I thought it was a Richmond Football Club. That's the Tiger team, isn't it? The Tigers?
Well, no, this one's probably better funded than that one, Greg.
So, as I understand it, the implication of the article, Mr. Fang, was that the department had established a team to help wind project developers reach financial close, or something akin to that. Within my division, there is a branch that is responsible for policies that affect electricity generation and storage projects. They are working on policy measures for government consideration that might assist developers to reach financial close. I don't think the characterisation as some kind of special team or highly resourced area would be accurate. I have a policy team within one branch that is looking at this specific issue. And in terms of why I wouldn't be aware, I'm as I mentioned earlier, I'm one of the executives looking at the fuel security issues facing New South Wales at the moment, and so I'm sure you can appreciate that. Okay. That's taking up a lot of my time.
No, understood. But let me then paraphrase the article for you so that you might be able to have some context. It is the case that there are a number of wind projects that have either been approved, including fully approved for subsidies, both state and federal government. They've been through the planning portals. They are effectively shovel ready and fully approved for finance, etc. Yet they are not going to the build stage. There is a couple of theories there. One is that in evidence we heard this morning that it's the case that renewable energy projects now are becoming less financially viable because where we have negative feed-in prices for energy, like we currently probably have today, with lots of sun and lots of production. These other renewable energy projects are reluctant to actually start feeding into a grid where they potentially aren't going to make a lot of money. That's the first thing. The second thing is that the question around the viability in general, without the subsidies, etc., is a live one. So the Tiger team is supposed to be the team that is resolving these matters, according to the article. And I guess that would be the case because you have banked, or the department has banked, these projects that are approved and shovel ready in your projections in relation to renewable energy coming online. And if they're not being built, then they're not going to happen, and you can't then effectively say that we are going to meet our targets. Is that the case? Is it the case that these shovel-ready projects, which are you banked on, aren't actually being built, and there is a huge problem with the business model?
Mr. Pang, I think I'll just unpack the questions there a little bit, if that's okay. So
sure, unpack away.
Yeah, so there is public reporting that occurs underneath the electricity infrastructure roadmap, which renewable energy zones are part of, that includes reporting from Oz Energy Services, so ASL, and from Energy Co, and from the department. Within those various reports, we consider projects that have either capacity investment scheme agreements or long-term energy service agreements in our projections. So we try to factor those in. So in the projections that you'll see in various reports, so in the Energy Security Target Monitor reports, in which the department produces, or the Infrastructure Investment Objectives reports that ASL produces, or any future update to the network infrastructure strategy that Energy Co might produce, you will see those projects called out as, within the projections, that they'll be factored in. And so from that regard, if that's what you mean by banked, yes, they do appear in our projections. If the projects are going to contribute to the legislated targets that are for 2030, so the equivalent of 12 gigawatts of renewable generation by December 2029, the department's sort of view is that we would need to see projects start to reach financial close this year. So so yes, we are concerned about the number of projects that are still yet to reach that sort of decision point. And the reason that decision point is important is that it means that they will have locked in their engineering, procurement, construction contracts. They will have locked in their sort of the equipment that they're buying. They will have the land. They will have the transmission connection agreements, all that stuff locked in, and they really need that stuff to be in operation by the end of 2029. So from that end, yes, we agree that those projects are important. And then part of your question, Mr. Fang, was that one of the reasons that these projects might not be at that point is that is there, I guess, revenue certainty is sort of the general theme of, I think, what you were getting at. And just to unpack that a little bit, project developers may not be certain about the revenues that their project will achieve in the wholesale electricity market if they don't have either a power purchasing agreement in place with a large energy consumer, or one of these other underwriting agreements, so the LTESA or the SISA. That's one element that we think is important for those projects achieving financial close. Another one is sort of having confidence that the enabling infrastructure to construct their projects will be available, so they'll actually be able to get materials from the port to their site, and that the transmission will be available as well. So that sort of enabling infrastructure that they require to develop their project will actually be there. So there's a number of factors, I guess, just to give you that example, that we believe in consultation with developers that they're still trying to lock in this year. And yeah, that sort of long-term energy service agreement or capacity investment scheme agreement are important, but not the whole piece of what they need to effectively lock in the debt financing they need to construct their project and get to financial close.
So that I'm going to respectfully, and I use the term respectfully because I know Mr. Donnelly's about to jump on me, was a bit of a word salad. Now, I say that because I'm not quite sure you addressed the question that I was asking. So let me be very
please,
direct
Mr. Fang.
in terms of the question that I'm asking. Are you likely to miss the targets that the government has set because people are not building the projects that you have banked in to the projections?
Right now, I think the department's view is that we need a series of projects to reach financial close this year. Not just those.
How many projects are due to reach financial close this year?
I'd have to take that specific question on notice, Mr. Fang. I can answer it. I just don't.
Can you give me a ballpark of what they might be? Like, is it 10? Is it 50? Is it 1,000?
It's just that I'm not used to talking about it in the metric of number of projects, Mr. Fang. It's sort of I'm used to thinking about it.
Let me rephrase it. How many gigawatts are we projected to close this year? Financially close this year, then. What have you banked on?
I need to come back to you with specific answers. I'm just hesitant to give you a number and then to know that I'm wrong.
Where are the projects that you've banked on? Where are the projects?
Where? Okay, yeah,
Maybe
great.
We can talk about that.
So there's a number of projects with these agreements. If that's the confine of the question, Mr. Fang.
I'm just wondering, are they all in Central West Arana?
There are a number in Central West Arana. There are a number in Southwest Renewable Energy Zone. There are other projects outside of renewable energy zones that have these agreements in place as well. And maybe the other thing just to flag is there is another tender that ASL is planning to run in the second quarter of this year, so likely in May, that might solicit more projects as well for that to help achieve that 2030 target.
What sort of tender are we talking about? This is the first I've heard of this.
So that's a tender for the long-term energy service agreements, Mr. Fang. So that ASL runs competitive tenders to offer these agreements to underwrite projects. They haven't been running them for the past 2.5 years because the Commonwealth's Capacity Investment Scheme was introduced. So ASL paused the New South Wales roadmap tenders back in 2025, I believe it was. It might have been 2024, sorry. And so they're restarting those tenders in the second quarter of this year.
So is it the case then that if you have a project that's already received Commonwealth, I guess, subsidies, approvals, whatever, with the Commonwealth scheme that's in place, that if it's unviable, because with just that Commonwealth scheme alone, then now the New South Wales taxpayer is going to stump up more money to try and make it viable so they'll actually go to construction. Is that what we're doing here?
At this point, there are no proposals for New South Wales financial support through the consolidated fund, so no taxpayer dollars are being considered by government, Mr. Fang. But just to answer your question, if a project has a long-term energy service agreement and reaches financial close and goes into operation, and the terms of that agreement entitle it to payment, those payments are recovered through electricity from electricity consumers. So rather, you use the word taxpayer. That's all. I'm just trying to give you the distinction between the two groups of.
Well, it seems like no matter what we do in this space, it's always the taxpayer that's paying, which is probably why I'm saying it that way. But so in terms of the tender program that's due to open in May, what are the guidelines around application for that?
Yes, ASL has yet to publish the tender guidelines for that tender. That's something they've flagged they will publish in the second quarter of the year. They have released a investment priorities kind of brochure, for want of a better word, that points to specific kinds of projects that they're interested in participating in that tender. It identifies, really the goal of the tender is to encourage those projects that are ready to be delivered before 2030 to participate. They've established a new derivative arrangement to encourage solar hybrids. They're also encouraging wind projects that are advanced to participate in that tender, and solar projects generally as well.
So I'll come back to the original question that I asked, which is the Tiger team that exists to get wind projects that the government has banked into the modelling that it will deliver renewable energy in order to meet its targets. Is it the case that the Tiger team is now rolling out additional funding through ASL to get these projects over the line?
Can I just take a point of order? I don't want to hold this up, but you're using the term Tiger team to preempt all your questions.
Because it was published in the AFR article that
Well,
I referred to. Mr. Ryan said he knew what I was talking about. I don't think there's any issue, Greg.
Well, let's just hear. Hang on. For fairness, let me hear the point of order first.
I don't think there's been any concession whatsoever that a Tiger team, so stated, exists inside the what's being referred to, the organisation.
He didn't deny it either.
Order.
Well, can you let me finish? I mean, I just think it's really important that the records show that the questions are being led in with a reference to a Tiger team. I mean, do we have to have the witness, in fact, then respond to the existence of a Tiger team or not before answering the question? Because there is no concession I can hear that's been made that a Tiger team exists.
Well, we'll look at the Hansard
Order.
after.
Thank you, Mr. Fang. Let me rule. Mr. Fang's allowed to ask the questions how he sees fit, as is the witness is allowed to answer how they see fit. If they choose to ignore the reference to the Tiger, the Panzer team or the Tiger team, whatever it is, or address it, they can. That's totally up to the witness.
But can I just say, just to respond, should not be seen as consent.
I'm sure it's not seen as consent.
I might just confirm I've never referred to anyone in my division as a Tiger team. So the article was the first time I've heard of that term. But Mr. Fang, I'm very sorry. I missed the nub of the question. I think what you asked is, so is there a team that is looking to support wind projects to reach financial close?
Well, no, actually, that's not the question.
Sorry.
That's not the question. No, the question that I'm asking is this Tiger team or team of specialists or, I don't know, team of fairies that exist somewhere in the bush behind the DECU offices somewhere, I don't care. Does that team seek to now use the ASL tendering process to further provide funding to try and get these unviable wind projects across the line so that they start putting shovels in the ground to get your minister and her modelling out of the hole that she's dug herself in?
Okay, yeah, look, ASL acts independently of government. We obviously have forums where we meet with the management team and the board of ASL to discuss policy issues. But one of their legislative and statutory duties is to act independently of government. They also have responsibility to try and achieve the targets that are set out in the Act. And so this tender is one of their statutory obligations. They've come to the conclusion they need to run this tender to meet the legislated objectives that they're responsible for meeting. That's why they're running this tender.
Can you concede that that your targets, or the department's targets and the minister's targets, are at risk at the moment because of the lack of construction and the lack of commitment from projects that are that have been through the whole process and are actually shovel ready with finance, and that there are questions around the viability of these projects moving forward?
There are more projects that would need to reach financial close this year to achieve the legislated targets set by Parliament.
Okay, and so what happens if that doesn't happen? What happens if we get to the end of the year and we haven't had the financial close on these projects that we know people are having second thoughts about?
So
what do we do? What do we do then? How do we meet our targets?
So ASL has another tender that's coming up at the end of this year as well. So it's not a single one-shot thing. I think I should just make that clear. They have a responsibility to continue to tender to meet those objectives. That's sort of how their role is prescribed in the Act. So that is one consequence. I guess if they don't get the interest that they're expecting in this tender, they would need to increase the size of the following tender to make up that difference.
And who pays for that?
So the way it works is for a project that receives an LTESA, they become what's known as an LTESA operator. That agreement has two parts to it. There's a project development agreement, which is about developing the new infrastructure, and then there's a derivative arrangement as a second part of the contract. That derivative arrangement is structured in a way where if the project doesn't have an off-taker, so they don't have a power purchase agreement with a large industrial or with an energy retailer, they can exercise an option. At the moment, those agreements are structured in 2-year annual increments, so they exercise an option for the following 2 years. And that effectively acts like a power purchase agreement where they are offered a steady price for their power output, and the difference between the wholesale spot market and that steady price that's in the LTESA is either paid to the LTES operator by the scheme financial vehicle, which is another one of the entities under the roadmap, or vice versa. So when prices are higher than that steady fixed price, the project operator would pay it back. And then
Can I dissect some of that word salad just a little bit? When you're saying the vehicles that do this and pay that, and money transfers and Harry's behind the department's garden, etc. Can I boil it down to the consumer pays ultimately for these projects as the underwriter through the, I imagine the consumer trustee approving the payments that will go to that project.
Yeah, that's right, Mr. Fang. So
so we are going to wear the fact that we're having to pay more. When you said that this tender increase, the tender pricing will increase, what you're saying is that you can't get enough people interested in building these renewable energy projects, so you're now having to offer them more money to get them to put shovels in the ground, which is ultimately going to lead to higher power prices because we're underwriting all the risk.
Well, just a few things, Mr.
That's
Fang.
my word salad. Is that right?
There are a few consumer protections in the roadmap that would prevent that outcome from happening.
The consumer trustee has to approve it, right?
The consumer trustee has to recommend that the scheme financial vehicle execute the LTESA.
Is this why the minister wanted to remove had the ability to remove the consumer trustee in the legislation she put forward last year?
I can't speak for the minister, Mr. Fang.
Okay.
But the consumer trustee has an obligation to always act in the long-term financial interests of consumers. When it comes to the LTESA tenders, what that translates to is in effect, the consumer trustee, or the current consumer trustee, ASL, wouldn't be able to recommend a project if the payments that they are expecting that the contract would include to the LTES operator are greater than the overall benefit of having that additional generation in the electricity system and the downward pressure on wholesale prices that would provide.
How do you measure benefit? This is the way that you measure benefit is obviously through having renewable energy over coal. Coal, might be cheaper. Why aren't we building another coal-fired power station instead of building this or continuing to up the contract cost of the potential renewable energy projects we can't get people to build at the moment?
So
these were all supposed to be funded by private investment, remember?
Listen, I am very reluctant, but...
You'll do it anyway, won't you, Greg? It's all right, mate.
Oh, look, I was going to stop you at the end of this question anyway to give some other people a go.
You can have it as a statement. I mean, I don't...
So if there's a question...
I just want a straight answer. I don't know why I'm not getting one.
Okay.
That's all right.
Well, can I take another...
Maybe they'll have more luck.
Can I take another point of order? That's just not appropriate to make the statement about a straight answer, because the implication is the witness and perhaps other witnesses have not been giving a straight answer. Now, I asked him to withdraw that.
No, that's exactly what I'm implying. That's exactly what I'm implying.
Okay. Well, I consider that insulting on behalf of the witnesses. I don't think they come here to be insulted like that. The implication is that they are not telling the truth. I think that's grossly unfair, and I just don't think he should be allowed to get away with it. Procedural fairness.
Yeah, procedural fairness. Mr.
Denies.
Fane, are you prepared to withdraw that statement, or?
No, I mean, anybody watching these proceedings, anybody reading the Hansard will know that I'm not getting a straight answer to the questions that I'm asked.
Well, the greatest respect, you're not even let the witnesses answer the question. You're cutting,
Greg, I am.
You're cutting them
you
off.
Run his defence as much as you want, mate. Look,
No, I'm not running defence.
Ask a question, I don't know.
Listen, if you want, I mean, I might leave it there, but I mean...
Let's leave it there. I'll come back and rule on the order. Ms Mitchell,
I
do you have some questions
Sure.
while I get some advice?
Thank you. Thank you for being here today. It's probably a broader question. I don't know, Mr. Albury, if you're best placed to answer this. I think when we had you before this hearing, or this committee, at the very beginning, which was quite some time ago now, one of the things that you talked about was, I guess, trying to improve some of the stakeholder engagement. I think you were relatively new into the role then.
Yep.
I have no doubt you've looked at the transcripts of some of the hearings that we've had, and you'd be aware that we have had some witnesses talk about poor engagement with Energy Co and being quite upfront about that.
Yep.
I just wondered if you wanted to respond to some of those things that have been said, anything that's changed since you were before us last time, because it's been a bit of a recurrent theme, unfortunately, that we've had.
Thank you for the question, Ms Mitchell. I really appreciate it. Look, at Energy Co, we've listened to the community's concerns, and we've really tried to change the way that we are doing things. We've made sure that we have really bolstered our community engagement teams. We've also done things like reviewed how we've engaged, particularly in terms of land acquisition, and we've done blind surveys of people to understand where we went wrong, how we could have done it better, and from those interactions and stuff, we have brought in new ways of trying to do, particularly land when we meet with landholders, around how we deliver those, talk to and speak with them, particularly around early engagement and appropriate engagement. So I think we've tried really hard to reflect on what we've been doing and try and put in a new way of actually dealing with communities, and I think we're starting to do a very good job in that space.
Okay. So when you say you've brought in new things, can you give any examples of something that's different?
So for instance, when we speak with landholders, we make sure that they have a single point of contact. So we have one person that actually speaks with that landholder who they know they can talk to, they can speak with, about issues as they come up.
Okay, and that has been in place since when?
That has been pretty much in place since last year, since we started consulting with communities.
Okay, and have you had any change in terms of the feedback you're getting from landholders about, the processes with Energy Co?
Look, this is a really hard issue for landholders. We're dealing in emotions, we're dealing in some really hard issues, and we're trying to do that the best we can. I would say generally our feedback is getting better. We are hearing good stories, and we're having good communication with people, and I feel we've made marked improvements over time.
Okay, and we've had some witnesses talk about wanting to have sort of town hall style meetings, and again, there are a few examples of specific areas where they've asked for that, but it hadn't occurred.
Yes.
Can you
so
comment
I
on
can
that?
give you an example where we've actually done that.
Okay.
So we did that during the new change of the route. We did it at Walker, and we also did it at Gundy. So we had town hall type of approaches. We also did drop-in sessions. And if a community came and spoke to us and said we would like to have a little bit of a town hall at that time, we ascended to that and had that and did that.
Okay, so if any community wants a town hall style meeting with Energy Co, generally speaking, you'd be happy to facilitate that?
We will look at what's happening. We find that town halls can be, they're good in terms of having one point of talk and one point of conversation, but we find we only hear from some of the loudest viewpoints in the room. So I think we would like to do a mixture of both types of engagement so that we get an understanding from all parts of the community.
Okay, I'll let someone else have a go, but I might have another go. Thanks.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Can I just go to the New England REZ in particular? We heard evidence to this earlier today where a document was flagged showing that potentially 21 gigawatts is being considered as opposed to 8, and that person had tried to get some clarity put into the public arena as to whether that was the case, what is the basis for the case, what that would look like across the New England REZ. Are you able to shed some light on that 21 gigawatt figure?
Thank you for the question. Just I can get information, so maybe we can, but just so we're very clear, the actual amount of the current New England project is from a network capacity. It is 6 gigawatts, and it can go up to 8 gigawatts. And network capacity is different from generation capacity. So network capacity is the amount that the actual grid can hold as capacity, whereas generation capacity is variable because...
Okay, so what's your proposed generational capacity then for the New England REZ? Is it 21 gigawatts?
I think it will... my understanding is that there are various projections. I will...
Well, how about you give me the upper limit of your projection versus the lower limit?
Yeah.
That might be easiest.
One way of thinking about it, so I don't have the specific figures in front of me, but to give you a sense, for Central West Orana, the current capacity, network transfer capacity is around 4.5 gigawatts, but the generation and storage that is projects that are connecting to use that network transfer capacity are rated at around 10 gigawatts. So that gives you some sense of proportionality.
So on notice, can you provide me the figures for New England?
Yeah, so I've just got it here. Thank you for your patience. In the current project, which has 6 gigawatts of capacity, is to support 12 gigawatts of generation from solar and wind and 4 gigawatts of storage. So that's the proposed number.
Okay. I've been made aware that AEMO actually recommended a reduction in size of the New England REZ for an optimal development pathway to approximately 3 gigawatts. Your own resource studies that you've referenced in your opening statement have indicated that the REZ is too big based on the risks, and as the Honourable Wes Fang made a point of making, there has been no project get anywhere close to financial close in the last 5 years. When are you going to make an adjustment from that 8 gigawatts, which seems unachievable given those factors, to what AEMO is recommending, which is 3 gigawatts?
Yeah, thank you for your question. I will take it in part and then I might ask... So just to reconfirm, the current project size is 6 gigawatts of network capacity. That is the current project size, and that is what we're proceeding with. The AEMO ISP, the current one, is a draft. It is not final. So it is. They are working through. The ASL modelling, which is what for New South Wales, has concluded that the New England project, which is 6 gigawatts, is necessary to achieve the New South Wales government. So we are engaging currently with AEMO to make sure that they are using the latest assumptions, so that it's just a draft, it's not a final recommendation, and it's just something that they are considering. So that's just the first point of process. The other thing in relation to New England is that we are consulting early. So the transmission infrastructure takes longer to build than the generation. So we're doing it in an order which should allow an orderly, coordinated build out of New England, and we are finding active interest. There are wind projects currently in the New England region which are looking to move ahead, which can connect to the existing infrastructure, and they are underway. But in the last few years, there have been some successful financial investment decisions in 4 wind projects in New South Wales within the last 5 years. So there have been a number of instances of those. So But that's part of the reason that we need new network infrastructure, is that they need somewhere to connect. That's why we need new network infrastructure like we have in CWO in New England.
But none of that negates the fact that your own infrastructure studies state that this is not feasible. Like if we go to the New England study, it's when it talks about water use. In some cases, you've got high risk of exhausting a town's water supply in 5 days on the projected generation of this power, and like how do you negate that?
Yeah.
That will wipe the REZ off the map as it being feasible. How can you say that 8 or 6 gigawatts is feasible when your own studies say it's not? Let alone, to be frank, your reports are insulting because they actually reference these risks or constraints as opportunities, like rather than actually identifying them as to what they really are. They are serious risks.
So let me. You're referring to, I believe, the regional major infrastructure studies. So
yeah, the cumulative impact study,
Yep.
when you're not having a cumulative impact study.
Yeah. So the benefit of doing those regional major infrastructure at this point was to identify the impacts, and it's clear that in the New England area, water is a key area. We have already been talking extensively with councils about water infrastructure. In fact, we've been engaging with them, and we've met with councils over the past few months. I would highlight the example of what we have in Central West Arana is we already have over $22 million committed to improving water infrastructure. So once you know about the impacts, which we know is that water is a critical area for communities, for construction, for workers, we can get ahead and we can invest in this water infrastructure ahead of the build out and make sure that there is lasting legacy benefits. So I believe the water is an impact that needs to be addressed. It doesn't make the REZ unfeasible.
Why do you address it in your reports as opportunities rather than what they really are? They are risks, they are concerns, but in these infrastructure reports they're addressed as opportunities. And frankly, $20 million in water infrastructure in the Central West, that's great, but that's not going to make it rain. And it might be able to wring some efficiencies out of existing systems, but it's not going to make it rain.
Well, I think that the purpose of the investment is to make sure it's efficient and works through wastewater treatment. You can use potable water. DQ water has a number of ways that you can address the water shortage. I think the part of the reason it would be presented as an opportunity is that I think water is already a concern for residents and councils in New England, and so this actually represents an opportunity for them to get the significant investment that they need, that they want to grow their community and create jobs in their community. And in order to create jobs and to create economic opportunities for their young people, and they are going to need more water supply to support industry. And so that's possibly why it's been positioned as an opportunity, but we do see it as an absolutely critical area to address.
You generated the reports, you would know one way or the other as to why it was framed as an opportunity. But can you see how the community would perceive that as a bit of an insult, that they're raising these very valid concerns, and then you flip them and go, oh, it's an opportunity? Wouldn't it have been better to present, okay, here's the risks, here's corresponding responses to that risk potentially? Wouldn't that have been the better way to present it?
Look, as I said, we are always open to feedback as to how to improve, and I'm hearing that we should have positioned the water investment opportunity or impact or risk in a particular way. What I do think it's important for communities is how we engage, and we are in a have your say period in the New England period. We've been out in the communities on the ground, meeting face to face with councils, working through these issues, and they do find that really beneficial and really helpful. And we have been working with our colleagues across government in the whole of government forum and with DQ to make sure that these areas are addressed, and there's intense interest. So I think that while rather than focus on the semantics of how the impacts were presented, the process that we're going, which is genuine engagement, genuine care, wanting to make this renewable energy zone a success, not just from an energy perspective, but from a community perspective, I think that we can show through our actions and the way that we're working on this in a very intense and genuine way means that we are fully committed to making sure that we address this as we go forward.
Is that the justification for not actually doing combined cumulative impact studies and having this fragmented approach to these studies, not only in New England but also in the Central West? Both of them are fragmented in terms of not actually seeing the full picture in one document.
So
it seems like you're spreading the peas across the plate.
So
yeah,
I think
if I can use that analogy.
So just to paint, just to go for Central West Arana, the studies were carried out by our colleagues at DeFi and DQ Water, and we helped coordinate in the New England Renewable Energy Zone. We decided that we would do it, the Energy Co would take a lead because we could coordinate across all the areas to give a more joined up view. So I think that in New England, our intent and our view was that actually we had provided a more joined up view. That being said, I do think that the DeFi and the DQ water studies are very detailed, and we've worked very closely with our colleagues on these panels to make it so the intent is not to make it fragmented, but actually to give people an overall picture of what are the impacts of a wide range of renewable infrastructure and other infrastructure projects going forward in these regions.
So are you confident in the robustness of these studies?
I am confident in the robustness of these studies. I mean, they are a scenario. I mean, I
was just going to say that the studies are based on assumptions, and even your own consultants have stated that the assumptions may exceed what can be feasibly realised.
Yeah, and I think
they're not. You can't be too confident in the robustness.
Yes, I think let me say that I think they are really good scenarios for a starting point. We're having very good conversations with councils and at the whole of government level on what is needed. In CWO, the same. We're now we've just concluded some very detailed feasibility studies which Energy Co paid for the councils to do, and we're seeing really fruitful projects come forward. Another really good example in CWO is the Squadron Dubbo Advanced Water Treatment, which is a $7 million project which the generator has contributed $3.6 million towards building, and that's an example of that's not Energy Co, that $3.6 million is not Energy Co funded, it's generator funded, but it's a really good example of the coordination that happens because we want to see these projects be a success. So yes, it is a scenario-based approach because that's our starting point, but then we get really good engagement with the councils, with the generators, as then we need to create a priority list and go, okay, of all the things that we can be done, these are the priority water projects that we need to make this a success for this region.
Thank you. I might pass to my colleague, Mr. Donnelly, and then I know Ms. McDonald's got a hand up.
Thank you, Chair. And listen, before I ask a question, I just apologise for arcing up to yourself and the members and the witnesses
That's fine.
with that final exchange. I just thought it was quite disrespectful. In any event, so I apologise. Just some questions. Perhaps first of all to the department. I'm wondering, could the department explain that LTESAs are underwriting arrangements and don't guarantee any payments unless wholesale prices go low? If you're
yes, Mr. Donnelly, yes.
To the extent that you're able to provide some detail around that, if you need to take it on notice. I'm comfortable with that, but if you're able to provide any immediate response, that'd be appreciated.
Yeah, Mr. Donnelly, I might build on my answer to Mr. Fang earlier. So this LTESA agreement, or long-term energy service agreement, is the underwriting product that's offered underneath the tenders that I mentioned earlier. As I mentioned earlier, it has the agreement has two elements to it: a project development agreement, which covers the obligation on the developer to actually build and construct the project. The other element is what I refer to as a derivative arrangement with an option element to it. This is a fairly complex arrangement, like many other electricity derivatives, but a simple way of thinking about it is it offers, for generation projects, it offers a fixed price for electricity and to the extent for the electricity output from the project, and to the extent projects dispatch their electricity at a time when the wholesale price is low, they will be paid the difference, and to the extent they dispatch when wholesale prices are high, they will pay back the difference, or that amount will be subtracted from the net payment. The way the tenders are designed, they encourage the developers to only bid what they need at that fixed price level to make a reasonable return for their investors. And so what that means is on the whole, these products are designed so that projects will only opt into this derivative arrangement. Remember, I referred to the option that they have in 2-yearly increments. They'll only opt in if market prices for power are low or lower than what they would need to be a bankable investment. And to the extent that their expectations are that market prices are high, they wouldn't exercise that option. And what you get with, I guess what the intent of this policy framework is that it really encourages the developers to only seek what they need to be able to make the investment stack up, and that consumers ultimately only end up paying if wholesale prices are low. And so, in theory, the framework is meant to work in a way where getting new generation built puts downward pressure on prices, and so that's part of the that consumer protection framework that I mentioned earlier. The key things in the framework that prevent a situation where you just have very expensive projects bidding in and asking for a very high price is that competitive tender. So everyone is competing with each other for these contracts, but also if the consumer trustee, Oz Energy Services Limited, does not assess the project as having a net financial benefit to a consumer, to New South Wales consumers, it's directed by the statute not to recommend the project going ahead. So I hope that answers the question.
No, that provides some valuable detail that we weren't aware of. Perhaps my next question to Ms McCaughey, but there may be others who contribute. But we had the Ombudsman in earlier today. You may or may not have had a chance to see their evidence. There was two representatives. And of course there was a submission I'm sure you're familiar with that they made to the inquiry. But there was a particular point made by the Ombudsman about the matter of membership and of EWON, and gave some useful history about membership of EWON, which obviously includes Energy Co. But the position being put was that amongst solar, wind and storage operators, the membership is, minimal or low, or stagnant are probably on the best way of describing it. And I guess the hope was that there might be ways and means of trying to improve, I'll use the broad phrase, the REZ community at large, the role of the Ombudsman, and the issue of the benefit and the value of membership of EWON. I'm wondering whether that's a matter that the Ombudsman's engaged directly with and had a discussion with
Energy Co about, because there seems to be a real dearth of knowledge, at least this is a submission, of knowledge about E1 amongst a number of the players and stakeholders at the sort of local level when a project's sort of getting uplifting and starting to take off. So any comment or observations about E1 and the sort of issue about membership?
So thank you for the question. Energy Co is a member of E1 and we have worked closely with E1. I was recently out in Coolah meeting the council there, and if you walk into the front room, E1 has, quite a large sign that says if you're concerned about, any renewable energy generation or infrastructure, here's their number. So I think they have done reasonably well in regional council areas to make sure that is very clear. I think in terms of...
to the extent that I walk through the door and see that, because without cutting up, I must say, there was a very strong presentation about getting granular detail at the local level to the players about E1 and encouraging those players, to the extent they're entitled to actually join.
Yes, so yeah. I think that yes, it was. I'm only aware at the highest level about it. I think that's a matter for E1 and perhaps the department, but pass to my colleague.
I might a little bit to this.
Thank you.
Look, we actively encourage E1. We see E1 as having great value. That's the first thing to say. When we speak with community members or whenever we're having issues or whatever, we always make sure that we make them aware that E1 is available to them as an opportunity to come back and work with us through the process. The other thing we've done is we meet with all our generators that are going onto the line. E1 sent us a letter requesting that we talk to those generators, get them on, try and show the merits of it, those kind of things, and also around the pricing structure and get them involved in that. And we actively met with those generators and pushed that forward. So as far as we can do and what we can do in this process, we are actively advocating for E1 as much as we can with the generators when we come in contact with them. And from when you think of it from a generator's perspective, they're probably not really sure of what it is and how it works, and we're able to actually give them real concrete evidence of where it has worked for us and where we have been able to come up with other solutions. So I think, we are actively encouraging our generators to talk with E1 and even join E1.
Oh, that's encouraging, that's good, and that's appreciated, because I think the Ombudsman hit that point about just the, dare I say, not deliberate or willful, but just the ignorance about the role and maybe a degree of scepticism or two, perhaps. And that's obviously helpful to engage with them,
Yeah, and it's also, it's been a long journey for E1. Like, they were more in the, the bill complaint area.
Correct.
Now they've got this broader piece where they probably didn't at the start have that expertise, so it's hard to get in there. I've done radio interviews where I've encouraged people about our partnership with E1 and things like that. So, hopefully that's helped.
Yeah, no, that's good. That's good evidence. That's very helpful. Thank you. No, I appreciate that. Can I just move on to the matter of the issue of how Energy Co, so back to Energy Co, the work that it does very consciously and deliberately in terms of supporting local businesses and employment as sort of very focused priorities as it undertakes and engages in its work, not just in the immediacy of a REZ and the establishment of all this to be required, but looking at that longer term perspective of the way in which these sites are going to operate over time.
Yes, thank you for the question. It's something where we care deeply about. One of the things that we've been able to do as this infrastructure planner is, because we've been able to coordinate with all the generators, we've actually created 226 apprentice opportunities across the generator developers in Central West Arana, and then there are 90 apprentices already on Central West Arana on the network infrastructure, and that bodes. We know that one of the key questions that communities talk about when we talk about them is that they want a future for their young ones, and so I think having those apprentice programs is really important. more broadly, we've recently launched something called a constructed taster program, which was launched to give local people a feel of what it would be what work could be done on a construction site, and around 70% of all those who attended this training got a job within the Central West Arana Renewable Energy Zone. The other things we do, and I'll pass to my colleague Ash in a moment, is we've done extensive engagement with local supply chains within Central West Arana. I was recently in the Hunter and gave a speech to Hunter business who are very interested to see all the opportunities that are coming from the regional major infrastructure studies and how they can get involved. But I'll pass to my colleague Ash, who is directly responsible for jobs and skills in energy.
So the other thing to mention is the government announced a $2.9 million energy transition education program, which was in 4 key components. But in terms of the local procurement and the like, we've entered a partnership in with ICN Network, which has allowed there to be an actual portal, which then the local community can get onto and see what opportunities are in terms of packages of work and things like that. So we've been really working down that route as well. The other thing we've done recently is we've actually done supply chain mapping. So we've mapped the businesses that can actually deliver those products and those services to the generators and also to REZ, so they can go to that one point of call and go, okay, this business here is in Gilgandra or Mudgee, they supply this type of widget or whatever it is, we can go to them and get that procurement to really sort of open those opportunities up. And we think we're doing a pretty good job. And Hannah mentioned, there's 60 odd businesses already in that area, being utilised by REZ. And it doesn't necessarily always have to be those technical jobs. Like it can be things like the cleaning contractors and the gate and the fences and all those other things that are benefiting off this project. So we are working so hard within that community, and that taster program that Ms McCaughey was talking about, that was an unbelievable program. I actually went down and presented their certificates. They got all these different tickets in working in compliance spaces, working at heights, the tickets you need to entry, and we brought the generators and businesses to that function so then they could meet those people, and those connections have given us opportunities for jobs for those to be rolled out. And those people were the least skilled. They're the locals that haven't really had an opportunity, and we got them into some work. So I think that's the kind of things we're trying to do at the local level.
Just one more.
Yep, sure.
Just on the matter of local government and the importance of local government in terms of engagement with them. The evidence is, it's my interpretation of the evidence, but others might have a different interpretation, that there were criticisms made of Energy Co in the initial stages, but my sense is that there is been an ongoing improvement. And I'm sure you've read the Hansard of some of the hearings outside of Sydney, Newcastle, Wollongong. And I reflect on the one we had it down in Hay, and I think there was positive statements made there by the local government representatives. There was some criticism, but the sort of trajectory seems to be in the right direction. And the significance for me anyway of appearing with local government representatives, particularly mayors, is just the intimate and detailed knowledge of their community. So they are just such a key portal or hub into what's going on. And no doubt that's been something that's been increasingly understood and probably taken leverage off to improve engagement with communities. I'm just wondering if you're able to do so, any reflections about the importance of local government. I'm not asking for any mea culpas, but mea culpas if you need to, but importantly, what you've learnt, what you're refining, and perhaps what you believe you can do more and better in terms of improving that engagement with local government areas to sort of really work, not that there's any sense of not cooperation, but better cooperation and enhancement of cooperation.
Thank you for the question, and I'm glad to see that all the hard work that we're doing to improve things is coming through, because we are very committed to local government. And I think in terms of lessons learned, if we start with Central West Arana, we definitely have improved our relations over time. But I think if you look at the way in which we are dealing with things like the water investment, we're coming to the table now with these feasibility studies, and we're working with them, and that's been really great. But that's at the same time that the network infrastructure is actually being built. What we feel really positive about is in New England is that we're engaging with councils now before construction begins, before the project begins, and we think that that works really well. And to some extent, we are very aligned with local councils because we want really good outcomes for regional communities, and so do they. They want jobs for local people. They want to make sure there's enough water, for their people and for the construction. So do we. So I think there is a deep alignment. Last week, I went to a launch of Muswellbrook Powering the Future Economy, which is, they are really saying they're going to grow the whole Muswellbrook economy around connection to reliable energy infrastructure, and they are positioning themselves as the gateway to the renewable energy zones, both Central West Arana, and as a hub for logistics and as a place that can provide that expertise and that growth. So we absolutely think that councils, and I'll pass to my colleague Ash, but the way that we do it now is I was in Central West Arana 2 weeks ago and met with the Warrumbungle Mayor, the Dubbo Mayor, and Midwestern Council. So we really do try and go around it, and they give us feedback, both of the things that we could do better and the things that we and they give us really useful insights. So going back to the Constructor Taster program, they told us that local kids who were doing TAFE 1 day a week couldn't do the construction taster program because he said you couldn't do it if you're at TAFE. And when they told us that, we could go back and said, well, if a local high school kid's doing TAFE, just to complete their high school, they could still be eligible for the Constructor Taster program. So that's evidence to us that there's a real hunger for these training programs. There's very much a hunger to be engaged. But Ash, you work with councils all the time. Would you like to add?
Yeah, I think our relationship with local government is probably one of our key relationships in delivering this. And, it's fair to say in the early days we probably haven't got that right, and we're still learning. But in the southwest, for instance, we actually bring those councils together once a month, and we sit down and work through the issues. We bring transport to the table if there's an issue around transport. We bring other players to the table to make sure that we can coordinate some of those responses, but also give them feedback of where things are up to, but to hear from them what they want to do. And it's going to be particularly important when we roll out the community employment benefit funds down in the southwest and up in the New England, because we need council buy-in to make sure that we're hitting the right targets and hitting the right things that local government need and their community as the representatives of that community. So I think we've definitely moved a long way forward. The other thing we've done, of course, is council commissioning payments, where we've made sure that we've supported councils to deliver, to be ready to deliver for these renewable energy zones. We know that there's a lot of impact on them. There's a lot of things that they have to do, and we like to support them in terms of being able to put on a staff member or whatever to actually be able to be ready and prepared for this transition that's coming their way. And I mean, the other example in the southwest is we've actually funded a role to coordinate those councils so that that's one more administrative burden that isn't being put upon them. So it's a really important relationship for us, and I know Hannah does it, but I get on the phone to mayors and general managers all the time just to have a conversation and see what's happening and what we can do and deliver. So it's been very important. We also engage with COREM, which is the councils of the renewable energy zones. They have a peak body, and we go to that quite often to hear the broader perspective across all, and they're not all on REZs, but across this transition. So I think we're getting into a much better place. It's not all rosy. There is some issues that we're still dealing with, but we are trying to improve those relationships.
one just quick one. I've got the transport expert in the room. It was interesting down in Hay. One of the witnesses made this observation from a representative, trying to remember which council, it was a panel of councils, but just on the issue, obviously, the roads and the local roads and what is going to clearly be the need to upgrade many, many kilometres of local roads to get them certainly up to spec to be able to get the vehicles in with wind turbine blades, etc., etc., etc. And the acknowledgement of that needing to be done. But then and this was the interesting point to me, that beyond all of that being done, the cost of maintaining a road, which is now demonstrably of a higher standard than currently is the case over time, because obviously these roads are being elevated to a higher standard, and what's going to be the cost to the council, back on the council, to now have to maintain a road of a in some cases a much higher standard. So I'm not meaning to put you on the spot, but I mean, if you want to make a comment, you can. But I just thought it was very interesting that that's something that, and councils, as we know, are very cash-strapped entities. They are critically important to our body politic. They're the local, third-tier government, very, very important. They want to do their job as well as they can, and roads are very, very critical. So that issue of maintaining road standards over time.
No, I think that's a point very well made, and the the reality is that a significant investment is needed in a number of these key corridors.
Yeah.
To make sure that we can get the equipment where it needs to go to.
Yeah.
But it's not a one-off conversation. There will need to be ongoing investment
of course,
to maintain those roads.
Yeah.
A number of these roads have never seen the kind of equipment that we're talking about, the kind of length, the kind
Hardly
of weight.
imagine. Yeah.
It's a challenging ongoing process, and we will need to manage that accordingly. Whether it's a state road or whether it's a council road, and we need to work in partnership with those councils for the specific roads that may be required from a council perspective.
No doubt the designers of roundabouts are probably going to get some improvement or increase in job opportunities as these need to be redesigned.
Well, interesting you mentioned
all around the state.
The southwest one is a great example. All of the power lines are too low, so we will need to raise all of the various power lines along the route.
Wow.
Otherwise, the equipment won't be able to get underneath.
Okay.
There's a number of interesting challenges to be dealt with.
I'm sure there are many. Yeah.
Yes.
And maybe just from a planning perspective.
Yeah.
So we deal with councils with every single proposal. We're aware it's a big issue for councils. So often, we set clear requirements in terms of how assessments need to factor in the use of all roads, what improvements might be needed. But importantly, when we structure conditions, it's also doing what we call pre-dilapidation checks before they construct, post-construction. Things happen in between, because what we want to make sure happens is council's not responsible for doing those fix-ups or repairs. So there are things that we do lever through conditions to make sure that happens.
Yeah, that's very helpful evidence. Thank you.
Ms McDonald, bring us home.
Thank you. I just wonder, can you confirm whether the Electricity Infrastructure Roadmap Intergovernmental Steering Committee is still meeting, and who is on that committee, and what is its role in overseeing the energy rollout?
I might take that one, Ms McDonald. Yes, the whole of government steering committee for the electricity infrastructure roadmap still meets. Its role is to coordinate across all the various agencies that have a role in facilitating the rollout of the infrastructure contemplated in the roadmap, primarily the renewable energy zones. The agencies represented on it, I might need to take on notice just to give you a complete list, but it's chaired by the Premier's Department. It includes the Department of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water, includes Energy Co, includes Transport for New South Wales and the Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure. It has in the past had representatives and observers from a range of different agencies, including New South Wales Police, Health, Education, So, yeah, some of those agencies, I just need to get back to you on who's actually a member rather than who might attend a meeting if something is of relevance to them. But yeah, it genuinely is a whole of government forum.
And how often does it meet, or is it only on an ad hoc basis?
It has been meeting monthly. The frequency and cadence, I think, has been reviewed just recently. So again, I might take that on notice just so I give you a sort of an understanding looking forward as opposed to what's been happening in the past.
Thank you. And Mr. Ryan, how has the Department of Climate Change, let me get this right, Energy, the Environment and Water, what has changed since the early rollout to better manage any impacts on local communities? Sorry.
Since the rollout, the initial rollout of the renewable energy zones, EnergyCo might be best placed to talk to the specific actions that it has been taking. But from the department's perspective, there's a number of things that are either we've done or we are doing. So the things that we have done to improve this in the past include the strategic benefit payment scheme, which was a new scheme that came about after the roadmap was announced. That's something I hope the inquiry's already aware of, but it's a extra payment to landholders who host transmission infrastructure. Another area that the department's been involved in is through the Energy and Climate Ministerial Council at the national level, with the Australian Infrastructure Commissioner, new things like a developer rating scheme that's been in the works for some time and I think was launched on the 6th of March. So that's a very exciting development. Other things are, we've sponsored E1 to expand its remit to include both, transmission network projects, but also we're working with them on how that expansion will occur with generators and storage developers as well. And then probably so there's some things that are either active work programs or things that we've delivered. Other things that are new work programs that have commenced this year, recommendations coming out of the transmission planning review last year, which included new requirements for EnergyCo to develop guidelines for how it will engage with communities. So that's sort of on the department's work agenda for this year, working with EnergyCo and a range of stakeholders involved in implementing that review. And another thing I would just flag that I actually expected to come up today is continued advocacy through the Energy Climate Change Ministers Council for a change in tax treatment of landholder payments from both generators and network businesses. Obviously, New South Wales government doesn't set tax policy for the Australian Tax Office, but we are continuing to raise those issues in that forum.
And then, what processes do you have for coordination across the agency so that everyone knows what they're meant to be doing and that it's all happening with regard to the energy rollout?
So there's, I guess, two different forums. There is that whole of government steerco that I mentioned before. It's chaired by the Premier's Department, and they have, staff that act as a secretariat for that forum. Within the department, we've also got a sort of project management team that work across EnergyCo and ASL and the department to have a combined view of how we're all delivering on the roadmap. And then more formally, there's a process where all of the agencies with a direct role in the roadmap, so EnergyCo, the department, ASL, the scheme financial vehicle, the Australian Energy Regulator, we all once a year provide an update of activities to IPART to inform the annual report. So there is this sort of coordination through IPART as well on all of those activities. But across the whole of government, EnergyCo does a lot of the outreach and engagement with other agencies that assisting with the rollout of REZs, and then there is that umbrella whole of government STECO. I don't know.
I might just, turn to Energy Co then. And so what has Energy Co changed in response to, say, criticism about its community engagement and the impact of REZs? So since you first appeared in front of this inquiry last year, I think it's Miss
McCoy, yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. It's a hard last name. I
It's
think.
just, small writing.
Try
I think
having
it's
fang.
And I've got a cold, sorry.
We really do strive to improve engagement with communities, and I think what we just do we try to do lots of different channels, because it's not. People like to engage in different ways. So if I give you the example of what we're doing in New England, we do something called a community drop-in, which enables people to come and sit down and have like a one-to-one, face-to-face conversation, and some people really like that. We do a webinar for people who are remote, which we have newsletters. So for HTP, we have over 40,000 people who subscribe to our HTP newsletter. And then we have things that have been very successful, which is our community reference groups, which we have in each of our renewable energy zones. And in fact, we have 2 for New England. And then those are various ways. But then we work in a pretty detailed way. So most recently with the Hunter Transmission Pipeline project, we just went and worked on our submission report to our EIS, and it had extensive community feedback, and it was up on display, and then we go around and talk to community groups one-to-one. So I think what we say is we really do value that one-to-one FaceTime, and we work hard on that, but then other people really do like electronic engagement, whether that be through newsletters or through webinars or through information on our website. And we've really worked hard to try and improve our website to have more plain English, particularly where it comes to landholders. The other example I would give that we're really proud of is we had a partnership with the New South Wales farmers, where we wrote a handbook for people, and we actually funded New South Wales farmers to write it in a language that it was much more accessible for farmers, and I think they actually did a really fantastic job, and that's been hugely popular because it's really now enabling that association to really speak to its members, and I think that's a really good way. And then I could give other examples, but one I really like is Energy Co published a agrivoltaics handbook on our website, which has been downloaded over 1,700 times, which is about how do you do solar farms and sheeps together. And so we're trying to find the things that people actually are very interested in and want to engage with in a way that they like. And we are in a continual improvement exercise about that, and we will continue that face-to-face engagement up and down all our REZs and the community engagement groups. But we do see that it's a challenging topic, and one we always want to do better in.
Just like to add one thing, we've also actively working with First Nations and Aboriginal groups through community working parties out there, and that's been another important part. We have a team that's dedicated within our group that actually goes and does that work to ensure that we're working closely with Aboriginal communities through this transition.
Thank you, Mr. Albury. That concludes our time with you all this afternoon.
Can I have one more question, Chair?
No, you've had it.
I was going to ask Mr. McCackey about those guides and whether she could have one that says Energy Co's not going to get
thanks, Wes.
Thanks, Wes.
Bye, Wes.
Bye, Wes.
Lie when they're like doing surveys around people's homes.
Order. Thank
That might be
you.
a good idea. Okay.
Can I just?
No.
No. I do have some questions on infrastructure and housing, and we haven't had the opportunity to ask the questions to the witness. I'm not going to pose that. I just didn't want the witness to think we're ignoring him. We'll put them on notice, okay? So you get a chance.
That's okay. I'm happy to go home with
I think Mr. Pressure was happily being ignored.
I wasn't meaning to ignore you.
Suffice to say, you've taken some questions on notice, and the Secretariat will also be in touch in terms of supplementary questions. Thank you very much for your time this afternoon. It was a long session, but I think we got some good evidence. All right, thank you very much.
Thanks, Al.
We will now conclude.
Thanks for the work that you're doing.
If people want to stay online, we just deliberative regarding documents.